we pushing, we get pulled in by the waves. Popping pills and bottles and we go our separate ways. I'm drawn in the sea.
That was the least
So we go no matter
Oh man, that song is sick though.
Yeah.
It's almost time. It's no one else has to do anything on the album anymore except for us.
Yeah, we have.
It's kind of a sad part of the album making.
It is.
Because then now they could just kick their feet up.
I know, right?
And we're gonna be in here like arguing for
I know,
hours at a time.
They don't see the nitty gritty part
Right.
of it. You know, they're there for the fun part.
Right. They don't see the part when we just like argue with each other and then like
Yeah.
fucking like come to like blows and then like the product comes out and it sounds sick and it's like you're welcome fuckers. Anyway, what the fuck is up, y'all? Welcome to the On Repeat Podcast. It's your boy Medium Frank.
And Dark Ruffalo?
Y'all know why they call him Dark Ruffalo, right?
No, why?
Because my nigga got the chips. Yes!
Wow.
Yes!
That is a good one.
Hell
And you know
no.
what? I feel like usually the Dark Ruffalo ones, they're funny, but they're like explained.
Right.
This one is just like
Boom.
boom.
Right? And it's like, I feel like this one is the first time I've ever like stepped outside of like comparing you to like a celebrity.
Yeah.
Or like a thing. This one is just like dark. Actually, there's some fucking bad under. Let's move on. Anyway. Oh boy. That was where I wanted to go. God damn it.
It's okay.
We'll get
It's okay.
Well, it's Christmas. It's Christmas all over the world tonight.
Yes, it is.
Because, like, when we put this out, it'll be Christmas Eve, right?
Yeah, it
shit.
should be.
I hope you guys are all enjoying Christmas Eve with your family or your selected family or by yourself. I know a lot of people that's doing Christmas alone. And, like, I know it's tough times for them because it's, like, it's not even that it's not even that their family's not here, but they're just, you know, they choose to be alone in the holidays. And it's, like, a traumatic time for them. So for those folks, you know, stay the fuck out of my way, man. I'm trying to have a good time. You know what I mean?
Stay indoors and
Yeah, stay indoors and out of my face. Come like a fucking Scrooge, humbug at. I'm just kidding, but no, it's just Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to you, man.
You know.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm
Nice,
good.
nice.
Yeah. See, nothing much is new with me other than just being lazy for the holidays. I feel like for the new year, I'm gonna try to set up my life more so that it's like more what's the word for it? Structured.
Gotcha.
Where I'm gonna go by the school
Yeah.
days, you know. So when they're out of school, I'm like, you know what? I could be lazy.
I'm on
today.
vacation. That's cool though. I mean, like, I you know, like I think one thing that's benefited me in like having like a real job is the fucking like structure of like having to plan my life out. You know what I mean? I know that like even like on in a microcosm, like on days where I have no plans and stuff, and that in theory is like relaxing and it's like low pressure. I also find that those are the days I waste the most because like I have no North Star.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And if you do that for me at least, if I do that for a prolonged period of time, I feel very like lost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess that's what I've been feeling from time to time when I feel like I have no goal and I didn't plan a goal that I'm working towards.
Yeah.
Even though I feel entertained, I feel like you feel like you're dying inside.
Yeah,
almost,
I feel
right?
you, man. It's like empty calories.
Yeah.
It's like eating a fucking big cheeseburger bite from 7-Eleven. You're like entertained. We're like, what did this do for me?
Yeah, we're like.
I feel awful right now.
Yeah, you feel awful about yourself, and that's why a lot of times I feel like when I'm depressed, or you know, I'm sad and need a change in my life. Usually, it is based on my actions. If I'm not doing anything. I guess I don't look for like external things anymore.
Word.
It's just like I gotta do things that make me feel good.
Hey man, that's a very like healthy way to attack a problem. That's good,
Yeah.
man. And I've seen you like you're buying like fucking like you're like getting planners and shit, and you're like, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That's usually
trying.
step one. You know what I mean? And yeah.
I feel like this is something that they've been trying to teach you at school, but
Yeah.
in high school and
Word.
you know earlier. But I'm just
Yeah.
like, too cool for that.
Yeah, did I ever
Like,
use my like Cal High planner?
Yeah.
No, man, I
right?
just like reveled in the fact that you and I were on the cover of that shit.
That's right.
We were on the cover of that motherfucker, bro. Isn't that crazy? We were star ass motherfuckers
dude.
in a drafting class.
I know, right?
It's like the not cool thing.
And I'm pretty sure you've seen our picture on the band page of the.
Oh
my senior
yeah, I
yearbook,
did.
right?
Yeah, like what the fuck? Why were we so visible?
I don't know.
I mean, we were cool ass motherfuckers, and
I guess
all
we
that
were.
stuff came out after I left that school too.
I know, right?
It was like, I
I know.
couldn't even leverage this. Well, actually, I did though. When I moved to San Jose, I was just like,
Yeah.
yo, I was popping in my last school. Peak game. You know what I mean?
That's sweet. That's sweet. But yeah, how are you, man?
I'm good, man. I love the holidays. You know what I mean? It's fucking like really busy during the holidays, so it's like, it's nice in a sense because like there's shit always going on, and I don't like am never idle and like in my own head. You know what I mean? But I also like, you know, like there's, especially with like the jobs that I have now, like it's really like everyone's also like not working. So it was like really cool. Like I had like a moment because like I went home Friday night, so I've been just chilling with my family since then. And then there was like a moment Friday night after me and Cammy saw episode 9.
Oh,
Holy
that's
fuck!
right.
We'll have to talk about it when I get back from the
Yes,
Philippines, I
yes.
guess. There was like like I am like there's always times where like I'm always like listening to songs, and then like wherever I'm walking or if I'm commuting or something, if the song fucking perfectly matches what's happening right now, like that's like one of like the most pure joys I ever have. So like on Friday night I was just listening to The Fog by Rex Raj. You'll probably hear about him today. And like I was sitting in my parents' living room, and like they live in a shitty ass, tiny ass, ghetto ass apartment, so there's no fireplace. But the lighting and the Christmas tree lights made it feel like there was a fire, and they had the heater on, so it was like cozy. And then my mom's new kitten was like sitting on my lap, and I was just like sitting in the living room, and there was like the TV wasn't on. You know what I mean? It was just this song, and then like my mom was in the kitchen making food, and I was just like, this is fucking perfect right now. You know what I mean? And it's like there's so many times in life that like you're so focused, at least me, so focused on like big picture shit that it like you never just like are in a moment. And that was like one of the few times I was like, damn, I'm like in this moment right now. You know what I
That's
mean?
awesome, dude.
So it's just like
Yeah.
all of the other crazy shit that's happening auxiliary just like doesn't matter in that moment. You know what I mean? So like having that was just like, damn, that is like the holidays. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's cool. Like there's hella times in years that like you don't get to feel like it's the holidays because you're doing so much shit and shit just goes by and it's almost like another day. But then that like moment where you're just able to like slow shit down and there's that's like I think that's what the holidays are about. You know what I mean? Like fuck religion and fuck capitalism and all that shit.
Yeah, honestly.
It's really about those moments. You know what I mean? And I was like, so like even if nothing else happens for like Christmas or New Year's, which is I'm gonna have so much shit happening, but even if it doesn't happen, having that one moment was like, okay, there's the holidays for me, you know.
That's
so I
awesome,
can't
dude.
complain, man. Life's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's awesome. I've had experiences like that because I agree a lot of times, especially when I'm stuck in a problem or
Word.
at least what I perceive as a problem.
Yeah.
I do lose out on the moments, you know.
Right.
And sometimes I think, wow, my life's horrible, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But then recently, actually, I've been like thinking about my life a lot because I'm turning 30 next year.
Holy shit, dude.
Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I'm like fucking like, oh, I'm gonna be 29 this year. I'm like, holy shit, you're there.
Yeah, I'm
Nigga.
there. Yeah.
Oh, good.
But at the same time, I guess it like I don't know, like I do enjoy the growing up process.
Yeah.
What I'm like realizing and like looking back at my childhood.
Yeah.
I feel like I've had so many happy memories that I am lucky. You know.
Yeah,
Like,
word. We especially when we come from like not a lot.
Yeah.
It's so easy to just like paint in broad strokes like, damn, life was hard.
Yeah.
And then like in order to be proud of where you are here, you also have to recognize how like little you had previously. So it's
Yeah.
easy to just like in broad strokes be like shit was trash. But then when you really take into account like we're definitely way luckier than most people and like
Yeah.
your life is fucking tight, man. You know?
I think it's usually the story that how your life is being told.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's told from the people around you.
Yeah, that's true.
And a lot of them are like, like you could tell they're having problems too.
Yeah.
So I think you think my life sucks.
Hell
because
yeah.
the people around me are unhappy.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's so easy to let other people control your narrative.
Yeah.
And not even like narrative to like externally, but like your own internal narrative too.
Yeah.
And it's fucking like crazy how much people could like change, like impact that shit. You know what I mean? Crazy times, man.
Crazy times. Another thing I've realized though, closer to the holidays, that people are way nicer.
During the holidays?
Yeah,
Facts.
it is trippy.
Big facts. Yeah.
Yeah, like customers who would usually give me shit and complain,
Yeah.
they're like still angry, but they're like, but happy holidays,
They're like, man, fuck you. I want you to die, and I hope your dick falls off. But hey, man, January 3rd, though.
Yeah.
For now, bruh, I want us to be good. Go spend some time with your family. Yeah.
I hope you have a good Christmas. Yeah.
But then right after Christmas, I hope you die. I've also seen, and I think it's because I've been like last minute shopping for everything. I've been in malls the past couple days, and it's just I've seen the worst of humanity during this time right now too. Where
That is
people
true,
are
yeah.
people are dead ass like fighting each other for parking spots. I'm like, my nigga, like, come on, like it's raining. No matter where you park, you're gonna get wet. So like, just park over there and walk. Like,
Yeah.
fuck, dude. Like,
When I used to work at Starbucks, there was we were closed on Christmas, right?
yeah.
But Christmas Eve, people you
Oh
could tell
my
were just
God.
stressed out.
Yeah.
And like, there's this guy who asked for like a caramel macchiato, oh no, caramel frappuccino.
Oh my god.
With a caramel on the sides, right? So I put it on the sides.
I don't like where this is going.
There's a little bit on the bottom. And he was so mad. Like he was yelling at
God.
my boss, and he looks like he was about to cry.
Are you
And he was
kidding me?
pointing at me. He's like, you tell him. You tell him.
Jesus
It's like,
fucking Christ. Like, what? First of all, what is the difference?
nothing. He's
Second
like,
of all, you know he's stressed out because he's neglected his children for so long and decided the day before he's supposed to be present that he needs to get everything ready, and he hasn't been able to get it ready, and he's taking that out on you.
it's because it's Christmas, you know?
Yeah.
So, like, everyone's trying to be better people. But
Right. God. Well,
yeah.
either way, I'm dressed in all red right
I
now.
can see that.
Not because I'm a norte. Shouts out Danny DeVito. Why did I shout him out? Or not because I'm a fucking blood, but because I would like to think I'm Saint Nick. And then I have a green backpack, so I look like either Santa Claus or a melted sriracha bottle. You know what I mean? One or the other. But then there's also a gift for Christmas.
Yes.
For Dark Ruffalo. For
Yes,
the
there is a
holographic
gift
children
here.
that you should open.
And should I open now or later?
Let's get it, man.
All right.
Get
So,
it. Well, hold on. There's a thing in the front. You gotta.
Oh, yeah,
read it.
yeah,
I'm
so
being the annoying Filipino mom. Wow.
to Kuya Kyle, it's Christmas. Congratulations. Love Kevin and Cammy. Thank you guys.
Yeah,
and
man.
there's a drawing of Squidward.
Yeah, that's Cammy's thing right now. She's putting Squidward on every present.
Really?
Because have you seen the episode when like he has to give a present to SpongeBob for like co-workers day or something, and Mr. Krabs is making them give each other presents?
I don't remember that.
And fucking SpongeBob just goes hard giving Squidward presents, and Squidward doesn't want to fucking give him a present.
Yeah.
So he buys a pie that he doesn't realize is a bomb. And then on the tag, it just says, to SpongeBob from Squidward. Well, here you go. So that's why.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's a great episode.
All right, well, we'll have
you
a
go.
reveal.
We'll have a reveal.
An unboxing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
ASMR unboxing.
ASMR. Oh, shit. What is this?
It's nothing crazy.
Damn.
Yeah, boy.
Dude, hell yeah.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
We were just, when I saw it, it was just like, damn, I was going to go hella good with those good-ass pants you got.
Which ones?
The
Red ones?
Yeah, the maroon ones.
Sweet.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Hell yeah, dude.
And it's like
kind of
it's kind of like 90s, 80s. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I definitely
man.
see that.
Yeah, we didn't want to.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, man.
Thank you.
Oh, we gotta hit him with the fucking air horn.
So if you guys can't see, I mean, of course you can't see.
Then you'll
It's,
see it in the music video.
Yeah, you'll see it in the music video. I guess, should we even say what it is?
Well, it's up to you. That's your call.
Well, it's a yellow shirt with stripes going down vertically.
That's
Long
always
sleeve?
I always get vertical stripes too because I'm fat. So like, I wasn't trying to say that you are fat, and that's thinning.
Yeah.
I swear.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, dude. I think it'll look
Dude.
good on you.
Yeah, I can't wait to wear this, man.
Let's get it.
Sweet. You guys
Yeah,
should
man.
watch out for the music video.
Hell
for
yeah.
No Name.
No name.
Coming out, hopefully.
This January.
This January.
Yeah, this
Okay.
January. Yeah, man.
All right.
All right. So, what are we fucking here for
So,
today, man?
Today we're going to be talking about our top 20 best albums or releases
Yeah.
of 2019.
Could you believe we're already here?
It's still hard for me to believe,
Yeah, man.
honestly.
I feel like we still like for some reason, and I keep having this feeling like we still haven't put out the mid-year from 2018.
Yeah, I know.
Because all of that fiasco. But we're end of 2019, man.
I know.
Yeah,
I
dude.
know. I guess that's
Crazy.
in a way this is our second year.
Holy
right?
shit!
When did we start?
2018, pretty much like
Yeah.
early 2018.
Early? Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're
this
about
is
to be our
second year,
we're about to
man.
come up on our second year, and we'll have to look at the
Damn.
SoundCloud because like I know the Drake episode was the first one.
Okay.
We'll have to look at like when that came out. We have to have like a special 2-year
I
episode
know.
anniversary.
We should.
We'll have all our guests here. Zanny. Bring back Wolfie for an episode.
Yeah, I know, right?
We make it like a fucking love and hip hop like awkward reunion show.
And if we can't get him, do like the Kendrick Lamar, him talking.
Oh,
to
him with Tupac. We'll just get old episodes and just.
We're just responding to him the whole time.
And at the end, we're like, "What do you think about that?" Wait, Wolfie, Wolfie, Wolfie. Yeah. Oh man.
All right.
It's his birthday today too, so
Oh, yeah, happy birthday,
Wolfie,
man.
Wherever you are, man. Yeah, I know where you are, but yeah, just happy birthday. All right. Anyway.
Okay. Anyways, but yeah, before we start, so we're gonna give, from 20 to 1, we're gonna be alternating giving our list.
Yes, sir.
But before we start, how did you feel about creating your list for this year?
Dude, I don't know if it's because like I know we have a podcast now, and like I'm a huge list guy anyway, so I was already like all the way back to 2011. I have lists, you know what I mean? But like this is the most meticulous list I've
Yeah.
ever put together because I knew like we were gonna put an episode out, and I do feel like we're getting more and more traction. So I feel like
Yeah.
I'm putting more work into it than before. And like, but what I also notice is that I don't feel like I've listened to more albums this year. I think I'm just like consciously listening to more and like recording it. You know what I mean? Like like last year I recorded listening to 32 albums.
Wow.
This year I have 47.
Holy shit.
Yeah,
dude.
man. And like there's also like this group here that I never got to. That like some of them I wish I would have gotten to, like Slow Tie. I've been meaning to listen to that album. It just kept never happening. You know what I mean? So like there's still some stuff that's like on this bottom part that I should have listened to. You know what I mean? But I think like overall, like 2019 was a solid year in music. I actually think it's better than last year,
Yeah. I
but
can see
not
that.
as good as it wasn't like a 2016, 2017.
No, those 2
Those
years
so
were
good.
So good. Yeah, yeah.
What about you?
Well, I feel like most of the times when I've made my list, I don't really revise it as much. I
Yeah.
just like kind of know
Gotcha.
what I would place,
Yeah.
This year, you saw me. I was changing
Yeah,
it as
you're
soon as
just
you got
changing
here.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like this past few days, I went back to my list and listened to like all of them and really get a feel of which albums I thought were strong. you
Yeah.
know? And it just completely changed. Like albums that were like way below who are less known
Yeah.
kind of rose up into
Really?
my
Interesting.
my list. So it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Another thing I did that I actively did this year is I've like listened to less reviews about albums this year, and like I've like because I wanted my opinions to be really like my own and not
Yeah.
regurgitated, and like what that has actually done because like my whole thing was like I just need things to watch all the time, and then like I was worried that like by cutting out a lot of dead end hip hop, fucking needle drop, all of these like reviews that I love like consuming from that in many ways act as tastemakers for me. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Now what I'm able to do is like I have this list of albums that I love and I hate, And now I have this whole playlist on YouTube of all the albums that they reviewed that I haven't listened to yet. So like I have so much material to like go through like to start the next year or to end this year. Like I'm about to be on a plane for how long? I'm potentially going to be in an airport in China for 10 hours. Like I could go through all of those now, whereas before it would just be like it would take up time for me listening to albums, which is like going to be interesting for me. I wonder like albums that I love that I think Fantano would love. I want to hear what he thinks and be like, damn, we have very different opinions. Or like with Dead, like I did it with Dead End Hip Hop recently for The Lost Boy, and I'm like, wow, I probably would have a different view of this album, or at least like more similar to them if I would have listened to their review while I was consuming the album. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like it's weird. You know what I mean? But yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm in the same way. I'm kind of similar when it comes to other people's reviews. I've realized I've stopped listening to their reviews as much. Because let's say with Dead End Hip Hop, I've found out that what I really enjoyed from them, it's mostly their personalities anyways.
Right.
So I just listen to their podcast now.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so their reviews, like, I don't know, like, I think I only really listen to anybody's reviews now if I wasn't really convinced in listening to it anyways.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then there's times when with Fantano, there's, like, a band that, even just based on the album artwork, it looks interesting to me.
Yeah.
That I'd have to stop the review. It's like, you know what? You can't. It's like you can't spoil it for
right,
me.
Yeah,
I should
exactly.
Just listen to it. Yeah.
I've this year more than ever. I've been like really trying to not taint my own opinion, and I think that means we're taking this podcast shit
I think so.
seriously.
And the thing is, like, because even before I started watching Fantano, I've already like disagreed with him with certain albums.
That's true.
You know, so I guess I've always seen like Fantano. As far as music, he is well informed.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why I think
almost like scary informed. Of like every genre. I'm just like, where are you getting this from?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, who's feeding you your own opinion?
So I guess it's like that's why a lot of times people give him credibility.
Yeah.
But like really good tastemakers, I think they don't tell you what's good. They kind of tell you how to consume.
That's true.
Something, you know.
That's true. That's very true. Yeah, man. Like I think I could tell you like especially in the early days of Fantano, the most scathing YouTube comment I've ever written was on a Fantano video, but it was like early on, and I'm a huge Anthony Fantano fan. I'm huge Noodle, you know that. But like I vehemently disagreed with him on things, especially when it came to hip hop, because I'm just like culture vulture. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like because like when he gave My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy,
he gave that.
I was just like, excuse me. I was just like, you're just tainted by this whole fuck Kanye movement and shit. And at that time, remember, Kanye was like my hero growing up.
Yeah.
So at that time, when everyone was just jumping off the Kanye bandwagon, I'm like, no, fuck you. And then, like, you know, as the years go by, I'm less and less inclined to defend him. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but at that
that's
time,
because of his actions,
right?
You know, not so much because of like the art. Except for like. He has reached a peak, I think.
Yeah, I think so. I definitely think Kanye's plateaued, and like, you know, it sucks when artists hit that because like I wanted to think that Kanye was like a Bowie, where like there is no plateau, there is no peak. You know what I mean? Like, because Black Star like was arguably one of his best albums, and that's like at the literal end of his life. You know what I mean? So it's like, but you know, it is what it is.
I also think though that Kanye could still get a second wind, you know,
he could.
Peak.
He could.
I think he is just going through too much right now to really be like, to make something as creative.
Right.
You know, because I think there's like always a time with certain artists when they feel like they're losing their shine.
Yeah.
It just, you know, they're not taking the time to really find what they love about music again,
right.
You know. I think they're just trying to like keep their name out there.
That's true. Yeah. Hopefully, you know, I don't know what has to happen for Kanye to like get back into like his like flow state, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But he's definitely reaching right now, and it sucks.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's so like what he's trying to do is so like obvious too. It's just like, dude, you're riding the chance wave.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I know that like when he did fucking like Yeezus, he was riding the Travis Scott wave. When he was doing 808s and Heartbreaks, he was riding the T-Pain wave. And when he was doing fucking My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy, he was riding the Kid Cudi wave. You know what I mean? Like, I get that. but it felt so much more genuine then, you know?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's sad. I think it's safe to say that Jesus is King is not in any of our lists.
No, it's not.
Okay, let's
But yeah, but I guess
do it, man.
Let's do it. Do you want to go first?
Let's do it. So, housekeeping, we're going to do 20 through 11, just super fast. Not super fast, but, you know, relatively fast. Then, as you know, 10 through 1, we'll really nerd out. Probably between 3 and 1, we're probably going to give each other like 30 minutes of little quiz each. I'm also going to let's do the playlist again, yeah?
Yeah,
On
let's do
Spotify.
the playlist.
I thought that was wildly successful. I think,
Yeah.
I know some of my friends were like appreciated having the playlist because they'll like listen to the song, and instead of like some people just don't want to consume a 3-hour podcast. I get it.
Yeah.
So like some of my friends that I talked to from 2 jobs ago that listened to that was like that wanted to see my decade list. They listened to the playlist, and then when they liked a song, they went to the podcast and listened to what I had to say. So it's like it's
okay.
cool. So it's like
That's cool.
my intention for it was listen to the podcast, listen to the playlist.
Yeah.
But it's cool that people are finding other ways to like use it, and it's like it's dope that we do that. Even though
That's
it doesn't,
cool.
even
Yeah.
though it doesn't seem like a lot of people's like consuming it, it's still helpful for a few people. And like I got to put somebody on to like
Yeah.
title fight and shit like that. So I'm just like, yeah, that's like the goal, right?
Yeah, and as far as views, I think it has the most
Yeah.
with our podcast so far on YouTube.
On YouTube, right?
Of course, Billie Eilish still has
Yeah.
the most.
I'll
and
put that
even
out.
Drake,
I'll put that out while we're. Oh, Drake does too, huh?
Drake,
Fuck, yeah.
even the diss.
Oh my God, the
that
disc got one.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
those have a lot of views
Yeah.
on SoundCloud, but like our latest one with the playlist
Yeah,
has like the most views out
Yeah.
of all of them, right?
Right.
It's the longest one.
it
too,
is.
so.
Yeah, I think the more we make it interactive, the more people will enjoy it.
I
you know?
think so. Yeah.
It's that 360 experience. You know? All right, man, let's get it
Yeah,
cracking.
let's do
So, man, just like you, I've been fucking like just reordering my list. Even when I was at 7-Eleven just now, I switched one over. But to start it out, number 20 is a rapper that I'm fucking like really excited about. We talked about him quite a bit this year. He was on the XXL freshman cover, and it's Kirk by DaBaby.
Okay,
Um,
okay.
This was the second album he put out this year, and like usually when people put out 2 albums in 1 year, it's like, oh man, one of them's gonna suck. You know what I mean? And I would argue that there was a while where I liked this one better than Baby on Baby. You know what I mean? The only knock on it is, I think every song is fucking dope. Well, not every song. I think most songs are fucking dope. I just wished to make this higher, if he would have leaned into this first song where he's actually talking about like his dad passing away and like how he was how his dad passed away when he was fucking at the most fame he's ever gotten, the most money he's ever gotten. You know what I mean? And his dad was his hero. You know what I mean? So that like if that first song was so fucking perfect, and like everyone kept the knock on DaBaby is, oh, he don't talk about nothing. You know what I mean? Even though if you listen to his bars, he actually is talking about something, but he's like a turn-up rapper. You know what I mean? And he only has one flow. Those are like the 2 knocks on him. And in the very
Yeah.
first song on Kirk, he shits on that. Uses a completely different flow and talks about like a crazy time in his life. And it was so fucking powerful because when he just dropped that song by itself, and we're like, holy fuck, DaBaby is for real. You know what I mean? And in many ways, like, he is for real. I'm like huge on DaBaby.
Yeah.
It's just the rest of the album doesn't lean into that as much. He has some songs that are very different. Like he has a song on there called Gospel, where like of course Chance is on the song, but also like fucking YK Osiris.
YK Osiris,
Yeah,
okay.
he was also on there, and his fucking his feature's so good. He sings the chorus.
Yeah. Okay.
And then fucking Gucci Mane's verse is so good. Like Gucci Mane's verse is the most memorable part of that song, which is crazy. He starts out with, "I'm the only one left, homie. It ain't right how they all went left, homie." Like, holy shit, that's amazing. But you know, and it was just like it's a really good album. Again, it's just, but after maybe like 5 or 6 songs, it sounds like DaBaby. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? So I wish
okay.
he would have leaned into the other sound more. But it's still a fucking really good album. And DaBaby is just one of the more exciting mainstream rappers right now.
Yeah, I still haven't checked that out. I just recently checked out Baby on Baby.
Woo, that shit slaps.
I think it's
bro.
good. I think it's good.
Yeah.
I just haven't had enough time with it.
Word, I
Yeah.
feel you. So that's 20.
20. Okay, for my 20, it's Why Hasn't Everything Already Disappeared by Deer Hunter.
Oh, nice.
So do you know Deer Hunter? at
Yeah,
all?
yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's like their best work yet. I think it's pretty solid.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me a lot of the Clientele for some reason.
Really?
Yeah, except
Okay.
much more like Clientele has some more like
Lush.
and vintage
Yeah.
sound. This one just has like it sounds modern.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess the whole thing about the album is like the lead singer guy.
Right.
I guess he doesn't like nostalgia, and he's like fed up with nostalgia around
Really?
him. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of the songs here sound a little bit like older songs.
That's true.
So I just thought
Deer
that was
Hunter in general too, right?
Deer
Like,
Hunter in
yeah.
general. So
Yeah.
like it's kind of weird to me how he's saying like, why is this still all here?
But
Why
he
are we
draws
still...
from it.
Yeah, it still draws from that. But I still think that it's a good album. You know?
Right. That's awesome, man. What did that come out earlier in the year?
It came out January.
Gotcha. Because I remember I'm pretty sure I saw Fantano talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I know a lot of people that's really into Deer Haven, like in my like or Deer Haven, Deaf Haven, Deer Hunter, in my like inner circle.
Yeah.
And like I always mean to like get deeper into it. Like this one girl that I'm like kicking it with right now, Allie, like she listens to a lot of Deer Hunter. So I've like heard it. I just haven't like consumed it. You know what I mean?
I've seen them live.
Are they good live?
They're really good live.
Really?
And it's it was crazy because like it was with this other band opened for them called Battles, and they're just like really weird, kind of like rat-a-tatty kind of
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
instrumentation.
Uh-huh.
And then halfway throughout Deer Hunter's performance, the guy from Battles just came out, started playing guitar.
That's sick.
And then the dude from the lead singer like put his arms around him to like show him how to play it.
What the
Yeah, I
fuck?
was like, oh, this is getting kind of
Intimate.
intimate here, yeah. But apparently, you know why it's called Deer Hunter?
Why?
Because the lead singer has this condition with his legs, where it kind of looks like deer hooves, I guess.
Oh, what?
Yeah, it's like kind of bent weird.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
He's like stands like a centaur or like a fucking like a fawn. What's those like fawn?
Yeah,
creatures?
they're like fawns.
Oh,
I
that's
guess.
crazy. That's interesting. Now I'm gonna have to talk to. You're giving me some good lunch material to talk to Ali about. That's dope, man. I'll have to listen to that.
Yeah, you should check it out. Yeah.
Sick.
But yeah, that was number 20.
All right, man. So number 19 for me. There was at one point I had an album from each single person in this group on my
man.
list, but then the replay value just kind of dropped. But this one I've been listening to like left and right the past like month, and it's just really strong. It's What Would Sheen Gun Do by Griselda. Do you know
Okay,
Griselda?
yeah. So like, I haven't watched any reviews on it.
Yeah.
I've just seen that people are reviewing it. So
Yeah.
I guess it seems like it's a big deal.
Yeah, because
Even I've never really heard of them.
dude, so Griselda's super dope. Griselda's it's technically a record label from Buffalo, so it's like not quite New York. It's like upstate New York,
Yeah.
not New York City. But they sound like fucking grimy '90s gangster rap from
Oh,
New York.
shit.
So you know, like when you think about New York rap, a lot of times you think about boom bap and shit like
Yeah.
that. But then when you talk about gangster rap, you automatically think West Coast
West Coast,
gangster
LA,
rap.
yeah.
But if you think about like '90s gangster rap, it was like fucking like EPMD. It was fucking Prodigy and and fucking Wu-Tang Clan and shit like that. Just grimy,
Yeah.
nasty shit, like the shit that LP and all them love. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And Griselda does that, and
Okay.
they're like right now probably the king of that New York grimy '90s style. And there's three of them in there. There's the main guy is West Side Gun, who is my personal favorite of all of them because he's just like the most like like his vocal delivery is insane. It's like very high pitched, very much like Ghostface Killa esque, but then a lot of other like ODB qualities about it. And he's like a huge wrestling fan, so all of his bars like I totally understand.
I see,
You know what I mean? And then there's fucking Benny the Butcher, who's like the straight guy. He's like the straight, like out of, if you're gonna try to get into any three of them, go Benny the Butcher first because he's something that you can grasp onto. His bars are insane, like really, really strong, but his delivery is like straight, so it's easier for you to get it. And his album this year, The Plugs I Met, almost made my list. So good. The Pusha T feature on that album, fucking amazing. And then there's Conway the Machine, where it's like he's like Method Man because he has like a lisp, right? But it's because he has Bell's palsy in his face because he got shot in his face.
Oh,
So
shit.
half of his face is fucking paralyzed, and he's rapping through it. You know what I mean? But he's like his bars are
dude.
like Raekwon from Wu-Tang and shit like that, and like Jada Kiss from fucking The Lox. You know what I mean? And so his last project was really strong too. But you put those three together, and West Side Gun had an album this year, Hitler Wears Hermes 7, which was also fucking good. There's a song on there called Lucha Bros, which is a fucking wrestling reference, and it has a Currency feature on it that's just so insane. But anyway, all of their projects were on my list at one point, but then they put this Griselda album out, and it's the thing that we were all worried about was like, fuck, they signed to Shady Records. It's like, damn it. Eminem might fuck this up, you know what I mean? But they didn't. He didn't. He let them make the album they wanted to make, and it's fucking like amazing fucking album. If you listen to the beats, you think there must be hella samples. 0 samples apparently. My God, fucking really strong. My favorite song is the first real song called Chef Dreads. Holy shit, man, it's so good. And if you're looking for grimy hip hop, like very little semblance of hooks, and you just need bars and you need some gangster shit. Like if you're getting tired of all this hipster rap, tired of listening to Medium Franc and all these other fucking white boy rappers and shit, tired of people singing at you and shit, and you need that fucking like real hip hop shit. Please listen to this album and remind yourself what hip hop came from. You know what I mean?
Right.
So good.
I should check that out.
Yeah, man.
I do like pretty I guess hard, type of songs.
I think you'd love it.
And I guess like the crazy thing, because you're talking about LP and Killer Mike, they're into like metal and like rock and stuff like that.
Right.
Where I feel like hip hop back then, especially gangster rap, used to cross that
all the
boundary
time.
all the time. Yeah.
Because like hip hop and rock are like the count. It started out as like counterculture music, and then it became something. You know what I mean? But yeah, man, I think you'll like it.
All right. So for my number 19, it's Charlie by Charlie XCX.
Oh damn!
So have you listened to that album?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. So at first, when I listened to it, I was like, I know people were like praising it, and I didn't see it at first. The first couple listens to me, it sounded like something I would hear at the mall.
Yeah.
And I guess it grew on me, and I think maybe the songs in the malls used to just bother me because I was at the mall.
Yeah.
And I was just like, I don't really like this place.
Yeah.
But no, like this song, the album didn't really click with me until like really towards the end, when after all the kind of like bright, kind of really poppy songs were out of the way, and then it kind of slowed down a little bit. I feel like there's just more textures in it, even though it's like poppy,
Word.
So I could kind of like compare it to like a very electronic pop, kind of like I said, kind of like Grimes, I guess.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, a little bit of like Billie Eilish is in the instrumentation,
For sure. They toured together 2 years ago.
They did?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. But I also like the rap features here. Like, I don't really know most of these people at all, actually. But they just, like, I think that's why I like the last half of the album more, because of these features. They kind of they elevated, I think, what Charlie was trying to go for.
Yeah.
I think the first few songs were good, but I also felt like it wasn't taking me anywhere.
Yeah.
But then, like I said, when I hit towards the last part, that's when like it started to feel more refined for me.
Word.
Yeah.
I listened to this album a lot too, and I agree that like it got better towards the back end.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I like Charlie though. I definitely have her in like the same kind of subsection of like my favorite like pop acts. You know what I mean? Like you said, Billy. Litany, which we'll talk about soon. Even a little bit of like Carly Rae has some songwriting credits on this album.
Oh, okay.
And Charlie helps Carly write all the time too. Tegan and Sarah I put in there. Like all my favorite kind of like female pop acts. Like she's in that, and she inspires a lot of that, and she tours with a lot of that. So I gave this album a lot of listen. And I do think that like the first part of the album, and you know me, I love that pop stuff. I think like you said, the first half of the album was like I felt like I heard that song.
Yeah, exactly.
And I heard it better from other people. But the back half is really where I start to fall in love with the
Yeah.
album. And this album, like, I have it ranked higher than lower in my list. But I like this album.
I guess it's like, it's almost like two different albums put together.
Yeah, for sure.
But like it still gels together for some reason,
Yeah.
Like you don't feel like I feel like I needed them to be in that album, it's not to be its own separate thing.
Yeah. I wonder, like, like I didn't get too into like the narrative of it, but I always thought of it of just like, like as a person, you always want to lead with like the fun parts of your personality, and then
That's true.
Charlie XCX is one of the more interesting like acts out right now. I like her a lot. You know what I mean? And she's really good live too, by the way.
I saw her live.
Right when I saw Halsey 2 years ago. Charlie XCX opened and she killed that shit. And then Party Next Door went on, and then Halsey went on, and like Charlie really like won me over that time. Because I always knew like she wrote on fucking Emotion. Carly wrote on her last album and then this most recent album, so I knew that they were like homies and shit. So
sweet. All right.
Dope, man. I guess that's me then, huh?
Yeah, it's you.
What number are we on? 18?
18.
Shit. Okay. So my number 18, Chemo was the one that was like urging me to listen to this album. Urging me. And I was like, okay, I'll listen. And I should have listened to it as soon as he told me.
Yeah.
It's so fucking good, man. And if I would have listened to it as early as when he was like all about it, it would probably be higher on my list. And who the fuck am I to like ever doubt a TDE artist? You know what I mean? Number 18 for me is Chasing Summer by Sir. My God, this album is good. And like, dude, when you think about we were talking about this the other night, I think, but like, if you think about TDE, the type of R&B acts they'll have, it makes sense. You know what I mean? Like, SZA makes sense on TDE. It's not like, here's a bunch of rappers, oh, we also have an R&B singer. It's like, no, like, they all make music together, and it's like seamless. Like, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Sir fits right in. Like, the male R&B singer, he's like the male version of SZA, where like, he's not like singing about like, baby, I love you so much. I mean, he is, but it's coming from a real street dude perspective. And it's like, this is an R&B album that you don't just play when women are around. You know what I mean? Like, you should feel good about always listening to this album. And it's just like so interesting to know, like, he recorded everything in his room. He produces like 80% of his own shit. Yeah. And it's so fucking good, dude. Like, his melodies are amazing. My favorite song is the first song, which is like an obvious one. Kendrick feature called Hair Down. The video is fucking sick too. It's just a really strong album. He has a Smino feature, and you know how much I love Smino. He has a Lil Wayne feature that's really strong. And fuck, what was that other girl that I really like too, who's kind of racist, but I like. Sabrina Claudio. She's also on this album.
Okay.
And dude, like, it's an older song, apparently, the Sabrina Claudio song. Like, they did it like 3 years ago, before the racism and shit. But he was like, it's a hard song, I'm putting it out. So, but it's a really strong album, man. And like, front to back, it's strong. And again, like, if I would have listened to it 3 months before I started really listening to it, probably be higher. Because like, that's probably one of the 3 albums I listen to the most right now.
Okay.
Man. So good. And again,
I
like,
definitely gotta check that out.
You should. You know, like, R&B albums, I can understand some people are like a little worried about listening to, because it's like, it's a lot of times it's like fluff. This one's not. It's like, it feels like a really cool movie. You know what I mean?
I guess if you think about it though, R&B has really changed like the direction.
Oh yeah, for
of
sure.
what it's about, because it's still like, because before R&B, I think it's all about like that kind of like, in a way, feminine, soft kind of like, you know, like you're trying to like make someone fall in love with you,
right? By lying to them.
Yeah, I like that. But now it seems like R&B is more like actually being intimate with your feelings and your experiences, you know?
Yeah, it just be like very, very genuine to
whatever
it is. We can thank The Weeknd for that. Because you gotta listen to the Beauty Behind the Darkness.
Yeah, I still haven't, but I should.
I keep calling it The Darkness. I think it's Beauty Behind the Madness. Whatever. I can't. I forget whatever that name is. But that album changed the trajectory for R&B, man. Like, he is like, even though he's talking shit the whole time, you could tell like it's so genuine to him, and his actual, like, him as a person, you probably, like, I don't even like relate to him, you know what I mean? But it's just so genuine that's what he's singing about. It doesn't feel like a lot of R&B singers, I feel like they're lying to me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And The Weeknd is not, you know, and Sir is also like in that category too.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So yeah.
And I think like R&B too, before it's all about singing.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, I haven't listened to this, you know. I haven't listened much to Starboy, fucking The Weeknd.
Yeah. Pretty much. God, that album sucks.
I guess it like you were saying, it's like the streets is being represented in a way with like how they deliver things. Yeah. Because I've noticed that like sometimes R&B is almost like rap.
Yeah, man.
You know?
It really is. And to double down on what you said initially, like, I don't even think singing is as like crucial to it anymore. You know what I mean? Like, before it was because like you could sing so good that will excuse some of the cheesiest songwriting. Yeah. And I'm an R&B head. Like, I love R&B more than I love hip hop. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm very much so like guilty of loving that shit. You know? But like now, like, I will say like Sir isn't like a top 50 singer. You know what I mean? Like his singing is good. It's really the songwriting and the atmosphere that's set. You know what I mean? I think you'll like this album.
Okay,
check
sweet.
it out.
I'll check it out.
Yeah, man.
All right. So number 18 for me is He Real by IDK.
Ooh.
Yeah.
TD in the building.
Is he?
Oh, wait, no, that's Reason.
Yeah.
IDK is Dreamville, right?
I don't think he's Dreamville. I think it's like I gotta check it out.
Oh, shit. Okay, cool. My bad.
It's all good. But I'd say this is a really good album. Is He Real ID? Or I should just put IDK label. But this just says Adult Swim. Warner Records.
Oh, he's probably just doing his own thing.
Yeah, because I remember him mostly from like Adult Swim. That's where he was like featured on.
Gotcha. Oh, so he's probably on William Street
William Street
Records, because that's like how what Killer Mike did with
Okay, that makes sense.
rap music.
Yeah, that makes sense because I feel like that's where he kind of blew up when he first came out with his debut album. But I gotta say, IDK is a pretty solid rapper, songwriter. Like as far as like his first album, his debut album, is solid than most people's debut, or even like at their peak. This album I think is really good. Like I really enjoyed the production here because there's times when like it's about him trying to tackle the concept of God. That's why it's called Is He Real, right?
Oh, okay.
So
cool.
I think that sonically he was able to kind of like capture that because there's parts where he's like like the first few songs really blended in together as far as the transitions. There's this part of the song where he goes like, I'm drowning, and it's like when he says drowning, it's like the next track already.
Oh, sick.
And it's just this interlude of someone being baptized, and like whenever you hear him be like pushed underneath the surface, everything is like
Drakey.
Huh?
Everything's like Drakey.
Yeah. And then you hear him when he comes out, And it reminded me of like, especially with headphones, it's like just good sound design.
Yeah.
It reminded me of like Bioshock Infinite.
Oh, sick.
The time when you were being baptized.
Word.
Almost exactly like that.
That's
and you could
awesome.
see it visually, even though it's just audio, you know?
Right.
So
That's super
like,
sick.
as far as that those parts like that won me over. The song Porno, it's really good, and I feel like I relate to it, and like at the same time they take it as like one of the verses, the Bible says beating my meat is like it's considered evil, but the amount of times I've beat my meat or something like that, beat my milk, make me consider cereal or something like that. So it's like he has like sick bars like that, right?
Yeah.
The only thing why it's not higher and like each song is good. He doesn't have a bad song in here.
Yeah.
I just think that he had this perfect setup for the concept of whether God is real or not. And I feel like he tried to talk about that, but I don't think he succeeded at that part.
Got it.
And I remember I was playing you one of the songs where he's talking about, I was like, it's your blue, my blue kind of thing.
Yeah,
where just like, it's not like it's corny to me, but like if that's like the deepest you could go within it, then I feel like it's ended up feeling shallow.
Gotcha.
So,
yeah. That's a
but
pretty
still good.
ambitious like theme though. You know what I mean? Or concept, which is still probably sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So and the thing is, like, okay, this is probably an album where my opinion was kind of influenced by Dead End Hip Hop in a way.
Yeah.
But I still, in some ways, because like I feel like FIFO, he says is the best album he's ever.
Oh yeah, of course.
He loves it, and he feels like he was able to see the message and made him question whether God is real or not.
Yeah.
While someone who's already like an atheist, like Mike, does not.
Yeah, it's like atheism for dummies. It's like, it's like very basic.
Yeah, so I still think like it may have hit for people who usually listen to music that's more like, like bumps in the whip kind of, as FIFO says.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess I just didn't really connect as far as the concept. It's just a solid album to listen to.
Word. Those albums are like also sometimes like it's good for like like that is like probably like really critical thinking for like folks that are their ears are really tuned to like very like commercial basic. Not basic. Basic sounds almost negative, but you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
But like when you like put that up against like other concept albums like Father John Misty's like comedy and shit like that, like it's just like have you like really fully thought of the concept before putting it on or like executed it well? But
Yeah.
I'm still interested in listening to it because it's a very like you said, like with like the transitions and sound design and stuff like that, it would be cool to kind of just like listen to the experience and shit.
I feel like he's just like a rapper right now who has like that modern sound and he's very versatile. So he's like, I feel like the albums he'll be coming out with will always sound good.
Yeah.
It'd always sound current. And sometimes I feel like it is kind of like almost like a Kanye.
Ah, gotcha.
You know?
Yeah.
Even though Kanye, I think, has, even for someone who's not really like the strongest rapper, has had songs deeper than what IDK's been able to make.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well, that's interesting. I'll have to listen to it and I'll give you back. I'll give you my thoughts.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have 10 hours in China. So, Okay, 17, huh? 17. I wanted this album to be so much higher, but I didn't replay every single song as much as I should have. There's a couple songs that I listen to on regular basis because it's from one of my favorite bands of all time. They were on my decade list, but it's "Hey, I'm Just Like You" by Tegan and Sara.
Okay.
What is super interesting about this album is that it is actually just an album that accompanies their memoir. So they wrote a memoir about their high school lives, being twins, who apparently they weren't even close in high school. Because they're like, wait, we're twins. People think we have to be best friends. We're not going to be. And then also like both finding out that they were lesbians independently, which is insane. Right? Well, not insane, but it's just like a really cool, like, again, like twins are always going to have like this unspoken bond.
Yeah,
you know
twins,
what I mean?
man, they have
It's
a
crazy
relationship.
I know, man. It's kind of like I wish I kind of had that. You know what I mean? It's but I also could see like from their perspective why initially they thought it was like they were being like hamstrung. You know what I mean? Because they're like, oh, we're like, it's just like we have to be together. You know what I mean? So the memoir is actually pretty interesting, and I'm like listening to it. I'm like audio booking it and listening to it from like little by little. But like the concept for this album to accompany it is even cooler because they're like, yo, like we were writing our own songs and demoing them in high school, and we never put them out. So to go with this high school memoir, they fucking dug up their old demos and were like, let's flesh these out.
That's sick.
So it's a really cool ass concept, you know?
Yeah.
Like there's some songs where they literally all they did was take 4 lines from it and then wrote a completely new song. But like, a lot of it's rooted in stuff that they wrote in high school, right? And you could tell like being fucking lesbian fucking teenagers in Canada in the late 90s, they were emo as fuck. Listen to some of these song titles and these are like peak emo, like American football, like modern, like that kind of like the world is a beautiful place and I'm no longer afraid to die type of emo. Listen to these lyrics. Don't believe the things that they tell you, they lie. Keep them close because they will fuck you too. We don't have fun when we're together anymore. You go away and I don't mind. All I have to give is the world to me. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a whole sentence.
Literally. But some of the songs are fucking really good. And like, like they said that like, hey, they outwardly were like, some of these songs are going to fucking be cringy, but that's what we want because we want you to feel like you're looking through your memoirs in high school because you probably wrote songs. And it was true because I wrote songs in high school that I would be so embarrassed to admit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? We wrote songs together that we're embarrassed to admit. So when I listen to this and I listen to the memoir, I'm almost put in that place. And it was just like such an interesting like experience. And like, they hit on things, they miss on things. So that's why it's like lower. But they do have a song, We Don't Have Fun When We're Together Anymore is a elite pop song. You know what I mean? Like it's so good. And like the concept of it is about one of their friends becoming like an alcoholic and stuff like that, and like you're growing up together and stuff like that, and you guys are homies, but then like you get to high school and they're more interested in being partying and you're not, and it's like kind of like and like realizing that some relationships have like an expiration date.
Yeah.
That song is so good. You know what I mean? And it's just like you could tell like their pop sensibilities are just like there, and they're just masterful songwriters. So they probably took a really embarrassing and cringy concept and turned it into one of my favorite songs this year.
That's awesome.
But yeah, it's such a cool concept. If you have time, fucking go through it. It's sick. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's nice to know that they're still making music till now, and that they still have made your list. So it means they're still like on their game.
Yeah, man, it's true. Cause like like when they're Tegan and Sarah's been cracking since like the mid 2000s. You know what I mean? Like the Con came out in like 2006. Like that was peak Guitar Hero era, and the Con was like one of the Guitar Hero songs. You know what I mean? And then fucking Closer and shit, 2011. So it's like, though that's a lot of different like generations that they've been making relevant music to me. So
sweet.
It's sick, man. Our favorite lesbians, Tegan and Sarah.
So for my number 17, it's the album's called UFOF by Big Thief.
Big Thief.
Yeah.
I think I know who Big Thief is.
Yeah, they're like, I've just discovered them this year because my friends like, you gotta listen to them. He like sent me their full like concert on YouTube. I ended up like, instead of watching that, I just like listened to their album, and this album is pretty solid.
Yeah.
Honestly, the only reason why I think it's lower is because like, I feel like this is like my indie side that like really likes this type of music.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like I have like a bigger spectrum of what I like about music now, So like a lot of times when it's just a band with guitars and they're slow, something else has to be really special about it for it to be higher there,
That's
right?
true. I feel that.
But this like group still made my list because this album is really good.
Yeah.
What I would describe it as is like as if it's taken by trees.
Oh, sick.
But not as minimalistic.
Right.
So you actually have a drum set. It's not like going, but it's
Right.
still like it's playing drums.
That's interesting.
And the other thing is apparently they came out with a second album this year that's apparently even better than this one.
Oh shit.
But I just haven't listened to it yet.
Word.
But most of their songs, I feel like if you like I said, Taken by Trees, slower, much more mellow music, I think you'll like them a lot. They're definitely like driving or background music, I think. Yeah.
You know how much I love Taken by Trees.
Oh yeah.
So I'm gonna listen to this.
You should check it out. Yeah.
It's Big Thief. What's the album called again?
Big Thief is UFOF.
UFOF. Okay, cool. I will listen. Dope, man.
Check it out.
All right, what number is this?
16.
16. So my number 16 is one of the more fun albums this year. It's so much fun by Young Thug, and
Okay.
I think Young Thug suffers from like putting too much music out. You know what I mean? Like, if you've heard one Young Thug song, you've probably heard them all. Which sucks because I think Young Thug creatively had the potential to be probably one of the most influential rappers from this era. You know what I mean? Because like he really is so different. You know what I mean? Like his delivery, like him as a person, like, and so many people that in hip hop like consider him like the prince of like the trap generation. And it's like there's songs that are just like, I can't believe you wrote this. Like it's amazing. But then he puts out 5 albums worth of music every year that like it becomes white noise, you know?
See.
He like I think a lot of rappers from the South fall victim to this because like everyone has to get on, you need to have a ton of music.
Yeah.
But once you're on, like stop.
Yeah.
Slow down.
Slow down.
Migos fucking fucked up with this. You know, like everyone did. Like Future fucks up with that. And these guys, Future, Migos, Young Thug, these guys could have made their own sound and been so influential if they followed the TDE schedule. You know? Why TDE is hands down the best label in hip hop right now is they understand their influence. You know?
I think it's also different though, because like TDE's focus when it comes to albums. Like each artist is like the brand.
Right.
So each album needs to be aligned with that brand, needs to be like, needs to tell a story.
Right.
While like people from the South, like Migos and stuff like that, I think it is about like the music, I guess. Like, you know, like.
Yeah,
like
I mean, it's really about the charts and like being in the strip clubs. You know?
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and it sucks that way because, like, I think Young Thug, if he again like followed the TDE model, would probably be one of the most influential artists of all time.
Yeah.
But he just like follows the I need to be in the strip club, played in the strip club to make my money, because they're more interested in seeing the back ends instead of like longevity, you know,
Yeah.
which sucks. And I wish, and it's like you can't knock them because they're wildly successful, you know, but it's just like critically, artistically, if you followed that model, Young Thug will probably be like on everyone's Mount Rushmore. But instead, because like no one sounds new or cutting edge in mainstream hip hop other than Young Thug. Like Young Thug, there's some people who listens to Young Thug and they're like, I can't listen to this. I hate this. You know what I mean? Because they have to like, they don't grasp what he's doing.
Yeah.
And like, if he were again to like just slow down his releases and make them more meaningful and have a direction in his releases, people are gonna be like, holy fuck, Young Thug is changing everything in hip hop. But he's not, because he's just gonna put out 40 songs and you
Yeah.
have to find the 10 of them that are really good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's what's the problem with this album too. The reason why it's even this high is that the songs that are that good are that fucking good,
Oh,
man.
shit.
Like he has a song on there, Surf. I am so mad that I no longer have the best song called Surf ever written. It's incredible.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like what he's actually talking about in Surf, it sounds like it's just a turn up song, and it's like, and it's a lit song, and he goes surf, surf, and the hook. What he's actually talking about is insane. Like he's a fucking drug dealer. It's great. I mean, like, you know, he's just gonna always fall victim to things like that.
Yeah.
Another thing that sucks too is like the artists that he's like trying to build up sound just like him, Lil Baby and Gunna and shit like that. And I love them, but it's just like they're clones of you.
Yeah.
So like their features don't add much. But out of the, I think how many songs are on here? I think there's like 20 songs on here, and there's a J. Cole, Travis Scott feature on here because everyone recognizes how amazing Thug is. That song's incredible too. Like out of the 20 songs, 8 of them you could probably live without, but the 11 songs, if you were to only have those 11 songs and sequence them in a more thoughtful way, it probably would be album of the year to me.
Damn.
You know, it's just oversaturates himself.
So there's 20 in this album itself, and then
Yeah.
you can take out 8. See, that's just a
Yeah.
matter of like editing. you know, like-
Yeah, and it's just his ethos is to put out a lot of songs.
Yeah.
And it's like the worst part of the 8 songs that are not needed is they sound like the same song.
Mm.
So what happens is you don't listen to the album all the way through. You know, I'll listen to 4 songs and I'll go away. 2 weeks later, I'll listen to the next 4 songs. And then,
Yeah.
then like after 6 months, you're like, there's 11 songs in here that would have made this my favorite album this year. But instead, I was like, the listening experience gets broken up because it's just like, there's too much music to listen to
Yeah.
in the world that I'm not going to sit through 20 songs at all, let alone 8 of them being trash, you know? And it's just like, it's a shame to me. I'm happy at least that I've like, this album came out like mid-year, so I was able to kind of like look from a higher perspective and be like, okay, this album's really good. It's just that these songs I can't like get by. You know what I mean? If this album would have come out this month, it wouldn't have made my top 40. You know what I mean? But since it came out in June, like I was able to like pick and choose, and I'm like, wow, this would have been an amazing album. But it's strong enough to be in my top 20 and this high in my top 20.
That's
so.
sweet.
I love Young Thug, man. I just wish he had a better manager.
All right. So for me, number 16 is Ventura by Anderson .Paak.
Woo, boy!
So again, Anderson .Paak, very talented.
Yep.
I feel like he could really do no wrong
Yeah,
as
man.
far as like albums, song structures, and how like he's a multi instrumentalist,
Yeah, he's so dope.
and I feel like I haven't really checked too many of the writing credits, but I feel like most of it has got to be his direction. you
Hell
know?
yeah, man. Yeah.
And so there's always like a cohesive kind of like sound in the album. But sometimes it's kind of a detriment,
Yeah.
you know, because like
Yeah.
it also makes the album sound all the same. I just think that even though like each song in here is really good, some are more memorable than others.
Yeah,
but
I
then
agree.
he has that one song.
I think we both
That,
agree on what
yeah,
song it
that
is.
you just like. It's just so fucking good.
Yeah.
Like that. It didn't leave my top 20 because
Yeah.
it was also my mid-year. It was a lot higher.
Yeah.
It's just that I think that one song plus like I forgot the name of the other one where it's kind of like it reminded me of kind of like the black exploitation
King
film.
James. Was it King James?
I think so.
Yeah. Where he's talking about like fucking take like we're like as a black people we're gonna take the culture. From
Yeah. So that was sick.
so sick. Yeah.
But still, like, make it better.
We agree.
Oh my god, dude.
Make It Better is one of those few songs that come out in our generation that I show to like my parents and they're like they all agree like this is a song that any generation will listen to. They're
Yeah.
like, this is music. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess when I first heard that song too, it's like, oh man,
Yeah.
this is what my parents listened to,
Right.
and like the music we could both agree on.
Right.
Yeah, it was just like, like that one song we could all put on during a long road trip.
Word.
And we're gonna be all
All
singing
agree,
it.
yeah.
Yeah, like
My God, that melody, I like that Motown melody. Like, how do you men? Like, how do you write that? I can't hear that when I hear a beat. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's
I see what you're
crazy,
saying.
you know what I mean?
It seems like whenever I hear Anderson .Paak, you're right.
Yeah,
He always sounds like a drummer first to me.
that's true.
You know?
that's very, very true. Yeah.
Like that's where a lot of the structure I feel like is coming from, and that's why like the instrumentation over it is never like overwhelming,
Right.
Because it's just like you're just laying it on top of the drum
right.
layer, you know.
And even like his vocal melodies, like is very aware of rhythmic syncopation. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things that I would never think of singing it that way. He would because he understands the beat divisions because of how he plays drums, and like the way he plays drums is very jazz based. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like he just has like he just understands music more than anybody in the world, and that's why
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
that's the thing too with Anderson .Paak. Like sometimes when I listen to it, I'm frustrated because like,
Yeah.
why can't I be like that?
Yeah, we say this all the time. Like the
Yeah.
things that really get to us is like when you go see a live show or when you listen to something.
Mm.
If you immediately think like I can't do that, that's like when you're
Yeah.
like, you know what? Like again, like when you make music too, you're almost disillusioned from music
Mm-hmm.
and shit. You're like, oh, I know how you did that, But when you hear somebody and you're like, I can't do that. That's
Yeah.
like it's like, oh my god, Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the only thing with the album I would say is it's like he's a really good songwriter. I think because he knows what he's doing, that it doesn't go outside of the box.
Yeah.
enough. You
Yeah,
know,
I think so,
Where
too.
like I feel like it's way too structured now, way
Yeah.
too like conservative or conventional.
Yeah.
That it doesn't change anything.
I agree,
you know?
man. I
Yeah.
think like the artists that come out and like own their own sound,
Mm-hmm.
they get kind of pigeonholed. Like Chance, I think, is also like that now,
Yeah.
where it's like Chance is only on gospel sounding songs now. You know what I mean? And if anybody does a song that sounds gospel, let's bring Chance in. If anybody
Yeah.
does a song that sounds like 70s, let's bring Anderson in. And it's like, you're afraid to like, should I like, if you go outside of your sound and it sucks, people are gonna be like, oh, he's changing,
Yeah.
But if he stays in his own sound and it's not as good, everybody's like, he's boring, So it's like, man,
Yeah.
it's a tough place to be.
It is.
It becomes like ultimately, do you want your own sound or do you not? And
Yeah, and it's sometimes I also feel like, I mean, this is kind of telling with Make It Better, with what kind of songs he's trying to write. It is that thing where like it's in the end, I guess like no matter how good and talented he is, it still kind of feels like imitation.
yeah,
Because
of Oxnard.
yeah,
Yeah.
of that where like it is like
Yeah,
you kind of were on the nose with that 70s sound.
yeah,
And it's like that's his sound. Where it's like that's not really one person's sound though.
Yeah, right.
Like
it becomes like, are you a nostalgia act? now?
Yeah,
I have this. I had the same thoughts too. I love Anderson .Paak. I love this album, but I agree with you.
Yeah. But yeah, that's number 16. Or is that?
Yep, 16.
Yeah.
So my number 15, this was actually super higher on my list in the mid-year. It was in my top, I think it actually was in my top 5. And I wanted this to be one of my number one albums because it acts as a follow-up to one of the more important mixtapes I've ever listened to in my life. One of the people on this mixtape was actually number 2 on my fucking decade list for Cushion OJ, and it's Wiz Khalifa and Currency's 2009. This was supposed to be their follow-up to How Fly, which was the mixtape that really started it all for Wiz Khalifa and Currency's like relationship together. That is a classic mixtape. Me and Jay Harmony are friends because of that mixtape.
Yeah.
And me and Jay Harmony, when we finish our Handsome Surfers tape, is supposed to be like a spiritual successor to that.
Okay.
Because Jay Harmony's favorite rapper is Currency. And if you fucking meet Jay Harmony and you know Currency, you could just see it. You know what I mean? Currency's like this cool stoner dude from the hood that would rather play video games than talk about shooting you. You know what I mean? But he's from the hood. You know what I mean? And he rapped, like you could tell his favorite things to listen to or and watch are like black exploitation films and soul music. And all he does is ride lowriders. So that's the shit he listens to, right? Wiz Khalifa now, right? Wiz Khalifa is like this fucking like dude that's hella into fashion and melodies, and Wiz Khalifa's one of those rapper dudes, much like Max B, who understands that he's not a great singer, but he writes great melodies, so he'll throw them in there. And again, he's also like his interests are very much outside of your conventional hip hop rapper. Right?
Yeah.
Again, like in fucking Cushion OJ, Wiz Khalifa sampled Chrono Cross. Or Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, you showed me that.
I mean, it's so sick, you know? And, like, he rapped over Demi Lovato songs and shit like that. So you take these two guys together, and what their common bond is weed, cars, and Max B. And Max B, again, like, he's Silver Surfer. He's the original wavy man. He coined the term wavy. You know what I mean? His whole thing is he can't sing, but he's going to sing to you. And he even most recently put out, because, like, he's in jail right now, and like, he's been in jail for, like, 10 years, but he's going to come out very soon. And he did an interview recently, like, he's saying, like, I don't need auto-tune. My voice is beautiful. And his voice is ass. But he sings to you. And, like, he sings some crazy... And he raps. So, like, you put all those things together, and How Fly was, like, a fucking guidebook on how to be a cool hip-hop dude in the early 2010s. And, like, that was, like, so influential on me and so influential to this day that when they announced that they're doing an album called 2009 to, like, shout out when... How Fly came out in 2009. I wanted this to be my number one album of the year. Yeah. But there was just some stuff where it's just like, you know, it's just 10 years later. Y'all are just getting older, bro. Like, it's just not hitting the same, you know? But there's some songs on here that are so good. Like, my favorite song on here is called No Clout Chasing. And that is the classic Wiz Khalifa Currency mix. You know what I mean? It's like a more like R&B fucking lowrider beat. Wiz Khalifa sings a hook where he's not great at singing, but like what he says is so dope. Then Currency comes in with the cool, slick player bars. And that mix is just like what makes the Wiz Khalifa Currency dynamic so great. Another thing that makes their dynamic so great is they're just genuinely best friends. And they live far away apart from each other, and they both have kids now, so they don't always kick it. But they're always, like, if you're on IG and you see Currency post something, guaranteed Wiz Khalifa's commenting on something on there.
Funny.
And they're making fun of each other, making fun of somebody else on there. Their relationship is just so cool, and that's what makes their albums so cool together.
That's awesome.
And 2009 is strong, you know? They have some songs on here that are, like, really interesting. Like, fucking Garage Talk, it's like the beat sounds like it's like early 80s hip hop. So at first you're like, this is weird. But then you're like, it grows on you and it's fucking sick. They have fucking Ben's Boys with Ty Dolla $ign, which is just a slap, but Ty Dolla $ign is just like part of Taylor Gang and shit. So it all works out. But it's not anywhere as good as How Fly, but it's still really strong. And I wanted this to be in my top 3, but it's not. But there's still some really good songs in there, and I love Wiz Khalifa, I love Currency, and just having them together is just always a good time, man. So
yeah, I should check that out.
Yeah, man. That's number 15.
Number 15. So my number 15 is House of Sugar by Sandy Alex G.
Sandy.
Yeah, so Sandy's an interesting musician because it doesn't feel like he has a lot of like traditional training or anything like that. So a lot of his sounds sometimes feel like they're dissonant, but they go together.
Word.
With this album, it's the same. Where like I think, you know, there's this one intro. What is it called? Where it starts off with like a piano. Sandy.
Sandy.
Sandy. Let's see. Oh yeah, Southern Sky. Where like it starts off with piano, like dun 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 dun. Then it has this epic build up, and then it just all of a sudden, it kind of like drops, and it's just guitar and him singing, right?
Yeah.
They have a still kind of like a garage sound, which like I think part of his charm is that where like they don't sound super polished, they still kind of sound bedroomy or garagey, right?
Gotcha. Yeah.
But I think as far as his latest album, this is like really strong, a good addition.
Yeah.
I still enjoyed Rocket better. I feel like that one.
That's a good album. You showed that to me.
Yeah, I feel like that one had a different feel where like it was kind of being more. It was really experimenting more with just like dissonant sounds and electronic music at some points. You know, it seems like he really like had so much variety there. With this one, I guess it felt like it's more focused, but I still just think that Rocket's stronger.
Yeah.
That's why it didn't reach my top 10. I think Rocket was like way up there for me.
It was. Yeah. Sandy LSG is consistent though. You know, like I don't think I've heard like awful Sandy LSG songs.
No, he is.
So,
And the thing is, he's one of those guys who, because I think with rap, right, if you keep releasing a bunch of songs, you're gonna saturate yourself.
Right.
For him, I think he started off with like he just keeps releasing and releasing just on like Bandcamp and stuff like that.
Right.
So this guy already has like a big collection of songs catalog, but instead with that you see more of like a growth.
Got it.
You know, you see how like bad the quality was before, like, but still he made the most out of his equipment, and now it just sounded more refined. You know? So, but it's always walking that line of from like, being very amateurish, and polished at the same time.
Gotcha.
It's like, so he definitely just I think took whatever seedling of a sound and it just grew into a tree now. So
got it. Oh damn.
Yeah.
Poetry. I gotta listen to it. Yeah, because I remember you showed me Rocket, and I liked it. So I'll have to peek that out.
Yeah.
Hi man, what are we at? 14?
14.
Cool. So my number 14 is Forever by Shura. Not a lot to say about this, but Shura, Shura is like one of those pop acts right now that I would put in the Charlie XCX category and stuff like that. I think she's British, something like that, or Canadian. No, she's on the label Secretly Canadian. You know that label? She's British. But she just makes really cool artsy pop music, and she's also I'm pretty sure she's like pretty vehement about how like she's a lesbian, and like a lot of her music is rooted in that. So it's like there's people that come from that experience innately have a very, very interesting topic to write about, and she definitely draws from that well, and I think it's awesome. She doesn't do it in a way that's a little preachy or like holier than thou.
Is it this Charlie?
Right. Pretty much.
Well.
Oh my god.
Anyways.
But like, yeah. I mean but like there's some really strong songs in here. One of my favorite songs is called Princess Leia, and please listen to that song and then grasp why it's called Princess Leia. It's so good. She also has a song called Brooklyn London, which is amazing. It's about just like like a long distance relationship. But it's like the transition from like a really slow. It's kind of sounds like "See You Again" by Janet Jackson or "Come Back to Me" by Janet Jackson. So like very like slow early 90s atmospheric R&B, but then like eventually at the end of the song turns into just like a bop. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Really interesting. And then after that, the best song on this whole album is her biggest song. It's "Religion." You Could Lay Your Hands on Me. The song itself is fucking incredible in the first place. I wish I could rap on that fucking instrumental. I think who produced that? I don't know who the fuck this is. Whoever produced that, sick as fuck. It's amazing, but also one of the most incredible music videos I've ever seen in my life. I think I showed it to you. It's the one where they're all like nuns and they're all lesbians.
Yeah, I see that.
So aesthetic. it's just a great album. Nothing too much to say. It's a really strong pop album. I think Shura produces a lot of her own stuff too, so I know like she produces some stuff, and then like somebody else helps her out, and I don't know who the fuck that is, but yeah, man, good album. If you need some good art pop, Shura's your girl.
Okay, for my number 14 is Nothing Great About Britain, Slow Tie.
Damn it, I want to listen to this album so bad, man.
So this actually like was lower in my list, I'm pretty sure, during the mid-year.
Yeah.
It rose the more I listened to it. And it, like, at first I listened to it, I felt like it was good. I kept listening to it. I kind of fell off. For some reason, I just stopped thinking about it. But recently, listening to it again, I realized just how good it is.
Right.
The second song, it feels like to me as if he sampled Joy Division almost.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, because it goes like do 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 do. So it sounds like Disorder.
Yeah.
You know, it might be a little different, but it's definitely like the same type of bass line, right?
I wouldn't be surprised, because like the grime scene, they're just so much more in tune with like cool music than hip hop is, you know.
And like it, I just like the style because it's I don't listen to too much grime, right? But I feel like I'm getting more into it because it has that like kind of punk, kind of like attitude about it. Feels like, you know.
That's what I love the most about grime.
Yeah.
Some of their ideals are just so like off base. They just like you have to like, you know, like they were like grime is not a subgenre of hip hop, and it's like it is, bro. But like I see what you're, but I love the ethos behind it, you know, and like yeah.
I guess it is. I do consider it hip hop, but at the same time, it feels different. Because like I said, it's almost like punk. It just sounds like someone, at least for Slow Tie, not really rapping, but just like talking.
Yeah.
You know,
right
on beat.
Slow Tie's also from like the northern parts of the UK, so like he like sounds like somebody from Birmingham, so like sounds like the streets. You know what I mean? Like,
exactly. It sounds like the streets to me. Yeah, and like I guess to me, this sound, it's really simple as far as beats. It gives me that post-punk kind of feel.
Damn, I gotta listen to this.
Mostly, though, I feel like where the post-punk is coming from, I think naturally just because from where he lives, you know, from the UK.
Oh, yeah.
And I feel like there's certain, like, what I feel about post-punk is they kind of reject wherever they're living, but it also kind of makes them.
Yeah, weird.
And I guess, like, I don't know, certain parts of the UK must just suck.
No,
you know,
I mean, yeah, because like the post-industrialism UK.
Yeah,
there's some places where it's like this place was popping in the 1800s, but it's 2016 now, and everyone there is poor.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And I guess it's just like this album to me in a way. Why it sounds post-punk is it has that disillusionment kind of aspect, you know?
Yeah, word.
Where like Slow Tie, when you're listening to him, he just sounds like kind of like a delinquent, I guess, or considered delinquent by like his school or whatever. Yeah.
Word. They're the songs that I heard from this, you know, the song with Skept on it. What's that song called? That song's fucking. I totally could get that.
Inglorious.
Inglorious, right? And then Slow Tie's interlude in Ginger. Like I could hear in his voice like everything you're saying, and that's why I keep saying like keep meaning to listen to the album. Yeah. And like again, like I love grime music, and everyone in grime right now is like Slow Tie, Slow Tie, Slow Tie, Slow Tie, and I'm like fucking not. It's like I'm an idiot. Sinead Harnett posts about Slow Tie all the time.
Damn,
you know,
that's crazy.
Yeah, like Slow Tie is the guy out of the UK right now, and I have to listen to it. I consider myself a grime head, and I haven't listened to the best grime album this year. I'm a fraud. I'm a fucking fraud. But you know, like you said, like with grime, a lot of it is rooted. Like think about like the UK, right? Like we in America, we had fucking blues and R&B and rock and roll, and that's why our hip hop sounds the way it does. You know what I mean? Like in the 80s, our hip hop sounded like rock music. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
And if you think about like where grime is as a genre, it's so fucking new. Like grime was really like early 2000s when it started. Before that, it's like jungle music with like fucking raga and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So like grime as an art form in the UK is so new that all of their influences are post-punk bands, or even like bands in the 90s like Oasis and shit, but then also like fucking dance music and club music and Jamaica, like the Jamaican influence in the UK is so huge. So you put all of these things together and that's what you get grime, and it's like it's hip hop, but its DNA is so different than ours.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
It's like almost more aesthetically pleasing for me because I'm a huge post-punk fan.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm a huge punk fan in general. Like, we grew up on that type of music, and a lot of the bands that we like are from the UK, so it's like the same DNA, you know?
Yeah. And I guess, like, the thing with grime and why it reminds me of post-punk is, like, kind of like what you're saying. For some reason, the UK is just big on Jamaican and dub music.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
huge.
and that's kind of like where the roots of post-punk is, which is
Oh, yeah.
crazy.
It is. Yeah.
Because, like, it has, like, rhythm-wise, it's very different from punk.
Very dub.
Yeah, very dub.
yeah.
So it's like they took that dub aspect, and when you hear it in grime, it just naturally sounds like a natural evolution from
Right.
something that you consider to be slightly punk
Yeah.
to now, like, hip-hop. You
Right.
know?
And they still have the edge to them. Like, the synths that they choose to use
Yeah.
have, like, an edge to them compared to the synths we use out here. Like, we're very smooth.
Yeah.
Them over there is like, no, motherfucker. Like,
Yeah, and I guess that's the difference too with here and there. Like here, what people want to listen to is smooth and pretty.
yeah.
While in the UK, they're like, no, fucking punch me in the face. You know, like,
That's real, dude. That's fucking real, and it's sick. And I think you like. There's so many things like because I think Slow Tie is definitely more on like the post-punk side of grime.
Yeah.
But then there's also this other side of grime that is so like based on like on garage and fucking jungle. You know what I mean? Like and like those like Jamaican
you seem more like
influences.
dancey.
Yeah. So like there's like a Kano that's on this side,
Yeah.
and then like a fucking Slow Tie that's on this side, and then you have all the people in between. That's like Skepta's in the middle, fucking Dizzy Rascals somewhere in the middle, all that shit. It's a really fascinating genre, and like the past 4 or 5 years I've been getting heavy into it. It's been like a really cool discovery for me, and the fact that I haven't listened to the Slow Tie album makes me a fraud. So I need to listen to this shit. It's been on my list since you. And remember when you brought it up mid-year, I was like, I have to. I have to.
Yeah.
And I still have it. I'm a fraud.
It's okay, man. You got 10 hours.
I still listen to. That's true.
Listen to that.
That's true.
Oh yeah, it's your turn. That's right.
Dope. All right, man. So my number 13. So remember how, I'm gonna take some time to pat myself on the back. I'm early on a lot of pop singers. I showed everybody Billie Eilish's watch video when it had 30,000 views. Now, a Billie Eilish anything with 30,000 views is a joke. You know what I mean? I showed everybody. I'm not gonna do this. But I will say, when have I let y'all down? Hardly ever when it comes to this pop shit. So, the subsection of pop singers that are my favorite is the Charlie XCX, Lorde, Billie, Carly Rae, all of those types
More
of
like the art pop.
art pop girls. You know what I mean? This one's the next up. The next up. This fucking EP is so good, right? When I first and the funny thing is, like, I try to act like I'm like, oh, I found this person. It's always on accident that I find it. Like, when I found Billie, it was on accident. I fell asleep with YouTube and it autoplayed fucking Watch to me. You know what I mean? Like, all of those, like, this also came up by mistake, right? Because I was looking up something very different. It wasn't porn. I know I'm making it sound like porn, right? I'm making it sound like porn. But I was trying to look up the dude from The Big Lebowski.
Oh, okay.
Right? But I was like driving, so I was like speech to text, right? So instead of it saying the dude Big Lebowski, it was my dude Litany.
Oh, okay. You mentioned that earlier.
That song, but at that time it was just that one song by
Yeah.
my dude Litany, right? I was like, this song is fucking sick, right? That song on Spotify had 8,000 plays at that time.
Oh, wow.
Right? I posted it everywhere and shit like that. I'm not saying I influenced
Wait,
anything.
I think you showed me this
I showed you.
song.
Remember, I was
Yeah,
so
you
excited,
did.
and we were talking
Yeah.
about, this is what we got to do for Cora.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
okay.
A month or two later, BBC made it the song of the week for them. And then, like, she started getting, more plays. So then she put out a 4-song EP called Single Player Mode, which is amazing. Because, like, she's a fucking gamer. Like, all of, like, her fucking album covers are very, like, video game based. She has a song called PS2 that's not on this EP. But this Single Player Mode EP, it's, like, 4 songs. My Dude's the first song. And the second song is called Go Out, which sounds like a Charlie XCX song. And I think you'll like it. Dude, like, now she has like, I think My Dude has like 1 million plays now, I think. But like when I first heard it, like 8,000 plays, and that song was out for 4 weeks at that time, so it wasn't moving. You know what I mean? And it was an accident. I was trying to look up who played the dude in Big Lebowski, and the answer to that question is so fucking obvious that I should have known it. It's fucking Jeff Bridges. Anyway, whatever. So thank you for forgetting who Jeff Bridges was, Frankie, because now I'm like I'm like front and center saying Litany is gonna be one of the biggest pop acts in 2020. Mark my fucking words. She's gonna be touring with fucking Charlie XCX. She's gonna be touring with fucking Carly Rae. She's gonna be touring with Billy and all that shit. She's the shit.
I'd be sick, man.
And it's 4 songs, very easy to digest. My Dude is just a classic, or not a classic, but it's just like a pop song that everyone could hear and be like, I get it. And then Go Out is like really like the essence of Charlie XCX's early shit. You know what I mean? And it's gonna happen for her. It's gonna happen for her. I guarantee it. You're gonna like the way you look. I guarantee it.
All right, I should check that out too.
Yeah, man. I think you really like. Plus, when we start writing shit for Cora's EP,
Yeah.
we should definitely.
All right, so for my number 13, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my number 13 is freaking Civilization 1 by Quero Quero Bonito.
Oh man,
So
I love Carol Kilburn.
yeah, they're sick.
They're so sick.
And I feel like I feel like we were kind of born in the wrong era.
Yeah.
Because this is the kind of shit we used to listen to.
Yeah, man.
And, like, I think because Spotify wasn't around, everyone was just listening to, like, what everyone knows.
Right.
That they're like, oh, what is that? You know?
Right.
But now I just feel like, we could have been
We could have been fucking doing this.
indie pop.
I
Yeah,
know,
right.
man. I think about that every day. Not every day. Every day. Every
Yeah.
day.
But I guess it's just like, it's 3 songs.
Right.
Short and sweet. They have that really dreamy pop sound that
So
like
good.
I don't know, just makes you feel good.
Right.
I guess, and like the melodies are pretty light, or like instrumentation.
Right.
Kind of reminds me almost of like if I guess I would say Rose Melberg
Yes. Hell yes.
made songs with My Little Airport. Right?
Because here's the thing. I have Civilization 1 on my list too.
Yeah.
But it's number 32.
Okay.
Right? So I fucking love these 3 songs, and my whole thing was like, if it was like Softies and fucking My Little Airport. I didn't say My Little Airport. I said Action Biker.
Action Biker.
You remember
Yes,
Action Biker?
yes, I see
so it's
that
like
too.
I was just like, that's literally what I was thinking too, and it's just like, fuck, man. Like again, like if we were just
I know,
Anyway.
but at the same time, I think they're also smarter with their like. I mean, it's both because I think more people listen to that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And I think they are trying to like do it as a career.
Yeah.
While most of
That's
the
true.
indie people back then were like, "I do this for fun. How could you like say that?"
like militantly.
Yeah, like
We
I'm
were-
not doing this for money.
We would hurt Jesse's feelings about that.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. You want us to make money? We're soul skaters, remember Brink?
Yeah.
Dude, these 3 songs are so good, man.
They are, and like I appreciate that.
What was the second song called again?
I was trying to look it up.
That one's my favorite one. Oh, God.
Because most of the times, I feel like when I listen to albums now, I just put it on, and oh wait a minute, I'm looking at Time and Place, Civilization 1. Second one is When the Fire.
When the Fire, yeah.
The Fire's Come.
That is my favorite song on there, and like I thought that song was on this fucking movie I watched recently, but it was a very different song. But I kept telling people, "Oh, this song's on the movie," and it's not.
Oh, I
but
see.
God damn it, man! Yeah, this was number 32 for me. I really liked it. I did really like it, and I actually think. So I said again, like I said, Softies and Action Biker, but I do think it's Rose Melberg and My Little Airport way more because My Little Airport does the Japanese flair of it so much more. You know what
I
mean?
guess. I mean, I thought Quero Quero Bonito was actually Japanese.
Yeah, they kind of like. Do you remember Pizzicato 5?
Yeah.
Kind of like that ish too. Like, yeah, man, they're
Yeah.
sick.
But yeah.
It's easy to like for people to not take their music seriously because they're like very like anime girl type things. But when you really listen to the songs, you're like, this is like a really well written song.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah, and like the aesthetic of it does feel like kind of anime sometimes.
Yeah.
You know, or like you feel like you're in a Japanese mall.
Right.
You know, I guess.
Hell yeah.
To me, that just feels cool.
Yeah,
I like
man.
Gotta Go Beneath It.
Yeah, I think if you just like grew up on anime too, you'll just you kind of I love J-pop. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's a good album, man, or a good EP, right? 3
yeah.
songs. All right, number 12. My number 12 is from Slow Tie is the man out of the UK right now, but my favorite group out of the UK, they're not wildly popular at all. You know what I mean? Like their most popular song has maybe 1 million views, and that's because it's used as an intro song for a soccer analysis show on YouTube that actually doesn't even exist anymore. But they're like a smaller group, again, like from the UK. All of them are mainly podcaster type people, but they come together and make music. One of the dudes in there is actually a Filipino dude. And his main business is he owns a clothing line that's really popular with rappers in the UK. Trap Star, if you ever see any grime people wearing Trap Star.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah, it's one of the dudes from this group.
Okay.
They're called V-Bar, which means vibe in Sweden. And the reason why they're called V-Bar is that like those group of homies always goes on vacation together in Sweden.
Okay.
So they're just like, hey, let's just make music too, and we'll call it Vibes, but in Swedish. That's V-Bar. But they have an album called San Junipero, and it's so fucking good. Again, like it's not like they're not the biggest thing out of the UK, and you'll click on a video and it probably has 500,000 views on it, but it's the fucking most like. It's not as grimy as most like grime acts. They're definitely more hip hop than they are grime. But it's just solid ass music from the UK. Like no bad songs. And the cool thing about this concept, it's like an EP about them going to Carnival. Because like they're just going on vacation together.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is like there's like snippets of them talking to each other on the phone, saying like, yo, this is what the plans are. You know what I mean?
That's pretty funny.
Like, oh, don't forget, like, we need a song where it's skits, we need this, and then we need to mix it. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's almost like them planning their trip around this EP and stuff like that. And, like, all of it blends in together well. So, yeah, it's definitely worth the listen. My favorite song is called Vibe. Their lexicon isn't the deepest, but it's so good, dude. And, like, you know, like, if you're looking for, like, especially if you're, like, not familiar with the grime sound and you need to get used to listening to the British accent in rapping, because you do have to get used to the British accent when you're listening to like rapping, this is a good place to start, because it's like, oh, this is still hip hop. I'm starting to understand the accent, and also the slang in the UK is very different, so like you could use them to like kind of get familiar with them, and then jump into like a Skepta, who's still again pretty hip hop but much more grime. Then get into like a Slow Tie and a fucking Kano, where you're like, what the fuck is happening right now? You know what I mean? So yeah, they're really strong. Number 12, because like literally this has never left my rotation this year. Me and Zanny listen to this album all the time. So
Sweet. All right, so my number 12 is Feet of Clay by Earl Sweatshirt. So, have you listened to that?
I've listened to it one time.
One time.
Through.
So, it's not the easiest thing to listen to.
Which is why I listened to it one time.
It is at least short, so I feel like he's being considerate with that. You know, did you like some rap songs?
I did.
Okay.
I really liked some rap songs.
Some rap songs was really good.
So good, yeah.
So I feel like this feels kind of like, you know, like
a DLC for that.
DLC for that.
Yeah,
That's what it feels like. Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
It was at first a little challenging to listen to, because I was expecting some rap songs, which it kind of is. Some rap songs
like
too.
More dense,
and like well, as far as the sound, I feel like it is not as like catchy as the other one.
Accessible,
yeah. It's definitely not accessible.
Yeah.
I think the more I listen to it, the more I appreciate it, because like
I think the bars are better.
The bars are better. I think so. Yeah. I also feel like when there's certain albums or songs that is initially hard to get through, but it's interesting still. You know, like I feel like I see why this is interesting to me.
Right.
And at the same time, I feel like there's just this barrier right now before it really clicks.
Yeah.
You know, and once you pass that, I feel like that's when you actually appreciate it more.
Yeah.
So I guess the more I listened to it, the more it grew on me, and still like even though I listened to it more than before, I can still feel like this thing was made not really for me, not for the listener.
Right.
It's like I think Earl is just making shit for himself right
Word.
now, you know. So I guess I just really appreciate that, seeing someone who's like, I don't know, who's like as regarded as Earl,
yeah,
seem to be fearless with what he's putting out there.
for sure.
You know, it's like
Yep.
no one's doing shit like this.
Yeah, man, definitely not. Earl is like, I feel like the Frank Ocean of rap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's literally just doing this for him, and he's going to do it his way. But he just has, like, this aura about him that people will always, like, come to it.
Yeah. In a way, he kind of reminds me of like Chemo sometimes, as far as like the way he raps.
Very much so. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If Chemo wasn't, like, so focused on making money, you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
yeah.
Chemo's whole thing is, like, my way of figuring my shit out is making money.
Yeah.
Earl's is like, I need to figure out my soul. You know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. I feel like Chemo.
That's true. I could see that.
I mean, people will probably not get this, you know, because
Because he's never puts any music out.
Yeah, but I feel like as far as like rapping style and how he regards his art, it's like emo. But emotional wise, I see more like my friend Trevor,
Ooh, gotcha.
where it is like this is my art is
Right.
my soul kind of thing. Yeah.
Not a lot of rappers do that too, which makes Earl so interesting.
Yeah.
Which is why someone like me will listen to all of his projects he puts out. You know what I mean? And he's always good for like, sometimes there's going to be a song where there's like a crazy feature or like, you know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I think the concept of like, when you're listening to something that is so interesting, but you know that like it's tough to get to because it's not meant for someone like you. That's like me with fucking Year of the Snitch of
Year of the
Death
Snitch,
Grips.
yeah.
It's so, I've never listened to that album and not listened to it all the way through because it's so interesting for me. But again, there's just that wall of like I can't get around something, but it's so compelling that I listened to Year of the Snitch 2 days ago, just like randomly on my run, and like. My run disappeared from my brain. You know what I mean? Like, normally I'm, like, trying to beat my time and all that stuff. It disappeared because I'm trying to, like, fucking really grasp this. And it's so interesting. You know what I mean? So I get what you're saying with, like, with this Earl. And I think with this Earl, I listened to it once, and I think it's because I've listened to so many albums this year that I listened to this once, and I was like, well, that was a lot. And then I just kept going, you know?
Yeah. Another thing I would say, too, I think the more I listen to it, there's certain songs, I forgot what the name is, but it actually kind of reminded me of Mad Villain.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, so like I think the more I listen to it, I'm seeing more of where he's coming from as an artist.
That's the collab between Madlib and fucking and MF Doom,
MF
right?
Doom,
Yeah.
So like I feel like when that especially started to be more prominent, I started to enjoy it more because I do feel like, wow, this one, like the beat sound and even the way he's like flowing on it kind of reminds me of like Mad Villain.
I could see that. There's a
It's
lot
kind of loungy, kind of yeah.
There's a lot between Earl and MF Doom that I think are pretty similar. Like their rap style, the way they set up their punchlines and stuff like that are so similar. I think MF Doom is definitely more like obviously comic booky the way with his punchlines. Interesting. I'll have to listen to it again. Again, like I think I listened to it one time and I was just like, it just sounds, it's like worse than some rap songs. So I just kept moving. You know what I mean? I'll listen to it again.
And the last thing I guess I'll say, that's because like some rap songs and this one, with the way their beat is, it's pretty much just a loop.
Right.
That I think once you do become engaged in it, it's almost like a trance. You know, because like
see that,
it is just like, honestly, I think why I'm appreciating Earl more and more is he's the perfect thing to probably listen to while on acid.
Oh shit!
Because it is just this weird like cyclical kind. You just keep going. It's like Groundhog's Day almost, and then like finally the song's done. But then you get thrown into another loop of you just running in circles.
I have literally 4 tabs of acid in my house that I just keep looking at, and I'm like, I'm gonna do it one day, but I'm just not gonna. But I'll listen to this again because I did like after like 6 or 7 listens, I was like, damn, some rap songs is really good. I like it better than I Don't Like Shit and I Don't Go Outside, which I thought was like my favorite Earl project. But then I was like, no, some rap songs is better. You know what I mean? I'll listen to it. All right, what are we at? 11?
11.
Cool. Oh shit, we almost spent 2 hours talking about this. That's okay. That's okay. Let's take a break at 11 though, so I can.
Okay.
My 11, my last one before we get into the top 10, is my favorite R&B singer right now, and it's my favorite girl from
Okay.
the UK. You already know who it is.
Yep.
We spent our fucking Halloween with her, and I just want to marry her, and I just want to do things for her that aren't even sexual. Like, I just want to take the trash out for her. I would love to, like, do her dishes. Not even, like, in a sexual way. I just want to make her life better. You know what I mean? Because she's just such a fucking amazing projected person that I have for her. Like, I don't know how she is as a real person, but in my mind, she's she's just this like great person. It's fucking Lessons in Love by Sinead Harnett, and it's like this is probably one of the few like pure R&B albums that'll come out today, and she does it so well. And she does it from like a very like her ethos with R&B is so grimish too, where it's like it's an R&B album, but like the lyrical content and like the way she structures her songs is very much like is so much more like, aggressive. Like so many R&B songs when they're singing about something, they'll like finesse their way through the situation, right? Even The Weeknd when it comes to like talking about like street shit or like hood or like being like a terrible person type of thing, they'll make it sound appealing. You know what I mean? SZA, she makes her whole like infidelity and all that stuff. She makes it sound so cool. Sinead Harnett like is really just like, yo, I don't know what the fuck is going on. You know what I mean? And she like attacks it. She's like, yo, like this guy is not good for me, but I'm gonna do it. You know what I mean? And it's just like a very like confrontational R&B album.
Okay.
And like the fact that it's called Lessons in Love is so good because it's just like, yo, like all of these things, these are like very upfront, all the things I've learned from like relationships. And like, I'm very aware that I'm going to be coming into any situation moving forward with baggage. And I'm probably going to make the same mistakes over and over, but it just is what it is. You know what I mean? But then there's also some like moments of bliss on the song. Like the song Leo Bear about like her fucking sister having a baby and stuff like that is so amazing. The interlude, my favorite song on this whole album is an interlude. You know what I mean? Like it's so good. Man, I could go on forever for Sinead Harnett, but essentially she's the ideal wife, and that's it. And do you remember what she was dressed up as in Halloween?
Oh my god, yeah.
She was so hot.
Yeah, I listened to this album too, and I like it. Well, I haven't listened to all of it.
Yeah.
I was like trying to listen to this before I made the list because we're like, I bet you she'll make my list.
Yeah.
But then that felt like cheating, so I'm just like, I'll listen to it on my own time
Right.
without trying to fit into my
Into a list.
Yeah. But I love that song. My body.
Oh yeah, Body.
Yeah, Body. I love that song.
Cause like think about that lyrical content.
Yeah.
She's just like she's saying like that whole song is just like, yo, you're clearly toxic for my life. But like I'm gonna have sex with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just like you like everyone goes through that shit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
and I feel like it's subject matter that's kind of like very personal.
Yeah.
And it still feels like you can't judge her. You still feel like she's the one being vulnerable.
Right.
You know, and like it's still like what's the word for it? I guess written in a way that still feels like an R&B.
Yeah,
and not
for sure.
so much like, you know, like I'm giving you my body.
Here's some fucking pussy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. Yeah, man, it's a great album. I'm glad that this album's this good because I remember the last time she made my list was 2015 with her EP, the Sinead Harnett EP, and that was like number 3 on my list. So, and then her album that came out after that just wasn't as good. So I was like, man, I hope she's not losing. Like I thought she was starting to compromise her artistic integrity for mainstream notoriety, but this time around, she did her first U.S. tour. It was the first time she played the U.S. solo, and we were there for that in a tiny venue.
That's sweet.
The August Hall is actually a sick ass venue, right? And she is rawer than ever before, you know. So yeah,
That's
man.
sweet.
I love you, Sinead. If you're listening to me, please just come here and marry me. You can get a green card with me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry. Okay, sorry.
All right.
Number
My
11.
Number 11 is Braindrops by Tropical Fuckstorm.
Who the fuck? I don't know
They're
this at all.
from, I think, Australia.
Tropical Fuckstorm? Wait,
Yeah.
did you show me a music video for them before? No, you didn't.
I don't think so.
Every time you say somebody from Australia, I think it's that one band you showed me from Australia.
Who?
I don't know. The music video, they were like in canyons or something like that. They might not even be from Australia. I might have made that up in my head.
Is that a female singer?
A female singer.
I thought about Hiatus Coyote.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are they from Australia?
I think they're from New Zealand, maybe.
Ah, close enough.
Or,
Whatever.
I don't know. I need to check.
Whatever those places are.
Yeah. But no, Tropical Fuckstorm, a lot of their songs remind me of the B-52s in a way.
Ooh, okay.
Because they have this song,
The Rock Lobster people?
the Rock Lobster people. Yeah, there's like,
Rock Lobster!
what song was it? It's like, let me check it out. Real
They
quick.
better be like B-52's cartoonish if they're called Tropical Fuckstorm. The name alone will get me to listen to them. Just like, the band Rainbow Kitten Surprise. Mm-hmm. I thought that band was going to be stupid as fuck. But then I allowed Megan to drag me to their set at Outside Lands, and I was like, I love this band. I love Rainbow Kitten Surprise now. So I'm going to listen to Tropical Fuckstorm.
Yeah, check them out. It's hard for me to categorize what they are.
Type of storm it is, like a tropical
Type of storm, yeah,
a hurricane.
Is it like a fucking or make love in
Or
storm?
yeah. Or is it like, is this place just getting fucked up right now by the storm?
But yeah, actually the album's called Braindrops, and there's this one song in it called Braindrops, right? Mm-hmm. Where that's the song that reminds me so much of the B-52s, because like the singer, he's not like a great singer, but like it fits whatever they're making so well.
Yeah.
Their like instrumentation is never really like up front. I feel like it's like kind of like sparse things coming, guitars coming here and there, mostly leads and stuff like that. But I don't know, I just enjoyed the listening experience because I think they're really interesting. Mm-hmm. They seem to just kind of like make what the fuck they want.
That's sick.
And it still sounds good.
Yeah.
Like I think not everyone's gonna like fall in love with it,
right?
But if you are gonna check it out, check the title track Braindrops. I think that's the one where like I don't know, it just sounds like the backing vocals from like the female vocals remind me so much of the B-52s. Like the back and forth.
That's sick. Yeah. I think 11 is such an important part, at least for my list. You know what I mean? Because like I have my top 10, and then I think my number 11 is like my number 1 from like everything else.
Yeah.
So like I almost think that if you're not 1, you would probably want to be 11 on my list. So like the fact that this is number 11 and like the name itself is already crazy and compelling, and then a band today that sounds like the B-52s, like I'm gonna listen to it.
And like the lyrics are very relatable. Like,
oh really?
Because the main guy, I feel like he was just talking about, I forgot what song it is, but like I think it is Raindrops or something else. Where like how he can't really like have these regular intimate relationships.
Oh, sick.
Yeah.
Oh, right up my alley.
I think the first song he has this line where saying like, "Do you think about me, or is that impossible too?"
Holy
like,
shit.
Yeah, so it's very deep.
Okay, I'm writing this down.
And I feel like it's mostly about dealing with wanting intimacy in your life, but you can't accept it.
It's called Braindrops.
Braindrops, yeah,
well,
like one word.
That line alone is making me want. You want to know how much that line resonates with me right now?
What?
The other night when I was out with Julianne, we were like drinking and stuff like that. She broke her foot that night, by the way.
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
she broke her foot that night, and she continued to rage. Yeah, she's like, that was a Herculean effort on her part. So shouts out to you, Julianne. While I was out with her, and then, like we went back to her house, and we were like in her bed at 2:00 in the morning. I made a one item to-do list. Break up with Allie, other girl I'm dating right now. Like that's how much that lyric resonates with me, and the fact that he has a hard time with intimate relationships. I wrote this fucking one item to-do list while I was out with somebody else in her.
Oh man,
I'm having trouble. Okay, I'm going to listen to this album.
Check it out. And like I'm saying though, as far as like the vocal performance, I think it's very raw. And he's not exactly trying to sing.
Right.
I feel like it's just very like.
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. This might be one, especially because again, like Rainbow Kitten Surprise, one of my favorite bands now. Tropical Fuckstorm.
Sounds
like it's the way.
Check it out.
All right, that's
Right.
the top. That's from 20 to 11. We're gonna take a quick break here before we get to our top 10s. Here's a word from our sponsor. Do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear that.
That's the sound of me sucking your balls when you don't shave your balls using Manscaped.
Oh man. Do you want to avoid that sound?
You wanna do you want your significant other to gladly lick your genitalia?
Without coughing up a hairball.
Enter the code on repeat to get 12% off of your 8th purchase. I'm just kidding. They're not sponsored.
Yeah, they're not sponsoring us yet.
Dude, imagine how good our fucking like commercials would be.
I know,
like,
right?
Yeah, man, that would be so dope.
It would be like sold out
I know.
all over the world.
I
literally.
know, man. Shout out to Starbucks. You should host. That's fucking nasty. Anyway, so we're back. We're about to give you our top 10.
Yes.
You just heard our 20 through 11, and we talked about it for so long. But you know what? We're not going to have a fucking episode for a couple weeks because we're going to be taking some time off for ourselves. So you're welcome for these 4 hours probably. Mm-hmm. So let's get in the top 10. It's my turn, right? Mm-hmm. Number 10. I'm going to start this list off the way I started the first 20 off.
Okay.
And it's Baby on Baby by DaBaby. You know, you need albums. That doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? You need albums that you just listen to because it's just easy to have on and fun to have on, and you're not tired of it. And you need songs that are just like, dog, this slaps. You know what I mean? The same way Invasion of Privacy for Cardi B was for me, I think Baby on Baby by DaBaby is for me. Hands down, the most played album for me this year is this one. Because, like, when I'm just, like, driving, or, like, if I have people in my car and we're driving, or I'm walking and I'm bored, like, I just throw on a song from Baby on Baby. You know what I mean? It's on all of my playlists. It's on every workout playlist. It's on every fold my laundry playlist. You know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things that's just, like, it was there for the entire year for me. It didn't mean anything to me. It didn't change my life. I didn't take anything from it that's going to make me a better musician. But it's been the soundtrack, for better or worse, of my 2019. And that means something. You know what I mean? I hardly ever listen to the album in sequence.
Yeah.
Because, frankly, you don't have to. But I've listened to at least one of the songs from the album almost every day this year. So, yeah, that's a number 10 album.
Sweet.
And DaBaby, again, like, if there's there's much less skilled rappers to support in the mainstream today. DaBaby is not unskilled. He's very skilled.
Yeah.
He's not uninteresting. He's actually probably one of the more interesting mainstream rappers right now, and he doesn't take himself too seriously. Like, all this is just he's somebody that I enjoy supporting, and that's it. There's some songs on here that are just so good. You know what I mean?
I did listen to this album only once the other day just to check it out. I do think, like, DaBaby, I feel like is the most popular now out of his whole entire career.
I think so. Yeah.
And there's good reason for that. I think he raps really well. He's got good bars.
Yep.
You know, and, like, I first really learned about him through the freshman class 2019, but yeah, so I think that he is really skilled. I like this album, but kind of like what you're saying, where, like, it didn't have, like, a big concept.
Yeah.
It didn't have, like, you know, it's just like a bunch of slaps.
Yeah.
Right?
Literally, yeah.
And they're all good, but listening to it in sequence is when it felt like I'm not getting much out of it.
Yeah,
I feel
exactly.
like now, you saying that, like, you listen to it not in sequence, I think I'll probably enjoy it like that more.
Right, exactly.
On my, when I'm running, when if I have a mixtape or a playlist.
Yeah.
Because I do think with DaBaby, there's, like you say, he runs the risk of sounding the same.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
And I think he didn't really focus on, like, the hooks in this album because it's just, like, bars, I feel like.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
So.
that's true. DaBaby, again, like, if you listen to the album in sequence, you'll be very tired of it. But then if you have it in a playlist where you're like, you know, here's a song, and then Babysitter comes on, you're like, oh!
Yeah.
That's where he's strong.
Because there are artists like that for me where, like, I keep going back to certain songs of theirs because it just slaps.
It slaps, yeah.
You know, like, because I don't know if you feel this way. There's times when I'm listening to music, I want to be, like, pumped up.
Yeah.
Even if I'm not doing anything. I just want, like,
pick up my spirits a little bit.
pick up my spirits and, like, you know, and not think so much.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
1000%. And, like, if you like Kirk, his second album, that album you could listen to it in sequence. It's flawed, you know what I mean? But like there's probably the first 8 songs you could listen to in sequence and be like, wow. You know what I mean? That's really good. I take something from this. Like Kirk, I took more from than Baby on Baby, but I didn't go back to it as much because it's flawed. Yeah. Baby on Baby, I went back to at least 1 or 2 songs every day. You know what I mean? But like, there's nothing to take from it. You know, so that's just the only thing. Like, you know, like I was thinking about making this lower, but like just the sheer amount of times I've gone back to it this year, I feel like I would be like cheating or lying to myself about how much I like the songs on this album by not putting it in my top 10. But it will never like sniff a top 5. You know what I mean? But yeah, the baby's awesome, man. Hopefully he starts slowly figuring it out, because Kirk tells me that there's a progression there, and the next thing he needs to do is like, you know, like YG is the perfect example of what the baby could do. YG started out with just singles, bangers. Then he put out My Crazy Life. And you're like, holy shit, like that is a fucking incredible project where it's just like still slaps, but it tells a story and he's talking about something, and he finds a way to like use his aesthetic as a tool to get across the message versus like everything is aesthetic. You know what I mean? Yeah. So hopefully the baby like kind of like figures that out. I do think he's skilled enough to do that, and I think he has a story to tell. Hopefully he just like stays away from the Migos mindset of but he's on their label, so that's what I'm scared of. He's on QC. So.
The thing with the baby, it seems like, is he's like, I don't think he's put out a concept album, or even just like, I feel like he's getting his fame and his rise through all these like that's my speaker.
Oh, okay, that scared me.
I feel like he's just like doing so well right now. Yeah, you know, and I feel like usually when you're doing well, you're trying to always replicate that. Right. So I feel like he's at that stage where I do feel like he has a lot to share.
Yeah, I think so too. You know?
Yeah, and I think it is time for him to, like, if he's going to release something, it should be something very personal.
Yeah, exactly. You know? Personal, exactly. Yeah. Like, you know, like, I think Baby and Young Thug are like, Young Thug is like an example of where Baby could go. The Baby could go and will likely go, which bums me out, because I would rather see Baby go the YG route, because YG was in the same position of where the Baby was. It's like, are you going to decide that all you want to do is be on every basketball game arena, on every strip club, and that's it? Because if that's the way, Young Thug, you know, do that for a future, do that fucking lane. But if you want to be, YG is like the perfect mix of like, I'm a mainstream dude, I do strip club music, but I'm also fucking respected in like critically and artistically. That's I hope the baby goes that way, because I think he has so much more to offer that way. Like YG's ceiling is so much lower than the baby's ceiling. You know what I mean? And like if Thug would have just done what YG did, Thug would have been up there with Kendrick and I really believe that. And the baby could get up there if he like, give me a project that's just like, holy fuck, I'm better as a person for listening to this album. And I think he's starting to, because again, if you listen to the first song in Kirk, and you'll hear like he has the potential to write something that matters to me. Because Kirk, that song matters, like the intro to that album matters to me. Yeah. If only he had 10 more of those, you know? But he doesn't. And yeah.
I feel like with the baby, I see what you're saying though, because I guess that's why he has a lot of credibility, because, you know, like anyone is going to say that, yeah, he could rap. Right. And he has bars. Right. Right. And that he's well respected. It's not just some, like, even old heads think he's sick.
Yeah, yeah. He's not just some one-hit wonder SoundCloud guy.
Yeah, yeah. So I guess, like, he does have a high ceiling. I think for his next albums then, if he wants to give people something that will last, I feel like this is when he needs to get a team.
Yeah, that understands that concept. Yeah. The reason why I have zero faith in that happening is he's on Quality Control, which is Migos' label.
I see.
So then you know them. They're going to try to get the bag.
Yeah.
And that sucks, dude, because I really, really, like you said, like, this is the time to do it, too. Like, if you put out 2 more albums that are, like, boring, like, like, after Migos put out Culture 1, I thought they had the potential to, like, do this. Yeah. But then they put out so much shit that it's just, like, I have no faith in it. And and frankly, I just don't care anymore. You know? Like, I'm over it. right? Like if the baby puts out 2 more albums like this, like I just won't care anymore, which is sad because I do think he has the potential. So hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, number
right.
10.
So number 10 for me, this is something that I thought just like a couple hours ago, I thought this would be like up there. But then, like, even though this is a good album, or we could technically like a mixtape,
Yeah.
it will have to be number 10 for me because I feel like it didn't change me, you know?
Right.
And that would be Revenge of the Dreamers 3 by Dreamville.
Okay, cool.
So, like, I think it's a solid mixtape. It has an interesting story, just knowing who participated in their, like, whole project.
Yeah, you showed me the documentary, and that shit was so, like, yeah.
And that shit inspired. See, and that's the other thing. It's like the documentary inspires me more than the album.
1000%. Yeah.
You know, the album definitely has really strong highlights.
Yeah.
Like fucking Down Bad. That's my favorite.
Holy fuck, that song slaps.
Yeah, that song slaps. Like, I listened to that. That's probably the most played song I have of this year. Yeah.
Holy shit.
I just enjoyed
But that song
much.
is so good, though.
Yeah.
And everyone that's on it is so good, too.
Yeah, exactly. And like, especially when I started listening to this a lot, it was when we first started working on
The Wave Gang album. Yeah.
So I guess I was seeing that, like, Down Bad feels like us because there's all these different people.
Yeah.
And that's why the album you don't get tired of it that easily. Mm-hmm. It does lose steam towards the end.
Yeah.
But I guess my favorite song, Down Bad and Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo's really fucking good, dude.
Yeah, it's really fucking good.
And it's catchy as fuck.
It's catchy and it's kind of funny.
Yeah,
you know?
it's definitely a comedic, like, especially whose fucking verse was it who was on the third verse again?
I think it's one of the Earth Gang.
Yeah, one of the Earth Gang guys, right? Like he said. I gotta look up the lyrics, but there's something in there. I was like, this is fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh man. But yeah, that I remember when you showed me the documentary was also the time I think we were trying to write. What was the first? I think it was right after we were trying to write Sober, right?
Sober, okay.
And then after that, we just found the beat for Dav season.
Yeah.
And then we showed that to me and James, and I was just like, dude, this is like fucking like what I want us to do.
Exactly. Yeah,
you know
like because for me, I haven't really worked with you guys or a lot of artists, on a song, and I do feel like I've gotten, like, my potential has risen because of people like you guys being around this whole creative thing with other people, like collaborating, and that's why, like, hip hop is one of those genres that is so open to collaboration,
right?
Yeah, and
definitely.
this just shows that. It feels like a celebration of that. Cole, he's a good rapper. He's not my favorite, and I'm pretty sure people think he's the best rapper.
Yeah, there's some stands out there.
Yeah, I still think, I don't know, I just never find him that interesting.
Yeah,
like,
I think people think he's deeper than he actually is.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, kind of thing. But what I do like I think what I like the most about Cole in this album is he let everyone else do their thing.
Yeah, he let everyone else do their thing, and that's the thing. Like, you hear him rap, you're like, yeah, he's fucking good.
Right.
I can't deny that.
Right.
I can't say he's bad, and like, I do listen to some of his stuff. I always enjoy him better as a feature, though.
Yeah, me too. Like, is he that interesting on his own? Like, he's really good, but is he interesting? I don't know.
Because to me, he feels kind of like a Dr. Dre.
Yeah.
Where he's really just the guy, it seems like, who's just like weeding out these like artists.
Yeah.
And letting them grow. Because honestly, I find Jid more interesting than
way
him.
more. I find Earth Gang more.
And Earth Gang, yeah.
And Boz.
And I feel like all those people are people he found.
Right.
I feel like maybe that's his genius more than his like lyricism,
I very much so expect Jid to one day surpass J. Cole.
Oh,
you know
yeah.
what I mean? Like, Jid has that thing. You know what I mean? Yeah, man. I love this album because of everything you said. I do think that like J. Cole is better as a feature because I think the best feature I've heard in the past 5 years was J. Cole on one of Boz's songs. And it's just like, but would I listen to a full J. Cole song? Not many.
Yeah.
The last J. Cole album I really loved was 2014 Forest Hill Drive, which I do agree is a classic album. But like, other than that, like,
It just kind of feels like he's the type of person who just he's had his values figured out already.
right.
That I feel like he's just rapping about the same thing.
Yeah, like I'm
know?
over it. Like I've heard every single J. Cole song.
Yeah.
But this album is so good because of the different energies brought together by J.
Exactly.
Cole, which I think is like I appreciate that shit. And this album just sounds fun. You know what I mean?
It sounds fun.
I
There
have
you
a
go.
great time listening to this album.
And
Yeah.
I feel like it sounds fun, and like every single person stepped up.
Oh yeah.
You know, I guess that's why it's so good. It's just like towards the end, like I think I mostly listened to just a couple songs.
Yeah.
And kept going back. I didn't go to everything else.
Yeah.
It didn't really tell me anything new
Yeah.
because it's just like a mixtape. You know, it's just
Right.
everyone's just having their own verse here and there.
Yeah.
Just the ones that stuck out will be Down Bad and
Wells Fargo.
Wells Fargo. I feel like those two are the they'd be. I see them more as like an actual album material.
Yeah.
While the rest is like a mixtape.
Mixtape.
Material.
Yeah. That's what ultimately, because I had at one point this album in like the 18 range too. But what ultimately, and the funny thing too is like the biggest thing this album did for my list was it knocked out the Beast Coast album because Beast Coast was in my top 20 for a while, but then I was just like another group album from a bunch of different New York rappers. Versus this one was way better, so I don't even consider Beast Coast even remotely close to the top 20 anymore. But I mean, like like you said, like towards the end, it was like but there's some really great songs here, and I enjoy listening to this album.
Yeah.
So. And the document, the most inspiring thing about this project was the documentary.
Yeah.
And I often find myself like when I'm trying to fall asleep or something, I'll just throw it on just so I could have like one final inspiring thing to see before I go to bed. You know what I mean? And it's like it's one of the videos that I watch the most, and I show hella people this video all the time and shit like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, man.
Yeah.
Dope. What number was that?
9
for?
now.
9. Holy fuck. So 9, we already talked about this a little bit, so I won't spend too much time on it. But my number 9, this used to be like I was saying at the beginning of the year, this is the number 1 album of the year. Well, this is just, of course, just me being a prisoner of the moment. But it's Ventura by Anderson .Paak. Like you said, like the thing that really knocked us down was that as great, as high as the highs are on this album, the lows are so like run of the mill Anderson .Paak. And again, it's like the problem with it having a signature sound is that you run the risk of either A, people blaming you for changing if you do something else, or B, sounding the same on everything. And like unfortunately, I'd say 30% of this album could have not been there, and it would have been fine.
Yeah.
But the highs are so high. You know, Make It Better is probably the best song of this year. And then fucking King James is probably the second or third best album of the song of this year. And then, like, just seeing how he performs it live. He performs with Smokey Robinson on it live. And the Free Nationals are just on a wave right now. Like, they have their own project out right now, which is also so good, you know?
That's cool.
They put out a song with Kali Uchis and Mac Miller posthumously. It's so good this year, you know, Time. So good. So you put all those, like, elements together, and it's a really great album. But it's not the number 1 that I thought it was because it is, like, flawed. And there are some moments where you just tune out. You know?
Yeah. And I guess that's the thing, because it's like, when you say lows, it's like, they're good songs.
They're good.
Though.
Yeah.
But I guess it is that it's better. Sometimes it almost feels like it's better to be really bad.
Yeah, so
than
it's
to
memorable.
be okay.
Right.
You know, and that's
Exactly.
like what makes it sometimes even more painful to listen to when it's just okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, like, if your lows are, like, incredibly low and your highs are so high, I'd be like, why is this even, like, you know, that'll probably make me a little bit more interested in it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, not much else to say. Like, Pac, we all know how great he is. He's everything I want to be as an artist.
Right.
You know what I mean? I would love to be Anderson .Paak.
Yeah.
But I'm not.
Seems like a cool guy.
Seems like
you know?
a cool guy. He's married to a hot Korean lady.
Yeah.
He has a half Korean, half black child. He lives in LA. He produces so much of his own stuff. He's a music. Like, people can't say he's just a rapper because he sings better than you.
Yeah.
And he can't just say he's just a frontman because he plays drums. Like, he's just so cool, dude.
Yeah.
And like, you see the things when like Goldlink was like saying shit about Mac Miller recently. But it was
you
like,
know what? Yeah, I
Yeah.
heard something about that.
right. I mean, like, long story short, apparently Goldlink didn't mean anything bad by it. This is just how he was like coping with like the loss of his friend. But it came off as hate, and Anderson .Paak was like trying to hit him up directly, saying like, dude, like this is not the way to do it. Especially because in Goldlink's statement, he like mentioned Anderson .Paak's name multiple times.
Yeah.
And then Goldlink was not responding to him, so Anderson .Paak had the funniest like post, which is like, and it was like really like I believe, and I stood with Anderson .Paak with everything he said. You know what I mean? But it's just the way he started the post was just so cool. Like you just felt like he called him a jive turkey. Essentially, he was just like, you really woke up feeling like this was the move, huh? Like I'm just like I heard that in his voice, and I was just like, this guy's literally just the coolest person on the planet. I just want to be him. You know?
It just seems like that cool guy from the 70s.
Literally, he's
You
like
know?
he's like Huggy Bear from Starsky and Hutch.
Yeah.
I just want to be you, bro.
That's cool.
And then his video, like you saw the video of him in fucking YBN Corday.
No, I haven't.
Oh
seen
my
that.
god, I have to show it to you.
Yeah.
It's so like it's exactly what you think Anderson .Paak would do.
Wasn't Goldlick though just saying that Mac Miller stole his style?
Essentially,
Yeah.
when like I don't think that's necessarily true.
Yeah.
But he was trying to do it in a way where he's just like, Mac Miller's my best friend. And it's like, well, if he's your best friend, why would you say something like that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And whether or not that's true, which I doubt it's true, because like if it's true, how come the album you said that he ripped off sucks? Like it sucks, dude. Like your album sucks compared to the Divine. The Divine Feminine is Mac Miller's best album.
Yeah.
And he said that he ripped that off from this other album, and then the album sucked. Anyway, whatever. It's not even worth giving the energy to. I
Yeah.
just wanted to say that like what Anderson .Paak said in defense of Mac was the coolest response ever, and I love Anderson.
All right.
Number 8.
Number 8, right?
Yes, sir.
Wait, no, we're number 9.
Oh yeah, that was number 9 for me. So number 9 for you. Yeah, sorry.
So number 9 is Gray Area by Little Sims. So this was, I think, number 3.
grime music. Yeah,
before.
it was pretty high for you.
Yeah, I guess like she is considered grime. I didn't feel like this album is that much.
Yeah,
grime,
it's definitely
though.
more hip hop based. than
More
grime.
hip hop. Yeah. I enjoyed this album. I think that I don't know if this is her first debut album. The first time I heard her was through the Gorillaz. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like that song. This one, I guess, like just feels very cohesive and well thought out.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the songs. When she sings on it, she sounds good.
Right.
She's really good at rapping. You know, she just has this like strength that you feel with her.
Word.
You know, where it feels like it's girl power.
Yeah.
But she's not trying to market girl power. She just is a strong individual. You
Hell
know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
because she's been through a lot.
Right.
You know?
It's not contrived.
It's not contrived,
Yeah.
and I feel like her strength also comes with that. What she deals with sometimes, I feel like her strength is what kind of pushes people away.
Right.
You know. But I think overall a great album. Like there's not a bad song on it.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the first half I enjoyed more than the later. But very solid, very solid. Instrumentation structure is really great.
Word.
She has she plays with certain sounds that sounds rough sometimes, different textures. But then she has other songs where her hooks are just really smooth. You know, and
Yeah.
like I don't know, it just feels like it's really honest, coming from the heart,
Right.
and not like mushy. I guess she's just a very own person. And
For sure.
that comes across.
Yeah, man. I listened to this album too after you talked about it in the mid-year, and I definitely get that. Like, she's not pandering to like a
Yeah.
feminist crowd. Like, she's very genuine in that, and like she has like the cool Northern London accent too, which I think is
Yeah.
tight too. I think she's super talented. I'm interested to see like what else she does, because I heard that she was also working with Logan Sama for her
Okay.
next stuff, which is like, and he's like a legendary grime producer. So I'm interested to see where that goes. Because if that's the case, if she's working with Logan, it's gonna sound more like jungle raga and stuff like that. Because like
That'd be
she's like
sick.
with more like the Jamaican influences. So that'd be sick where she goes with that too. But yeah, she's dope, dude. She's super dope.
Sweet, sweet.
Sick. What number 8, right? Ooh boy, this one dropped a little for me.
Oh yeah.
I think it's just because like I wasn't sad enough to keep listening to this all the time, but there's 3 songs I listen to all the time. And it's Igor by Tyler, the Creator. This
okay.
album, it sucks that it's dropped for me. I think that shows how strong this year was for music versus me being disinterested in it, because I love this album. You know what I mean? And I think Like, again, Flower Boy, I think, is like the essential Tyler album, but this is like a close second. You know what I mean? And like the concept is so cool. And I think more than ever, Tyler really loves who he is. And even though this narrative isn't necessarily about him, I think that like he's so comfortable as an artist and who he is that he could make something like this, you know? And I really respect that shit. I think the only thing that like that made it drop a little for me too is that like I love Tyler as a rapper so much.
Yeah.
And I hate, because like every fucking person says this about this album, and it's like such a fucking cliche thing to say. You know what I mean? And I don't necessarily subscribe to it, but I do attest that like I love Flower Boy because not only did Tyler bring all of his melodic influences, but he also raps better than most people in the world. You know what I mean? And it's just like sucks when like somebody has like a fucking BMW and they drive on the slow lane. You know what I mean? But this album is so good. And it sounds negative, everything I'm saying. But this album's so good. And it's just like one of those things where it's like it's such a concept album that it's hard to pick and choose shit to always come back to. But Earthquake is undeniable. A Boy's a Gun is undeniable. Shit like that. New Magic Wand is so fucking good. Oh my god, that's on every workout playlist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Every time I'm like fucking like thinking I'm gonna slow down, New Magic Wand comes on, I'm like and like the features are so beautifully woven in. You know what I mean? Like I think Playboy Cardi's feature in Earthquake is my favorite feature of 2019. And who the fuck knows what he's saying?
I know, right?
Love it. My favorite part of the song. I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Favorite part of the song. But yeah, this album's so good. I hate that it dropped this far, but like you'll kind of see why it did. Because like everything I have above it, you'll understand. You'll understand.
Okay,
You'll
okay.
understand. And I love you, Tyler. Pause. Nah, fast forward. Fuck it.
All right, and that was 8, right?
Is there?
Okay, so 8 for me is Titanic Rising by Waste Blood.
Okay.
So Waste Blood,
This.
I think you'll like them a lot because they remind me of, and I've said this before all the time. They remind me of Fleetwood Mac.
Ooh.
Also Tennis.
Ooh.
So they have that. Honestly, they have great songs.
You know how much I love Tennis.
Yeah.
Have you heard Runner, their new song they put out?
No, I haven't.
Because they're going to put out an album in March. You should listen to Runner.
Shit.
I'll show you the
I'll
video.
listen
Yeah.
But yeah, I think you'll like Waste Blood a lot.
Wait, what are you? Waste Blood?
Weyes.
Ways Blood. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a solid album. Like, I like their instrumentation here. They're very slow songs.
Yeah.
Which makes them feel like older songs, you know?
Gotcha.
And I think that's why I draw the comparison to Fleetwood Mac and Tennis, because they have that, like, nostalgic vintage feel.
Right.
There's not much I can say about it. I think, like, it's not an album I think a lot about. It's just whenever I play it, like, I feel like I have a good time, you know? I feel like I
Gotcha.
listen to, like a band that is pretty solid, that, I don't know, I guess I just acknowledge their songwriting a lot.
Right.
But as far as, like, content-wise, I don't think I, like, really relate to it.
Got it. Yeah.
I just think that,
Just like with me in Tennis. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I can't
exactly.
Really, I can't really like relate to the white person married lifestyle.
exactly,
You know?
yeah. I guess it's just, like, it's good music.
Yeah.
It's not something that applies to me, yeah.
Word. That makes sense. Ways Blood though, but since
Ways Blood.
I mean I was a little intrigued by Fleetwood Mac, but then when you say Tennis, you know Tennis is one of my favorite bands right now, so I gotta listen to that shit. I'm adding
check
this
it
to
out, man.
I'm adding it to my to-do list here. Much longer than my one item to-do list that I wrote the other day. All right, number 7. People are probably gonna be like, "What? This is number 7?" But you know, I'm a proud person. This is gonna sound. This is not the way I want it to sound, man. Never mind. Number 7 is dedicated by Carly Jepsen. I don't want it to sound like that, but I'm not saying sounding like that is bad.
I have a lot of pride.
Specifically in the June months. No, but you know, I'm a proud Carly Rae Jepsen. I've definitely like subscribed to. I used to be like the kind of guy that's like, oh, it's a guilty pleasure. I have zero guilty pleasures at 29, 28 years old. You know what I mean? It's like, I like what I like, and it is what it is. You know what I mean? And Carly Rae, again, like there's, initially during the Carly Rae resurgence, we were like a smaller group of like dudes that were like, nah, that's our girl. And then now that it's like blown the fuck up now, you know what I mean? I'm also like, I want her to be the biggest pop star.
Yeah.
You know? And she has a formula. She follows it, and she does it better than anybody else in that genre. You know what I mean? And I think she inspires so many people in that art pop genre, especially because like she's only joined the art pop genre recently, because she was like bubblegum pop before, and it's only recently that like the past 2 albums where she's really going like for stylistic pop. You know? And how do you follow up Call Me Maybe? You change through 180 degrees. Emotion. What the fuck? You know what I mean? And Emotion was such a triumph that, like, now how do you follow that up? And that's probably even harder than following up from Call Me Maybe, because with Call Me Maybe, everybody hated Carly Rae Jepsen to the point where she probably could have done anything, and she wouldn't have lost anything. You know what I mean? She's still making money from that, and people didn't expect her to put out a critically acclaimed album anyway.
Yeah.
But now that she's come back and had a critically acclaimed album, how do you follow that up? You know what I mean? I think Dedicated is about as good as it could have been. You know? There's no way you're going to live up to Emotion. There's no way you're going to live up to Call Me Maybe. But Dedicated was like an awesome next step, because like Emotion, even though like artistically and critically it was like it was accepted by like a more artistic community, the lyrical content was still like, I love you. Like she had a song where the chorus is, I really, 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 really like you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I remember.
Deep lyrical content. Now in Dedicated, she's getting a little bit more nuance in her songwriting and shit like that. And she's being less bubblegum. And now she has a song where she's just like, I want you in my room, on the bedroom, on the floor. I want to do bad things to you. You know what I mean? Like she's starting to get a little edgier. Carly Rae is a little edgier. She's an edgelord now. You know what I mean? So like there's only, this is about as good as it could be.
I see.
You know what I mean? The lead singles for this was very safe. That's something I would say. Like fucking Now That I Found You is clearly an LGBT anthem, which is and it's an amazing song, but it's like it didn't add anything to the Carly Rae lexicon.
Yeah.
It sounded like a B-side from Emotion, which is not a bad thing, because Emotion side B was number 2 in 2016 for me anyway. But then like some of her other songs, like fucking No Drug Like Me, where that one is like, okay, this is something to add to Carly Rae. And Too Much, this is something to add to Carly Rae, where it's like the lyrical content to that is so different. Too Much specifically, where she's talking about like Carly Rae is definitely an extra ass person, and whenever she does anything, it's like over the top, and it turns people off and shit like that. And it's cool that like a pop singer would like put that in a song, you know what I mean, and have people like sing that anthemically.
Yeah.
But the best song wasn't on here. It wasn't even a single. It's called The Sound, and that song is like so like beautifully, like it's the subtlety of that, which a lot of Carly Rae Jepsen songs don't necessarily have. You know what I mean? Because it's just like, here is an idea, and I'm gonna fucking scream it from the mountaintops. The Sound is very much so like you kind of have to like pick up on like little social cues she's adding lyrically.
Okay.
There, one flaw in this album is that like there's one song that is just like, it sticks out like a sore thumb. It's like you have all this like 80s based art pop, and then there's one song that sounds like it should be on a Voxtrot album.
Oh wow.
And that song itself is sick as shit. Like if you listen to that, like she also did a collaboration last year with a group called BC Unidos.
You showed me that. That one sounded like Voxtrot.
And that one is sick as fuck.
Yeah.
And I like that song better than this one on this album. That song is amazing. You know what I mean? Like I could listen to that when we were in our peak indie pop days and be like, that's the shit. This song is like a more watered down version of it. It's a good song by itself, but if you put it in the middle of all of this, you're just like, this makes no sense to me, you know? So that's what kind of like drops it down for me. I saw her live in San Francisco to start out Pride weekend, and it was so good. And she's so good live, and she still, has great songs. So again, like, it was never gonna live up to Emotion. It was never gonna. It wasn't. It was impossible. As much as my expectations were, I know it was never gonna. So this was as good as it could be, and that's why it's only number 7. But I love this album. So it's yeah. This was higher in my mid-year.
Yeah.
Love you, Carly Bay. I stan you. I stan you.
All right. For my number 7, it's When We All Fall Asleep, Where Do We Go by Billie Eilish. I mean, you're the one who put me on to Billie.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that was me. I'm just kidding.
I guess like this album is just really good. You can't like deny that. It's a good pop album.
Yeah.
That I feel like breaks boundaries
Mm-hmm.
because most pop singers, pop artists, they're thinking about what's catchy and what sounds good.
1000%.
They're not thinking about how are we going to use the medium of music to get across what we're trying to say.
Right.
And I feel like the difference between like art pop like Lord and them and Billie is that they are using music as an expression
Right.
for what they're trying to say.
Right.
And even more so now with Billie and with her brother as like the engineer, right?
Right. Exactly.
Because Zanny, right? When I of course, freaking, what's that?
Bad
song?
Guy.
Bad Guy, amazing song.
Wish You Were Gay.
Yeah. But there's that other one. What was it called? Freaking.
You Should See Me in a Crown.
I like that one too, but I think it is the When We All Fall Asleep.
Oh yeah, that's Bury a Friend.
Bury a Friend. Yeah, that's a great one.
Yeah.
But like, you could just see that the collaboration with her brother.
Yeah.
Like what she's bringing to the music, based on the interviews I've seen, is that she's a very visual person, and I feel like that really translates. She's just kind of telling her brother, kind of the visual aspect of it, and he's able to like turn that into like a soundtrack.
Hell yeah, yeah.
And I guess that's just what I appreciate about it. Like I said, when I first heard it, with the way the frequency of the bass and the vocals feel like they clash, but you can still hear her voice because it's through like what's the word for it? Kind of like a certain effect. Overhaul? No, it's overdrive. Yeah, it's an overdrive on her voice.
Yeah.
It just gives you that feeling of like, kind of like, the structure of your life falling apart. You know, you're in like some type of trouble because of Zanny abusing drugs.
It's like an overdose.
It's like it's like an overdose. So and it makes you feel kind of uncomfortable because it feels like it's my speaker breaking up, but I can still hear it clearly. You know,
Right.
So I guess like not like one, they have great songs, great music, and just seeing the skill in their production to be able to do shit like that.
Right, dude. Yeah.
And like it just seems like Zanny especially, you could tell they had a conversation before they wrote the song.
Right.
You know?
Exactly.
So I guess it's just that kind of like thing, that artistry that I appreciate. Because like Billie is very talented when it comes to singing.
Hell yeah.
Very talented when it comes to writing.
Yeah.
To where like she's writing content that's well way above her her mentality.
Her grade level.
Exactly, her grade level. Yeah. She saved that AP class, you know?
For real though, man.
So I guess like, and the thing is, by the end of the day, she's still like a 17-year-old white girl.
Yeah.
So I can't like fully relate to her music. That's why it's not as high.
Yeah.
But it's like that I could just like acknowledge and notice that this album is special, you know, to like what it's doing to pop right now.
Agreed. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, dude. I'm glad you like that shit, dude. And you know I'm gonna talk about it a lot more later.
Yeah.
So I don't wanna like throw too much more on it, but just like, you know, I think if this is where pop music is going, I think we're in such a great place. You know. All right. So going from somebody I put you on to I'm gonna go to a group that you put me on
Oh,
for my
sweet.
number 6. You put me on to Brockhampton. You
Yeah.
really did, you know?
Yeah.
And I liked Saturation and shit, and I thought they were doing really interesting stuff. Because they were doing more like bangers for Saturation and all that
Saturation, yeah.
stuff. Then Iridescence, when you showed me Iridescence, I was also like, damn, dude, these guys are doing something different, you know? And I liked Kevin Abstract before because I heard some of his like solo stuff, and I liked some songs, but then when I saw him at Camp Flogna in 2016, I think he was just having a bad set. So that made me stop paying attention altogether. So
I
when
see.
Brockhampton was really starting to become a thing, I was just like, oh, it's Kevin Abstract, that's cool. But you were like, dog, they're dope. So then I started listening to Because of You. And then when Ginger came out this year, I think that's when it really hit me how amazing they are.
Yeah.
You know? And it's probably because they made sad music and that's why I related to it.
Yeah.
But even like the slaps that they have on this, like on Boy Bye and shit like that. Like, so Ginger by Brockhampton is my number 6. And this could have easily been number 1 at one point. This was listed as number 1 at some point. Because I think it is a masterpiece, dude.
Yeah.
It really is. And like, I really like understood, like, I remember when you were telling me why you thought I would like them, and it made sense to me in Ginger because it's like all of the aspects of every type of music we've ever liked similarly is what Brockhampton's doing.
Yeah,
you know,
that's
like
true, that's
I
true.
could have easily seen Brockhampton be signed to like Elephant Records. I could have seen a Brockhampton song been the demo of the week on Indie Pages. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think that's so like so unique to where like I think I could show Brockhampton to anybody and they could probably relate to a song. And I think before Ginger they didn't have enough of those like tender moments to be able to do that. But like obviously the song Sugar is like a like I could probably again like I don't want to like be a prisoner of the moment, but I could probably say that Sugar is going to be a song that you'll hear for the next 30 years because it's that well done. You know what I mean? And it's like anybody, especially in the future when genres are going to become a thing of the past, I think Sugar will be like the perfect, like, have you ever seen like a few years ago when they started generating photos of what they think the most common human being will look like in the future? And it's like not white, but not Asian, but not black. That's what Sugar is.
Yeah, I see that.
you know
I
what
see that.
I
Yeah.
think that song in 20 years is what every song will sound like because like the genres will become a thing of the past or like what we know as genres will be a thing of the past.
Okay, I see that.
And I think not only are they doing cool shit like that, but they're making it meaningful now that they've gone through a group trauma. Like before, like again, it was so like Saturation was like everybody was bringing their own experience to the table,
Yeah.
which is cool. But Ginger seems like so complete because they all are coming from a same place now. The problem with having a boy band that came from such different walks of life is that there's inconsistency in brand voice. But now that like all of them who are very different in background, Kevin Abstract being a black gay man from a suburb in Texas, Dom being a dude from like the hood, fucking Mike Champion for being from a rich area in North Texas, fucking Bareface from being from the UK, you know, people coming from very different
Yeah.
places. They all have a common thread now where they were fucking, like, they felt completely like, hoed. I can't think of the good word for it right now, by Amir. And they all are using that trauma to like write something together. And now for the first time, it really does sound like the UN of hip hop.
Yeah.
And it's sick, dude. And like they really finally came together and there's no bad songs on the album. Everything is perfectly sequenced.
Yeah.
From the slow tie interlude to like, you know what I mean? Like everything, it seems like they meticulously created this
Created it,
album.
yeah.
And I think it almost mentally and emotionally broke them to where I think Kevin Abstract is over it. You know what I mean?
I see.
Because this album took so much out of them. You know when you use a spirit bomb and then you're pretty much dead? I think they gave their spirit bomb. You know what I mean?
I see.
And then I've recently been listening to like hella interviews from Amir and stuff like that, and I do think that like in many ways this is their breakup is a miscommunication more than it really is they believe that one or the other is wrong. I think there was just like something really crazy, a really crazy allegation came out, and instead of like handling it in like an adult way, they both were just like, well, let's just not talk anymore.
Yeah.
And it sucks because again, like when I would watch their Vice show, their Noisy show, I felt like out of everyone in Brockhampton, I related to Amir the most.
yeah.
So it was just like, damn, man, that sucks. And like I think he added a really important dynamic to the group because let's face it, most of the people in the Brockhampton group comes from like a more privileged background.
Yeah.
So people like Dom and Amir was so important because they added, a more down to earth element. So, it sucks that there's that piece missing, but I think at the end of the day, even though Amir's not on this album, he's the most influential like piece of part of Brockhampton because of this album, because the lack of Amir has created the best album for Brockhampton.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I see that.
And dude, there's just songs on there that's just classic. Dearly Departed, holy fuck! It sounds like a movie. That song, you know what I mean? And the music videos, that's
Yeah,
something
dude.
Kevin Abstract is like. As much as I have my like reservations about him as an artist, one thing you could never knock him on is that his visual eye is akin to Tyler the Creator. You know what I mean? And I know that's
see
like
that.
a lazy comparison to make because everyone makes that comparison now, but like that's just how good he is visually, And yeah, man, I'm glad that you fucking listen
Yeah,
to
dude.
Brockhampton because I wouldn't have otherwise. And this album has helped me a lot this year, because a lot of things happened this year in like personally where it's just like you question all of the personal relationships that you have, and Ginger really does help you like process those.
I
You know what I
see.
mean?
That's good.
And yeah, great album, man. Great album. Love that shit.
All right.
That
That was number 6.
Yeah, also they recorded the album in a week. What?
Really?
Yeah, they said from like April 21st to April
Wow.
31st they recorded that album. What?
Wow, dude.
Yeah, insane.
Man. Anyways, my number 6 is You Know What I'm Saying by Danny Brown.
Oh, that was number 21 for me.
21. Yeah, so like, of course, I loved Atrocity Exhibition.
Such a great album.
Great album.
Yeah.
I think to me, and I know you think, what's the
Triple X.
Triple X,
Yeah.
which I still haven't really listened to. You think that's his best one? I really fell in love with Atrocity Exhibition because of how weird, eccentric.
Oh,
Oh.
oh. Okay, keep going.
But yeah, just eccentric and like how much of a wild ride Atrocity Exhibition is.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Feels like it's like a step back from that as far as like the energy.
Right.
He's
right.
more laid back now. He fixed his teeth. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
He has a TV show now, which is so good.
Oh yeah, he's
Danny's
got that
ass?
TV show.
Oh my god.
But I like the more I listen to this, yeah, like Danny Brown hasn't lost it. It's still a good
Yeah,
album.
yeah.
It's produced by Q-Tip.
Yeah.
It feels more traditional as far as like the hip hop side because I think Q-Tip produced it.
Right.
It's not as crazy as Atrocity.
Definitely not.
So I definitely at first I was disappointed by that. And it's still a little bit because of how different Atrocity is. But at the same time I understand he can't just keep going with that. He's got to change it,
He
right?
did. Yeah.
Now I'd say with the instrumentation, it is like a very opposite, like juxtaposition with Atrocity Exhibition because now it feels more airy,
Definitely. Yeah.
light, more kind of like 8-bitty. You
Yeah.
know, sometimes it feels like a video game. But I don't know. I think like it still fits within Danny's voice and aesthetic.
Yeah.
I feel like now he's talking more about more grown man shit.
Yeah.
Than
Yeah.
before. I mean, it's still about drugs a lot of times.
Right.
And like how dirty he lives or
Right.
Detroit is.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it still feels like he's starting to head towards a place of almost like it's like enlightenment.
Word.
Like the song, the title track itself, you know what I'm saying? I feel like he's just talking about all the disappointments he's gone through.
Right.
And then he says, you know what I'm saying? As if like, and in a way I just related to it because he's
Right.
talking about all these shit. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like he expects you to know
Right.
what he's going through, and in a way I do.
Yeah.
So,
Word. And I think like another thing too is like just commenting on like how it sounds like he's coming from a place of like he sounds more at peace too. Like his
Yeah.
delivery isn't as like helter skelter as
Yeah.
before. I thought his like as much as I think Triple X is his best album, I think like Danny Brown's delivery was at his peak during Atrocity Exhibition because it like became like a vehicle of like the story he was telling. The
Exactly.
reason why he was rapping like that was because of,
Yeah.
And I think now he's coming from it's almost like a retrospective
Yeah.
instead of like here's what's happening right now, but like, so as much as I didn't like this album as much as Atrocity Exhibition or Triple X, I'm happier for Danny Brown as a person now.
Exactly.
Because it seems like he's doing better now.
Yeah.
And I would rather somebody go through that, give me their magnum opus, and then give me a less great album, but still be here. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So many people, especially with his trajectory, he would have just like died, and then we wouldn't have heard anything anymore. But instead, we're hearing a more calmed down Danny Brown, both sonically, delivery wise, and like even like thematically, But I think it's important. I think this is like Danny Brown's transition to be able to give us his 444. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like Jay-Z's 444 is so much like from a very different place, retrospective. I think Danny Brown is like gearing up to that. I'm interested to see how much further he could take this sound now.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure he'll improve upon it. Danny Brown is so much of an artist that there's no way he's gonna leave it at this. And I'm not saying this is bad. Yeah, this is 21 for me. Like once it finally clicked to me, like you said, of like what the theme was, or like you're almost like he's trying to like now relate to you after the fact.
Yeah.
It really like helped me like understand the album and enjoy it more. I also heard him do an interview where he talked about like Dirty Laundry and stuff, where that's actually he was writing stand up. And then it became a song. And once I understood that, I was like, damn, okay, I got to consume it differently.
Yeah,
the music video too is, you know what I mean? Like, even if you see the music video and like his whole trajectory with his TV show and stuff like that, I think Danny's getting into comedy.
That'd
and
be crazy, man.
I want that. You know what I mean? So I'm interested to see where he takes it next. And I think Danny Brown is just like, he's so important to hip hop, man. He's so important that like this. I'm glad this album exists. You know? And I'm glad he's at the place now. So
I guess I don't know. This album has like an ethereal feel.
It does, yeah.
As if like it's almost like a rebirth. I guess kind of like we were saying. You want to see where it's gonna go. At first, I was feeling like since he's matured, that he's starting to like settle down.
Right.
But I think you're right. I think it is just a transition.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And that was my initial pushback on this album was just like, man, I like druggy Danny Brown more.
Yeah.
But then you hear that out loud, and you're like, damn. And then when you think about what Atrocity Exhibition was about, he was like, recognizing that, like, dude, I'm not, like, people are laughing at me now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not, like, turning up with me. They're gawking at this fucking car crash that is my life, And I think that, like, you know what I'm saying is, like, now I'm saying, like, dude, that was crazy, yeah?
Yeah.
And then, like, also being able, like, he also has, like, the clarity now to comment on, like, things deeper than I'm gonna do drugs or I'm gonna sell drugs. He talks about, like, Detroit, like, things like that.
Yeah, that's a good word for it, because I guess this album feels like it has clarity.
Yeah.
While, like, Atrocity feels like muddy and gross. You're like trying to make your way through it.
Yeah.
This one does feel like it's just like a glass of water.
Right.
It's like I'm gonna hydrate now.
Like, exactly.
Especially since I remember there was this article that came out about Danny Brown. I think it was titled like Danny Brown is dying and nobody cares.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, and it is like about him, like he's like abusing all these drugs and he's basically killing himself.
Yeah.
And then I didn't hear anything about him for a while, and
so
now
like,
his teeth fixed.
His teeth's fixed. The funny thing when you said like it's like a glass of water, it just reminded me of this like this interview I saw Danny Brown do, because anything he does is fucking like compelling. Watch it, you know what I mean? But he talks about like they ask him like, why do you only drink carbonated water now? He's like, well, there was one night I was in Europe, I was so fucking drunk, and I went to sleep, right? And I woke up, and in the hotel in Europe they only drink carbonated water, right? I just grabbed anything that's on the nightstand so I could drink, because I was feeling like shit. And I just downed this bottle of carbonated water. And as soon as I drank it, I projectile vomited everything out. And he's like, they just took all the hate and the poison from my body, and it has to be good for me. And so it's just like, hearing that in conjunction with like, you know, everyone's thoughts on this album, like you're right, this is like his carbonated glass of water that's helping him get rid of that shit. And now let's see where he goes as an artist, where he's not using drugs and partying as a crutch. Yeah, because I think he's good enough to like talk about other shit. Let's see, you know.
I definitely think so. I mean, another thing that you said, because he was like writing that as a comedy bit, it kind of reminds me. There's this movie, I haven't finished it yet. It's on Netflix, called Dolomite.
Oh yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't seen it. It's a reboot, right? Of like a black exploitation film, right?
It's about the guy who did those movies. Got it. But he has an interesting story because it's about a guy who, like, his style of comedy. Yeah. It's, first of all, it's like just very, in a way, it kind of reminds me of what you're saying with Danny Brown. It's just very like what people would consider as like trashy jokes. But while he's saying it to a beat. Oh, so it kind of has like a rhythm. He's just doing punchlines, and based on like Dirty Laundry, it sounds like those punchlines. Those really dirty punchlines.
For real, man. And like, you know, like once I heard that interview, I was like, damn, I like Dirty Laundry even more, because I remember when it first came out, we were like, it's cool, you know. But yeah, man, I'm glad that it exists. I can't wait to see what Danny does next. I can't wait to see if he like tries to do stand up. That would be sick.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Or like, cause like his show, Danny's House, is so fucking funny. Yeah. Cause Danny as a person is just like so funny. You know what I mean? Like you just love him as a person. I just want to hug him. Yeah. Pause. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, man. All right. What number are we on?
5, I think.
Ooh, we're getting into the nitty gritty. My number 5, man. This guy was all over my list last year with his many little EPs. And now he finally put out a full length this year. And at first I was like, damn, this is kind of disappointing, to be honest with you. And the songs that I didn't like then, I still don't necessarily like. But I didn't make it to the back half of the album too often. And when I finally was just like, you know what? I always stop at this song. Let me just start from the song after that. Because the very first song on the album is so good. The single is so good. But then it just like, why? And I'm like, damn, that's disappointing. And then I go somewhere else. I'm like, man, I thought this guy was going to break out. Then I came back to it and I listened to the song after that and I was like, holy fuck, this is what I was looking for. And then, how many songs are on this album? I think there's 13 songs. Yeah. After that, or it's 21 songs. Okay, so that's why. Yeah. Okay. So there's like 5 songs that are awful. Then when you listen to the rest of the album, there's no bad songs after that. So if you just got rid of those 5 songs, this would be my number 1. But then I saw him live, and I saw him perform those songs that I don't like live, and I saw how much it related to the younger folks. And I was just like, damn, I just don't get it, because I'm like, these are like 16-year-olds like singing their hearts out to this song. And I was just like, damn, okay, those songs just weren't for me. So with that in mind, seeing how those songs that I hate move these kids so much, and then the rest of the album moved me so much, I was like, damn, this is a fucking amazing album. It's fucking Live on Ice by Toby Lou. Okay. Yeah, man, and you know how much I had Toby Lou last year. I had 3 of his EPs on my list last year. So I was expecting so much from this album, and at first me and Kimo were like, damn, dude. Because the fucking single Waterboy, so good. So fucking good, dude. And like after that, it was like, I was sad last night, but I'm okay now. I'm like, this sounds broken. Sometimes I Ignore You Too. I'm like, this is kind of boring. Yeah. The Old New, this is kind of boring. My Party, this is kind of boring. And then there's a song 8702. I was like, this has to be it. Because the Usher album is called 8701, and I love that album. And then 8702, and I was like, damn. And then Deserve It, I don't care about that song. Smiling at My Phone, I don't care about that song. Delete My Number, Baby, I don't give a fuck about that song. So I was like, damn, that's so many misses. You know what I mean? But then you get to Berlin West Side. Holy fuck, that song's amazing. You get to Cheap Vacations. I don't think I've ever seen James the past fucking 6 months, and he hasn't been singing this song. And I love this song. And then there's the song Looped Up, where he has a K-pop rapper featured in it, and I love where Vernon comes from. I am like, what the fuck? Then he has Favorite Substitute, which I think is the best song on this album, where it's barely a rap song. Where he's like singing about like this relationship he has with this person, where it's just like the only times they ever really like like each other or have sex or anything like that is when they're both on drugs. And it's like, dog, that's literally what surf is about. You know what I mean? It's about artificial love. You know what I mean? That's like it's so good. Humpty Dumpty, which is like on a surface it sounds like you're way too beautiful, girl, but the way he flips it is so good. Like My Mom, his fucking like it's such a great song. Orange Reprise, that song makes me cry. You know what I mean? Fucking theme music is like one of the slaps on this album. Crying in the Club, I don't even have to say more. That's my aesthetic. Ice Cream Girl, another good song. Then 17CG, where he samples the K-pop band that the guy, the rapper that he gets on there, which is like such a great song, and it's like the perfect ending to the album because really what this fucking album is about is Toby Lou, through all of his little EPs, that he was showing you who he was, right? And Live on Ice was like, remember everything I showed you about myself? This is why I'm not happy as a person. But like he also takes you through why, even though he's not happy as a person, he is still hopeful that like by staying true to himself, he'll find it eventually. You know what I mean? And like if you now listen to this album and listen to the little EPs he dropped last year, it's like, fuck, dude, I feel like I got to know you as a person. And not a lot of fucking rappers get so personal where it's just like, oh shit, everything I've ever listened that you put out is about you understanding that you're still growing as a person and that like you're not happy with yourself. Not a lot of rappers are like that. A lot of rappers
that's true.
only show you the best parts of their IG. You know what I mean? And Toby is there to take you behind the curtain, you know? And I'm glad that I finally was just like, let me listen to the last half of the album, because there was like a full month and a half where I just didn't give a fuck. And then again, the songs that I didn't like, when me, Chemo, Kristen, and Zanny saw him in San Francisco, and we saw all those little kids singing that, I was just like, damn, this is like the TikTok generation, the fucking those kids, they get this. You know what I mean? And Toby Lou, even though he's like more closer to our age, he's 23, right? So he's definitely younger than us. He's talking to those kids more than we are. I get it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they're the ones that like understand this message because they all talk different. You know what I mean? Kids, that generation talks differently than we do. You know what I mean?
I did listen to this album, not all the way through. I think I did see how many songs there are that I gave up.
It's too long in my opinion.
I should check it out again more though, and maybe like skip to the last like you did. Yeah,
dude, if you start the album from Berlin West Side, and just go from there.
Okay.
I mean, like Waterboy is a fucking sick song on its own, so just listen to that by itself. But if you want the album experience, just go right to Berlin West Side, all the way to the end, and you'll be like, wow, I took a lot from that. You know what I mean?
Sick.
Especially Favorite Substitute, man. That song means so much to me. Like, just the fucking lyrics is just I'm not going to sing it here, but it's so good, dude. It's so good. It really is so good. I'm glad I gave it a chance, and please
I'll give it a chance, definitely. I know you've been telling me about Toby Lou a lot, and I like him a lot. Like him a lot. I think I just need to, like, really consume his music to really, like, click,
I feel that.
You know? So.
I feel it. Yeah, man, he was also one of those accidental discoveries, because like, I fell asleep. YouTube autoplayed and it was on Solange, and then after that, and Solange at that video, Solange had fucking I think it was like 18 or 20,000 plays at that time. And then now Toby Lou's, I mean, he's not huge because he still plays Brick and Mortar, which is a very tiny venue, but he's on his way. Chance tweeted about him, so okay.
It's number 5, right?
Yes, sir.
So my number 5 is All My Heroes Are Cornballs by JPEG Mafia.
Peggy was on my 20 for a good while too.
I feel like I guess this is just like the theme of the year, where like all my favorite albums of this year are from people who I really like from last year. And I think that their work that came out this year is still very solid. But I still hold the previous work
like to a higher regard.
This album I think is really good. Especially when it comes to production. Like, I think it's definitely not as like, I feel like Veteran took more risk.
Definitely. I compared Veteran more to Death Grips than this. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. With this album, there's certain songs where I feel like did they collaborate with Death Grips?
Oh, 1000%.
Because there's like just some of the vocals I'm hearing. It's like that sounds like MC Red.
Right, it really does.
But I think it's just because like this one, the album felt very cohesive. Where like it flowed way too well.
Yeah.
That it kind of started to feel like one big long song.
That's true.
You know, I guess that's why Veteran, to me, I hold in a high regard because, like I said, it took more chances. Each song really was like the polar opposite of the other.
Yeah.
But at the same time, this album is solid. I love "Forgive Me, Jesus" for I'm a Thought.
That is my favorite JPEG Mafia song of all time.
Yeah.
Because it's like, it's accessible, but it's also everywhere.
Yeah.
Like, it's all over the place. You know what I mean? And it's like so eccentric. You know what I mean? And like, it's still, you could still turn up to it though. You know?
Yeah, you can turn up to it.
And Peggy produces all the shit, right?
Most of it. I'm pretty sure there. I know they heard. I heard. Whenever I think you hear "You Think You Know Me," that's usually a JPEG one.
Oh yeah, you know where that sample comes from, right?
Where?
That's from Edge from WWF.
Oh really?
Edge and Christian, remember those guys? They used to fight the Hardy Boys and the Dudley Boys in tables, ladders, and chairs. Whenever they come, "You think you know me, know me." Yeah,
shit.
That's why I like Peggy too. Like, we like the same shit.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I forgot which one it was. I thought he had a freaking what's his name? Kenny Beat.
Oh, he did. He did have a song. Kenny Beat. Oh fuck.
I forgot which song it is.
Yeah, but there is a Kenny Beats produced one. Yeah.
But I think but each song is really good. Mm-hmm. You know, as far as the samples. Mm-hmm. I feel like he took this certain sound from Veteran, which is kind of like Thug Tears. Mm-hmm. You know, it has that. I feel like he took that certain sound and then turned it into a whole album. Yeah. Because these definitely have more melody to them.
Definitely.
He sings here a lot more than before, usually with autotune, and it sounds sick.
It sounds amazing.
It sounds sick.
Yeah.
And then, like, I don't know, he has, like, really catchy kind of, like, lyrics, you know? It's like, ain't no detail, ain't no conversation. Yeah. I think that was, like, beta male strategy.
It is beta male strategy, yeah.
And it's funny because I feel like a lot of his content is just talking shit to the people on the internet.
Yeah, he really is.
So I guess I just relate to that part.
It's like the anti-Death Grips.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
It's so sick. I'm glad that he did do a little bit more melodic stuff because I remember earlier this year he put out the Carly Rae cover.
That's
and
right.
And you know that was like, I already listened to Veteran because like I was like, because I knew Danny Brown loved Peggy and shit like that, so I was like, I gotta listen to this guy, and I thought it was cool, and I was just like, oh, it's like a Death Gripsy type of thing, but more accessible. I like this. But when he did that, I was like, oh, I gotta listen to All My Heroes Are Corn or whatever he puts out next. When I heard the title, I was like, shit. And then I heard Forgive Me, Jesus, for I'm like, this is what I want from like an avant-garde type hip-hop artist, you know what I mean? And then the album, like you said, it flowed a little too good together because I found that like when I would try to critically listen to the album, I would get like my ADD would just go somewhere else.
Exactly,
you know what I mean? But I think this is so good, and this tells me that like I could eventually love a JPEG Mafia album, which is like different for me, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like I always, like, one thing that I wrote down when I was listening to this and I was trying to, like, really, like, review it was, like, this is what GMC Faucheux would do if he actually cared about making hip-hop music. I think they're, like, the same type of humor, same type of ethos, and the same type of skill level with writing. It's just that Peggy is more... He just knows what he's doing more than GMC Faucheux.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, like, I feel like they're cut from the same cloth, and I love GMC Faucheux. So, like, I'm ready to hear what the next Peggy is going to be. I think Peggy is an ultra-talented producer, too. Like, he produced fucking, a song on fucking,
yeah, he did. I think I know what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
I think it was You Know What I'm Saying.
There's another one, though, that he was featured in, and I'm pretty sure he made
the beat, too.
The beat. I think it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I remember he had I think it was, you know what I'm saying, the song.
Yeah.
And I remember I was like, this is so good.
Oh yeah, and it's like more, which is crazy because you expect it to be like abrasive.
Yeah, and it's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's very like.
It is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And I think Peggy is just like, he's one of those guys that like I'm gonna keep watching to see what he does, because like I'm glad that people on the cutting edge of hip hop is as talented as JPEG Mafia.
Hold
you know
on.
what I mean?
Let me check something though. I now I feel like I'm remembering. Like he did another one. I don't know if like this is like a false memory, but Run the Jewels. Didn't he have something?
Oh wait, why do I feel like you're right? Hold on, are you gonna look it up?
Yeah, I'm looking it up. I feel like maybe it's not with Run the Jewels, but Run the Jewels is in it with JPEG Mafia and someone else. I feel like it's what it was.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Oh, Danny Brown and Run the Jewels dropped 3 Tears. Produced
There you go,
by
3
JPEG.
Tears.
Yeah,
It is still,
Three-
you know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
yeah,
That
yeah,
is
yeah.
from that song.
Yeah. Which
There
is, yeah, dude. I mean, it's so good.
Yeah.
And Peggy, again, like this was almost in my top 20, which is different for me. You know what I mean? And I think Peggy is gonna get me to like Death Grips even more eventually.
Yeah.
Because he's training my ear. You know what I mean? And I
Yeah.
think that's necessary. And he's so cool. Like just his story where he was like in the military and shit like that. He's just so cool. Peggy's
Yeah,
tight, man.
and I like how different he is, and he's
Right.
not afraid to be different, and that's, you know, he's going to this rap game, trying to be different instead of just like,
Yeah.
you know, do what people would like or he thinks people would like,
Exactly.
and that's what his whole marketing scheme for this album is like.
Right.
You're gonna be disappointed, you
Right,
know? Like-
it's so good. And the fact that like, you know, the people that also like him are people in hip hop that I respect artistically. It's just, you know, like this is like the next generation of like the you know, like when Triple X by Danny Brown came out, it was so different than everything
Yeah.
else. And like if you were a Danny Brown fan at that time, you were like a part of this like really like elite seemingly fan base. I
Yeah.
think Peggy is that too. You know?
Yeah, where like I feel like they're getting a lot of their clout or like their respect from people who do work and tailor their music a lot and really care about the sound
Yeah.
and aesthetic.
Word.
You know, so they're giving a lot of respect to Peggy,
Right.
because he's like really wearing that on his
Hell yeah.
sleeve. Yeah.
He's your favorite rapper's favorite rapper. You
Yeah,
know what I mean?
exactly, exactly.
I love that shit. I like Peggy, man. I like it. I can't wait to see what he does next.
Sweet.
Number 4, we're getting to the real ones,
Yeah.
bro. Number 4 is not going to be a surprise to anybody. But it's just like, it's almost a cheat code because like a lot of the songs from this came out in like 2017, 2018 and shit like that. But like I love them still this year, you know what I mean? And this album also presented more songs that I love, but there's a reason why it's not number 1 because there are some misses. But this is their first proper release, and they're gonna like be the face of that genre soon. It's gonna be like the internet, Moonchild, and then them. And them is Fie's fucking Cold Water Burning Skin.
All right.
This album is so good. Again, it's kind of a cheat code because a lot of the best songs on here came out years past. Glue came out 2017, 25, 2018. Flower actually was this year. Flower is 2019, but Brain was 2018, you know? Yeah, and like, but there's so many songs on this album that came out just this year that is probably better than all those songs. Like, I think Chop Suey, which is the second song on this album,
Yeah.
their best song. Their actual best song. And you know how much I loved Glue.
Yeah.
I love 25 so much that I did a remix and they let me do it, and it's still up banging on all DSPs. I got it cleared, y'all. So please listen to 25 remix by me and Fie. But honestly, go get the Fie album because it's fucking great. And like, I'm still to this day. We did an on repeat episode about Glue back in the day, and I still can't believe that like how music like really connects the world. Like, there is no way that some little girl living in a 7,500 person town in a forest in northern Norway has this much fucking black soul. You know what I mean? There's no way. There's no fucking way. And she does it better than a lot of people in America right now, you know? And the lyrical content is so like, you know, it's very like feminist based, but also like creative based. Like it's so in defense of creatives in relation to how society sees creatives. You know, when you see a creative, it's like, oh, it's a vagabond. It's just some fucking like it's just some dropout. We're all burnouts. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, dog. Like arts is so essential to culture that people should stop looking at somebody who's not in a typical job and they're trying to like make a living through creativity. They got to stop looking at that as like, oh, he's a loser. You know what I mean? It's like, no, dude, that is a huge part of your culture. And the reason why America seems so uncultured today is because society says that none of us should be creatives. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like in Europe, there's so many programs that the government mandates to where they pay money to creatives, and that's why the cultures in European countries stay intact. American culture is being eradicated because we're evicting creatives, we're evicting cultures. You know what I mean? Like it's all being replaced by fucking corporations. And I sound like a fucking liberal fuck hippie right now, but like. A lot of the lyrical content that comes from Cold Water Burning Skin is centered around that. I mean, you know, Glue, that's what it's about. 25, that's what it's about. Chop Suey, it's also about that, but also just like not caring so much about relationships because your fucking main focus is this music shit. You know what I mean? And that shit fucking speaks to me on another level. So as much as Glue, 25, Flower, and Brain all came out in years past, Chop Suey is probably their golden standard right now, and that came out on this album. Doesn't even have a video on it. Samurai from this album. Fucking Blue Spaceberry from this album. There's so many great songs on this album. There's some real bad songs where it's just like, we could have done without that. We don't need to hear Fie rapping. We don't need to hear Sophie rapping. No, I don't. I don't ever want to hear that ever again, actually. But like, they're so good, and now that they're like, they have kind of like Decca Records supporting them to like help them, you know, like really nail down their aesthetic, and you know, they're gonna be as big as the internet. They're gonna be as big as Moonchild, like other like soul bands that are like kind of big right now. Yeah, and I can't wait till they start coming to America and stuff and playing shows because they're fucking awesome live. It looks like. So, yeah, man, this album's so good. I wanted it to be, you know, closer to the top, but there's some misses. But yeah, great album, Fie. Shouts out to Kuya Dale too, Dale Marquez, our cousin, of all of our favorite bands growing up. I'm gonna see him play with Sonnet 58 in the Philippines, sweet. Which is crazy. Yeah, man, he showed me Fie, and I don't think I was ever expecting to get a soul R&B recommendation from him. So that's always a nice little find there.
Yeah, Fie's sick, man.
Yeah, man.
She's definitely has an amazing voice.
Yeah.
And I guess it is that weird thing where, like, someone from outside the U.S., when they adopt soul, it feels authentic.
Right.
While sometimes here in the U.S., it feels like a culture vulture thing, you know?
You know what I mean?
Because I feel like they're not thinking about it this way. They're just like, this is a musical style.
Right, yeah. They're not trying to exploit this culture. They're just like, yo, I grew up listening to Angie Stone.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do, you know?
And then the other thing about, like, because I do like that content when it comes to, like, basically her standing up for her art.
Yeah.
And I do agree with you. Here, people are so down on, like, artistic people.
Yeah, man.
Because it's all about money.
Yeah.
That's what they think about. Even though, like, the arts generate so much money.
So much money, yeah.
A year is just the most competitive, you know? But, I don't know. A lot of times people who I feel like give up on their dreams are usually the ones who first put down creatives. Mostly because I feel like it's a self-hate thing.
It really is.
It's like, wow, I gave up.
I'm not brave enough to pursue my shit, so let me fucking break you down for that.
Yeah.
You know?
But Jim Carrey once said you could fail at the things you don't want to do. So why not fail at the things you do want to do?
Wait, Jim Carrey said that?
Yeah.
Why is Jim Carrey the realist?
Because he was talking about how his dad gave up his dream so that they could live.
Right.
And that's why Jim Carrey became a comedian, because his dad wanted to be a comedian.
Oh, wow.
But then he saw how his dad gave up his dream. In the end, ended up getting, like, fucked over by the company he worked for.
Oh, shit.
So it's like that thing where, like, you know, he failed doing something he hated.
So might as well fucking fail at something I love.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I'm inspired.
Jim Carrey.
Jim Carrey's the realist, though.
He's smoking.
And he's black people love Jim Carrey.
Yeah,
They live in
they
color.
do.
Jesus Christ, I want to be Jim Carrey, man.
All right. Oh, yeah, it's number.
Number
Four.
4.
Okay, so my number 4 is something I recently just got into. I've known of this person for a while. It's just like I never really listened to her stuff. Her name is Angel Olsen. Have you heard of her?
Angel Olsen? No.
Yeah, her album's called All Mirrors.
Okay.
When I first heard of Angel Olsen, it kind of had that Saturday Looks Good to Me kind of feel.
Oh, I like that. Okay, cool.
She's, you know,
Like early Saturday Looks Good to Me, like your summer songs era, or
I think, yeah,
Yeah.
I compare it more to that. It's mostly like guitar and her singing.
gotcha. Yeah.
So I guess like, I mean, it's still good. I just never really caught on to her. The first time I listened to her was just from a free song when I first got an Android. It's through Google Play. It was just like a free, like weekly you get free songs. She's one of them, and she sounds sick. This time around though, I went back. Like I just saw that she came out with this album, right? It's called All Mirrors, and it's pretty much like a ballad, right?
Okay.
Like it starts slow. Almost all songs here are like pretty evenly tempoed. The first 3 songs to me sounded similar, I guess, and it felt like, I guess, it's just a setup. It is building things up. Then, or maybe it's the third or fourth song when it started to kind of have the shift.
Yeah.
Where for some reason it was giving me like, through the instrumentation, the way she was singing, even though it's not like an exact match, it was reminding me of Cocteau Twins for some reason.
Oh shit.
And she's not like singing like Cocteau Twins.
Right. I'm definitely.
It's just the feel of it has like, because Cocteau Twins came out in the 80s, is that right?
Yeah.
So for some reason it has that vibe that came from the 80s, but it's not like pop.
Got
you
it.
know, it's like
Yeah.
it's like Cocteau Twins style, although it's not goth. Like the way she's singing over it, like I said, it's kind of like a ballad. I'd compare it to like, not exactly Adele or something, but I guess it's just like, you could tell she's like a singer-songwriter.
Like more like Sarah Shannon type singing.
Yeah,
Versus
yeah.
like artsy singing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and she's not like, I feel like she has a good voice, but she's not like making her voice overpower everything else.
Got it. Yeah,
Because
yeah.
that's not the selling point. The selling point is really the whole package.
The song. Yeah.
The song. And I think you'll like her a lot, dude.
Okay. What's her name? Angel Olsen. Let me write it
Angel
up.
Olsen, yeah. The album's called All Mirrors. And it's just very aesthetically pleasing. So she moves from like this kind of like Still Corners, Cocteau Twins kind of feel, and then the further you go on, it changes again to where there's just a lot of like lush instrumentation, like very sparse
Okay.
strings and stuff like that. So I felt like it just feels like a very well thought out album, and I feel like she's kind of making songs that are like reaching new heights as far as what she used to do. Because she's putting more like electronic stuff in there too and stuff like that. So I
Gotcha.
guess it's just like, I feel like I'm noticing, which I guess I'll talk about it more when I get to my second of the list, where I'm starting to notice a certain trend with certain female pop singers.
Okay.
And I feel like she's kind of in that trend, but she's like, there's certain pop singers where they're like, they say they're like grade A's.
Yeah.
She's like kind of the indie one.
Okay. All right. Well, stay tuned, y'all. Let's listen to this theory. I can't.
Yeah, check it out.
Angel Olsen, though. She's
Angel
is
Olsen.
she related to the Olsen twins?
No,
or like or Red Scarlet Witch.
Scarlet Witch, she could be.
Is she from America?
I think so. I
Gotcha.
think so.
Okay.
She's
She's on my list. I'll check that out. What you said? Cocteau Twins. You said Saturday Looks Good to Me. Okay. I'm
her
off the
early
peep.
stuff. It's like Saturday Looks Good to Me. This
Gotcha.
time it's more like Cocteau Twins, Still Corners, and that's
Still Corners.
she's pretty cute too.
Oh, now I'm definitely
Yeah, dude.
listening. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, just check her out. I guess the other thing I guess that I can compare it to would be kind of like, who did the Dog Days Are Over? Kind of.
Oh, Florence and the Machine.
Yeah, very
Okay.
light. It's not a strong
Right.
similarity, but I feel like it's kind of like in that realm of songwriting.
Gotcha.
You know?
All of those things tells me to listen.
You should.
You know I love my female pop singers more than anything. More than anything. All right, are we to the top 3 now?
Top 3.
Top 3, y'all. I will say I did not expect anybody from this group to make anything I would even give a fuck about, let alone love this much. And there was a long time where this album was competing for number one, but it's just I'm splitting hairs here. But I think there's literally no bad songs on this album. The only thing that's kind of holding it back is I think like this person's a little less developed as an artist than the next two people that I'm going to talk about for my number one and my number two. But the skill level is there, and it's like it's refreshing to hear this kind of hip hop, and it's Lost Boy by YBN Cordae.
Okay, yeah.
This album is so fucking good. It's incredible. Like the bars are there, the songwriting's there. He could sing. The production is there. Like his ear for beats is perfect. His fucking feature list is like the right amount. It's like not like too many where it's like, so many artists rely on their features. He does not. Like he picked the right feature for the right songs, and it's not over the top. He's one of the rare people that uses skits properly. That's skits, good. Especially in hip hop, it's like, why? We don't need this bullshit. You're just fucking up the experience right now. And his skits are so perfect with the narrative of what he's going for that is just like, wow, it's rare that a skit like augments the listening experience,
Yeah, I could agree with you on the skit. I remember there's a certain one. I feel like it's with like a family.
Yeah, where his grandma was singing and they were all singing with him.
Yeah, it felt very happy and sad at the same time.
Right.
Where I was like, wow, like this is a fucking skit.
Yeah.
And it's giving me the feels. Like,
and it's like right after. So like the concept of the album is like being this person who like is achieving fame, but really didn't know who he was at first. Because of course he's like 20, 21, something like that. So he's young. You know what I mean? So like the idea of it was just like, yo, like I gotta leave to go find myself. I have to move out of my house to get away from my family to figure out who I am. But as he's doing that, he's realizing that like a lot of who he is because of his family, So it's like, it's that cyclical fucking like process of like going away and then realizing the most important thing was the people around you in the first place, right?
Yeah.
And like that skit, specifically Grandma's House, comes right after the song Way Back Home, where he's talking about like, damn, like I should just like my home is with my family, And then right after that, it's Grandma's house and she's singing and stuff like that. So like you said, it's like a happy, rejoicing thing, but there's like a tinge of like, damn, so like all this searching and it really was just like, you know what I mean? So it's almost like a defeated kind of thing. It's like nostalgic, but also understanding like that's going to go away one day. Like, even though like you want to be this independent person that like eventually the people that you need the most will die. It's shit like that. And like, again, like just no bad songs, no bad features. The only thing is like, like the only thing that holds it back from the other two is, again, he's not as developed as an artist yet because he's young, right? It's like so many songs that I love. It's like, oh, this is his version of Chance. Oh, this is his version of J. Cole. Oh, this is his version of Kendrick. Oh, this is his version of Meek Mill. You know what I mean? And like, that's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? Because like everybody, there's nothing original anywhere. There's nothing. Yeah. It's just, I wish it wasn't as telegraphed. And again, I'm splitting hairs here. This album's so good. Don't listen to this. I gave this album like a 9 out of 10. Right? But it's just like, if I'm splitting hairs, this is what's going on. The best songs on this album, like, unfortunately, is like Bad Idea with Chance, because he did Chance better than Chance did Chance this year. Like Chance is on that song, by the way. Bad Idea, and that song sounds better than anything on Chance's fucking album.
I remember you told me that. Yeah.
And then RNP, which stands for Rich Nigga Problems, featuring Anderson .Paak, is a more dynamic song that sounds like Anderson .Paak than anything in Ventura. You know what I mean?
I think it's because like, I guess like kind of like what we were saying with Chance and Anderson .Paak, is that I feel like at this point in their careers they do need other people to change up their flow.
They do, yeah.
To really let them kind of step outside the box. Because otherwise they are just gonna be doing what they've already done over and over.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's why like when you hear a song like Anderson .Paak on RNP, it's like Anderson .Paak always does this, but when it's coming from Cordae, it makes more sense because like, oh, he's adding to that. You know what I mean? But my favorite songs actually aren't those songs. My favorite songs is like Thanksgiving, where he's talking about like he's bringing a girl home to Thanksgiving, even though he knows that that relationship is doomed. You know what I mean? That concept's amazing, and the hook he wrote for it's amazing, and that song sounds the most like YBN Cordae sound. Like, sure, there's like Kendrick influences, there's fucking Chance influences, but this is how our YBN Cordae interprets that and makes it his own, versus like, let me do Chance better than Chance, let me do Anderson better than Anderson, you know. Then he has a song, I think the song Way Back Home with fucking Ty Dolla $ign is so good. Like the way, like all of his melodies, it just shows that he could fucking do that. And again, it sounds like him. Then he has a song called fucking We Gon' Make It with Meek Mill. And to be honest, Meek Mill steals the show on this because his hook is just like Meek. I didn't know Meek could like write melodies like that, you know, but it made sense in the narrative. And then the very last song, Lost and Found, is like, it sounds like a J. Cole song, but like, again, like YBN Cordae is inspired by that and did something kind of different because like the way he raps on Lost and Found sounds more akin to the other YBN guys, YBN Namir and them, who are like SoundCloud rappers and they mumble rap type of thing. So he's like, let me take my J. Cole influences and put it in this like young kid SoundCloud style, which probably is going to be like the next big wave for these young guys, right? So I think this album, again, like this, there's no reason why I would ever like anything from YBN Cordae other than a few songs that I'll put to a playlist that we just slap. But this album is no misses, and if this is your debut album, I can't wait to see how he grows, because again, he's clearly still needs to develop more, and hopefully, like, man, I wish he would, like, I know he signed, I think he signed to Def Jam or something like that. Or Atlantic. He signed to Atlantic. But God, imagine if he would have signed to like TDE or something. I think him being under fucking Kendrick and Top and all them, he would fucking flourish. You know what I mean? If he could just get like some mentorship from like people he already loves, instead of like going to be like if you get J. Cole, then you know, I don't know, if you hang out with Logic too much, I don't know.
Yeah.
But if you hang out with like Schoolboy Q and Kendrick and Absol and J Rock, YBN Cordae will be my favorite rapper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So let's see what he does. A great debut album, young kid, so obviously he has more developing to do. But
yeah, I should listen to this album more. I did listen to it, not all the way through, but I did put it on twice while I was doing something at work, and I think it is a solid album. Like, I was very impressed, and like I was saying with the skits, I remember when they hit, they just feel like the flow of the album, you could tell he is trying to tell you a story that you do need to hear from beginning to end.
for sure.
Yeah, so I'll definitely check that out.
You should, man. It's really great, man.
Okay, for my number 3 is Ginger by Brockhampton.
Ooh, it's been a long way for you to go.
So, I mean, pretty much all the things I need to say, you've said it, you've hit it, nailed in the head. Sugar, of course, amazing song.
So good, yeah.
The thing that I keep going back to. I feel like they took elements from Iridescence.
Yeah, for sure.
And took, like, the more, like, what's the word for it? More, like, emotional aspects of it that, like, because, like, I feel like Ginger is definitely more emotional than Iridescence.
Yeah,
you know?
I think so, too.
But Iridescence has, like, something about him, has, like, where, like, they'd use other instrumentation, guitars and stuff like that. It doesn't have to be, like, a hip-hop beat.
Right.
But they could still rap on it. They could still, like, you know... And, like, each of their song here sounds more cohesive. Like, like you said, written together.
Yeah, definitely.
Because Iridescence still feel like, hey, I'm going to give you an 8-bar here.
Yeah.
You know, that's what we're talking about.
Assigned somebody there.
Yeah. So they're all still disjointed. And that's why that album is great in a way. Because, like, you hear different perspectives. While this time you hear different voices that change up the song. But I feel like everyone's on the same page of what they're writing about.
For sure. Hell yeah.
I've always been, like, impressed by the beat creation or selection of Brockhampton. There's always something that I've never really heard somewhere else before.
That's true.
You know? They
Very
always,
unique.
Yeah. They always feel unique. That's why I feel like they create their own beats, right?
Yeah. They have, like, 3 in-house producers. That does everything. Yeah.
So I guess, like, they're just, like, it's a blessing to them because I feel like, first of all, they have a very, like, each of their beats sounds good. You know, like, their album I don't think there's a bad song in the album.
Yeah, I agree.
And their sequencing from like I feel like since forever has always been great. Where they
Yeah.
give you a hype song, slow it down,
Right.
give you a hype song. So like the whole time, it's not like a struggle to
Right.
listen to. You just like go through it. It's like, wow,
Yeah, man.
that was entertaining. I'll do this again.
And
you
it,
know?
and like the sequencing, it's like so many people don't do this well anymore because I don't think people expect people to listen to songs in order anymore. But I think like Brockhampton and I think like Kendrick like is also fucking amazing at sequencing too. Like sequencing is such an art that is like overlooked in today's
Yeah.
playlist era. And I think Brockhampton does it in such a thoughtful way. Like you said, like not only do they take into account sonics and vibe, but also like certain like keys and certain like themes and stuff like that. And it feels again like it matters so much to like how making an album sound cohesive.
Yeah.
You know, and like you said, and also having 3 in-house producers makes the
Yeah.
sound so cohesive. And you know, it's definitely their perfect album, and I think it
think
also
so.
comes from a place where like sure, yeah, Iridescence did have some like emotional pieces, and a lot of it did come from the Amir thing, but I don't think they had enough time to process it yet at that point because they were gonna do what was the album gonna be called, like Dog Food or something like that.
Yeah, I don't remember.
But then Amir thing happened, so they threw that all out, recorded something else, and put out Iridescence. And I think that, like you said, like the disjointedness was like an aesthetic for that album, and that's why I was even interested in the first place.
Yeah.
But then Ginger's like clearly they had time to process.
Yeah.
And let's do this album, and then I don't know who sequences it. I'm assuming it's Kevin Abstract, but whoever does made that out like you can't make an album with shit songs good by sequencing it well, but you could make an album with amazing songs even better by sequencing it well. You know what I mean? And like, yeah.
Yeah, because a lot of times, like, there's a lot of albums where there's a certain part of the album that's kind of hard to get through.
Right.
Because, like, they're great songs.
Yeah.
But I feel like they need a breather in between.
Word.
You know? So, like, in a way, those great songs become overlooked because you don't have, like, the mental energy for them.
Right.
But if you sequence it right, those great songs that may be slower will stand out more if it's in between two, like, you know,
Just like,
energetic
yeah,
songs.
that you don't have to think too much about.
Think too much about, or if it's like that one, because I mean, you and I were big fans of High Fidelity.
Hell yeah.
When it comes to sequencing, that's the movie I think of, or like what I
Literally.
think of.
Literally.
Where like you're taking someone's hand, taking them for a ride, you're guiding them through. You know?
Right.
So there's also certain times when maybe, like after you're done getting your partying towards this certain part of the album, you just want to like decompress,
Right.
wind down. So I feel like you
Right.
got to take that into consideration. And Brockhampton, I feel like does that.
Yeah, man.
And when you were talking about the visuals, like the cover for this is two guys hugging.
Hugging,
Because
yeah.
I think it is about relationships.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
And I feel like it is that thing where like, why are we looking at these two people? Is it because they're saying goodbye to each other?
Right.
Is it like because they're saying hi to each other? So I guess like the album really like, what's the word for it? Really takes its theme into consideration,
Yeah.
and was able to craft an album around that.
Yeah,
you
man.
know?
Like some people, like when it comes to like the theme of the album, the execution of the songs and the sequencing could be so good that it almost becomes a concept album.
Yeah.
And I think that's Ginger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like even like you touched on the cover. I saw an interview on Genius where they talked about the cover and like that picture came from a night when they all went out and they were all drinking and then they all got into a fight at like 4 o'clock in the morning, but they all stayed outside and hashed it out. And by the time the sun was rising, two of the guys, and the white dude is their tour manager, and then the other guy I think is like one of their visuals guys. They were like crying because they were like mad at each other, but they like worked through it and they hugged each other.
That's
but
cool.
they also like didn't talk to each other for a week after that, right? So it's like that's the image that they captured from like a very tumultuous night.
Yeah.
That, you know, even though like at the time they were like fucking not happy with each other, they came to an understanding, and even though they both needed time apart from each other, I think that ultimately made their bond stronger.
Yeah.
And that's why I think that like Amir is such a huge part of this album, because that tells me that like, yo, like I think the door is open for them to all be cool again eventually.
Yeah.
They just need time away from each other, you know? And then also touching back on the sequencing, again, like I think if you go through the first 3 songs of that album, that is like about as perfect of a sequence you can do for 3 songs. You start with No Halo, which is like interesting enough, but deep enough, and like the hook, I'm sure I'll find it. That shit is just so good, so you're like hooked, right? You're like, okay, that's like a great like thesis statement. So like, well, okay, like I think I'm starting to understand where this album's gonna go. Then they hit you with Sugar, which is such an emotional investment. And then Boy Bye, where it's like the theme is still akin to the first 2 songs, but you don't think, and it's like uplifting. It's like, hey, it's like aftercare when you have like, if you're doing S&M and you're like fucking spanking each other, but then after you like nut, you guys are just like rubbing the little ointments on each other and saying, hey, I didn't mean anything I said. You know what I mean? Like that's an aftercare. You know what I mean? And that's like about as good as you could sequence 3 songs.
Yeah.
Man,
and I guess it's just like, it's unlike Iridescence. I don't know if I've already kind of touched upon this, but I guess to like drive it home. It like we were saying, it felt like they wrote it together.
Right.
That I guess that's where like that's their boy band thing comes, instead of like people trying like collaborating. This feels like it's like, what's the word for it? I don't know. I guess there's just a different type of cohesiveness to it than Iridescence, which I think I've already said. I think I'm just overstating it.
Needs to be said though, man. Like,
yeah. I guess it's like, if you look at, let's say, Berlin, right?
Yeah.
6 song. I love the beat. Every single people's parts is interesting. I like it. They sound great. But then you compare that to Sugar. Yeah. Where like, it doesn't feel like, even though you hear different voices, you don't feel like it's different people who wrote it. Yeah. It felt like it's like they Voltron together.
Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah. And like it's something to be said when like even in the Wave Gang album, you could tell there's songs where it's like we all wrote our own verse and it came together. And then there's No Name where we are all here. And there's Dav Season where we're all here.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? And those just feel like, I'm not gonna lie, those are the songs I love the most. While there's other songs, or Brown Bitch, we're here.
Yeah, exactly.
We fed off each other, and there's like a real like, there's a magic to that, And I think Ginger all the way through it, and
yeah. I guess it's like everyone's parts is necessary compared to other ones where it could be replaced by something.
It's like we could take this off, and
it's and it's still gonna be like a 6 song. Right. While this one, you can't really take anyone's part from Sugar.
Hell no.
Yeah.
That song is just perfect.
Yeah.
It could have been. I would believe it if you told me it was one person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, but that's
great album,
number 3.
Number 2. Man. Sorry, I just like almost flip-flopped it right now.
Oh no.
I almost made this number 1. So number 2, man, is, again, like I thought that when I first saw the track listing, I was like, that's 15 songs. It's a lot, man. It's a lot. And coming from somebody that I always liked, right? But I didn't take that much from it. There's some songs that meant so much to me. There's always one song in every project I was like, damn, that means shit. And sometimes some people run the risk of being fake woke, you know what I mean? And that's what I'm always trying to avoid, is people that are like woke for the sake of being woke.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're just trying to, like Russ, I think is like woke fake for the sake of being woke. You know what I mean? Like you're just trying to like shit on people and be holier than thou for no reason. You're not trying to help their lives. You just want to be right. Yeah. And I hate that shit. You know what I mean? And I was worried that this person would like toe that line a little too closely. But this album, I feel like it's definitely like more on the side of like I learned a lot of things, and he also like recognizes that he's from an upbringing that isn't necessarily as bad as other people from the area he's from. Yeah. So it's like he's able to like fucking take that and like give you game versus like making it like he's scolding you or acting like he knows more than you. And I never take that shit and care about it, especially from people from the Bay Area. Yeah. I was talking to Cammy about this the other day. I was just like, yo, like, I don't think I've ever listed an album from somebody from the Bay this high. You know what I mean? Because it's just like most of the things that come out of here is just like turn up music or shit I can't relate to. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, yeah, like I don't rate albums from people that come from the Bay that high. You know what I mean? Because it's either especially somebody that comes from Berkeley. It's like you're probably just fake woke and you're just like trying to be holier than thou. But this guy didn't, man. This album is really, and especially like where I'm at this time in my life. It's very much so that I'm trying to find the balance of like, let me help people get to a place because I'm there now, and also like I still need to learn more shit for myself.
Yeah.
And I think this album is like there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It's like very much like, and the title of the album is so funny for it too because it's like, okay, I get it, right? I'm like coming from like almost like a Kuya perspective, right? But this album's Father Figure 3 by Rex Life Raj.
Okay. I was trying to figure out who are you talking about.
Dude, man. Yeah. I don't like
from Berkeley?
Yeah, he's from Berkeley.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. But I mean, like, from parts of Berkeley that is, like, closer to Richmond. You know what I mean? Like, he has lyrics in this album where it's like, remember when we used to have to take the 73 to Hilltop Mall and shit like that? And this was the first time I'm just like, damn, somebody that came from where, like, the area I grew up in that's making music like this, it means more because I know where he's talking about. You know what I mean? And that never used to matter too much to me. Until this album, I was like, damn, that really does, like, you know, representation really does matter, you know? And, dude, like, I didn't expect to like this album that much. Because, again, like, I like Rex Life Raj a lot. Because he has, like, songs that I always, like, handheld GPS is where I got the PHS concept from, you know what I mean? And, like, again, like, some songs he sounds like he's trying to preach back in the day. And now it really sounds like it's coming from, like, a place where you're just like, damn, I fucking learned a lot this year. Or this past year. And I'm trying to, like, put y'all on game. But also, like, just if you want to get fucked up, get fucked up. You know what I mean? And then he also talks about, like, his experiences, like, playing college football, where he was playing on, like, a fucking high level, but he didn't want to do that. He was doing it because that's where he found worth as a kid. You know what I mean? And he also has songs where he's talking about, like, he knows, like, even though he's from, like, the hood adjacent, he's not from the hood. And instead of, like, disqualifying his experience and, like, trying to be like, well, I'm from the hood, he's like, yo, like, my parents worked hard for me to not have that type of experience. But I can still relate because I'm from the same areas and we went to the same schools and shit like that, right? And then, you know, earlier I was talking about how, like, there's just times where the setting that you're in just matches with the song perfectly. And like The Fog, the very first song on this album, that's happened to me 3 times with that one song.
Damn.
There was one time I was going on a run and I was just like, it was one of the worst days I've had this year. And like, you know, like the run itself is very therapeutic.
Yeah.
And then my favorite part of the run is when I get to the top of the hill and I'm able to fucking like take that IG fucking video I take all the time. And I got there and it was just like, it felt like a huge weight was taken off my shoulders. But it was also foggy as shit, so the song called The Fog
That's
worked. And, like, it's not just called The Fog to be cute. Like, if you listen to the instrumentation, it's like, it's all intentional. You know what I mean? And then, again, the other day, when I was at my parents' house, that song was on, it just fit the mood. And then this other time where shit went down, and I'm, like, driving home, and that fit the mood. So it's, like, good times, neutral times, and bad times. That song fit the mood. You know what I mean? It's like, that means something, you know? Then there's this song called Flowers, where it's like, I try not too much to, like, fucking make songs that are, like, bigging yourself up mean too much to you. It's like, you could like it, but, like, make it impact you so much. As I was like, you know, I don't want to be that kind of, like, I don't like nepotism, you know what I mean? Yeah. But, like, this song Flowers just, like, hit me at the right time, you know? I was at the gym, and I was, like, fucking listening to songs, and this song played, and it just, like, it was just like, yo, dog, like, you have gone through so much shit, but through that, you have made such a crazy life for yourself, and that's what Flowers is about. I was like, god damn. And, like, the lyrics of the chorus, the last 2 lines especially, it just, like, hit home. It's just like, I came from pain, I won't complain. That shit is fucking so powerful in this time of my life. Yeah. And, like, I deadass, like, had to run to the bathroom at the gym and, like, cry a little bit and then come back outside and be like, all right, you know what I mean? Nothing happened. I'm good. And then he has a song with Kehlani where it's, like, it's so ballsy to, in the middle of, like, a hip-hop album, that you have a song that sounds like an OPM song.
Yeah.
Where it's just like an acoustic guitar and he's singing and it's like a love song. And then Kehlani comes in and she sings like a duet with just acoustic guitar. And like anytime, most hip hop albums in the Bay Area you'll hear that and you'll be like, wow, that's fucking corny. Rex had the balls to do it. And then when he played it live, every hood nigga was singing that song, hugging their girlfriends. You know what I mean? And then he has a song with Boz on there, No Permissions Needed. You know Boz from fucking Dreamville. He has a fucking song that makes me like Russ.
Really?
That's... If I just said that, if I just said, there's a song on this album that makes me like Russ, that should be enough to show why this is the number 2 album of the year for me.
Holy shit.
And then after that, his last song is like a single he put out on like the Colors, Colors, that show. He did a song called Time, where he's talking about like the first verse. He's like talking about like, man, why? Like the first verse is just like, my mom hates that I question religion. But then he's just like, but here's why I question religion. But also like, I don't know. I wish I had more time to figure this out. And that's what the first verse is about. Then, like, the hook is all about, like, I wish I had more time, right? Then the second verse is about, like, his relationship with his girl. How he, like, knows that he puts her second to the music. And he wishes he didn't have to. But he's not going to stop doing it. You know what I mean? And, like, that's just, like, me, bro. It's me in a nutshell. And this, and he's like this big fat dude that's like hella soulful and he sounds great. And you would never expect him to sound that smooth and stuff because he's a big offensive lineman. And I'm like this fat dude. And I make R&B. I relate. Great album. I love Rex Life Raj. And I've never liked an album from the Bay Area this much.
That's sweet. That's sweet. At first when I was like Berkeley, it's like, are you talking about what's his name?
Jeezy.
No, fucking Bass God.
Oh, Lil B.
I thought Lil B came up with something.
No, I wouldn't know.
All right.
I wouldn't like a Lil B thing that much. I love Lil B as a person.
Yeah.
And he has some funny ass songs like "Fuck Kevin Durant." There's a fucking lyric in that song where he's like, shouts out to the W NBA. You got a lot of fine bitches. Want to fuck in the mouth.
What the fuck?
Dude, you gotta listen to that song. It's so good.
I should check it out.
All right, that's my number 2.
Sweet. I should check that out as well. I know you and Chemo are like really like big into Rex Life.
Hell yeah.
Check them out.
Hell yeah.
My number 2, which is what I was saying, I'm kind of noticing a trend with like female pop singers.
Here's the payoff.
I feel like this is the year of their ballads. You know, because like Angel Olsen had a ballad. I feel like Lana Del Rey, usually her style is ballads, you know.
And fucking Norman fucking Rockwell is like damn near all ballads.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm starting to notice that because like I don't know, there's something about it. Like what's interesting to me, looking back at a lot of my album choices, they're not exactly like. They don't have too much energy. Yeah. They're not like super fast. They're all like evenly tempoed. Yeah. And for my number 2, compared to her previous one where she worked with Arca. Okay. You know who I'm going with here?
I think so. I might be wrong though.
Do you have a lighter? Am I dancing sexy? So it's Magdalene by FKA Twigs.
Okay, no, I got the... Oh, that is FKA Twigs. Okay, I got it. I was like, who the fuck is Magdalene?
Have you heard her album yet?
I haven't, but I know I've heard that song though.
Dude, I guess I do this a lot when it comes to like describing why I like certain artists. This one reminded me of Bjork almost with what she's trying to go for.
Yeah, she is kind of like the Black Bjork.
Yeah, and I guess like because I liked her stuff with Arca, but I'd never really listened to the full album. There's just certain songs, you know. And I think she went for a whole different aesthetic here. I mean, of course, Mary Magdalene is someone who like is known to cry a lot. Right. So I feel like this has a very like somber tone, you know. Mm-hmm. But it never really felt like it's an album where she felt defeated or victimized. It's just very like I don't know. I guess I feel like she's trying to tell a story here. Mm-hmm. Whether that story really resonates with me, like I'm still trying to really find what she's trying to say. But as far as like aesthetic, instrumentation, the songs, I think they're all solid. She has like a feature with Future. And,
Bars.
And, yeah, and I actually think that song is really sick. It's called freaking Holy Terran. And yeah, I just feel like with this album, she has a very specific sound and aesthetic and content that she's going for.
Right.
And I think it's just well thought out and it paid off. You know, I mean, I don't think she does any of the production.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't know who produced this, but I feel like it's a perfect fit for her.
No.
Because Arca was cool, but Arca's more about like just random sounds turning into beats, you know?
Word.
So I feel like her style there was trying to go for like the, I don't know, like the electronic kind of sexy kind of artist.
That makes sense.
This one feels more like a painting.
Which I think is like her when I like FKA Twigs more.
Yeah.
You know? When she's definitely more on like the cutting edge versus like trying to sound like a K-Tronada album. You know?
Yeah, exactly. So this one feels just more of like an artsy project, you know.
Right.
The album cover itself looks like a painting. I mean, I think it's her. It's like an oil painting.
She's bad, man. She's
Yeah,
so hot.
I love FKA Twigs. I think she's very cute.
Yeah.
She's a great dancer. You know? She expresses her.
I like her big ass eyes.
But I guess it feels like this whole album, why it's good, it's like she's a dancer too, you know?
Right.
And in a way, it kind of felt like I'm saying, it's like a play, a painting, or something like that.
Yeah.
Where it's definitely, you could tell it's like an album where she felt the most comfortable and confident with what she's trying to do as an artist.
Okay.
So I guess it gives her more credibility as an artist because this feels like more solid, and she's not just trying to be pop star. I think she's
Which she sounded like in her last album.
Yes,
I agree.
yes.
Yeah.
So I guess even though she's a pop star, she's not trying to go for that like easily digestible songs.
Right.
You know? So
Okay. Cool.
Great album.
I think
you'll
listen
like
to
it.
it. Yeah, because I've heard the single from it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, she's dope. She's so hot.
Mm-hmm.
I have to listen to it. All right, man. Number one.
Number one.
I think you know what it is.
Billie Eilish?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Because I was waiting for that. Like, you're going to bring Billie Eilish.
Yeah, man. I tried to, like, put other albums up to it.
Yeah.
Especially, like, the Rex one. Because, like, the Rex one related to me on a personal level more, you know? Mm-hmm. And again, there's a lot of songs in Billie's, again, she's a white girl. Mm-hmm. And even, like, the songs that she writes with her white brother, like, I can't relate to that as much, you know? But I definitely don't think you need the album to be relatable so much on a personal level to make it your favorite album. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of movies I love, I can't relate to it. I love it because I'm like experiencing that person's experience for myself, you know? And I think that's why I'm able to, like, because I remember even when we talked about Billie before, I'm like, why do I understand your emotion? Remember that? And you guys will hear that because we're going to post that on YouTube. But like, I think it's really just like, I'm enjoying the fact that I could revisit things that I may have felt as a teenager.
Yeah.
Through the lens of this swaggy white girl. I don't know. And again, like you said a lot of it too, and we talk about Billie all the time, so I don't want to like overstate anything, but I think the partnership with Phineas, her brother, is so important because like you said, Billie is definitely more visual. Mm-hmm. And like you could tell that like the idea of the song, or at least the theme of the song, comes from Billie, and then Phineas builds the world for it to live in, you know. And having somebody that knows you that intimately as your brother makes it so that you could accurately build that world for somebody. Yeah, you know, like when we were talking earlier, like I don't think the Arca FKA Twigs relationship is that good because it doesn't like both of those worlds don't like live within each other, you know? Whereas Phineas and Billy are like they're like in lockstep,
Yeah.
you know? But they're both different enough to where they add the subtlety to each other, you know? Like I don't think that Billy at 16, 17, 18 years old would be able to write a song like Zanny or Wish You Were Gay or When the Party's Over without Phineas at least being able to pull the reins in a little bit. Be like, hey, you know, that might be a little too over the top, or hey, that might be a little too on the nose. Let's say it like this. Or if you are gonna say something on the nose, let's sing it like this, and I'll put effects like this so it isn't as like brazen, you know?
Yeah.
And now, like, that's such a fucking, like, beautiful working relationship. And then now you take just the flat-out skills. Billy's incredible voice.
Oh yeah.
She could do anything vocally. And her ability to sound powerful without being powerful. You know, like, the power in her comes from her not being afraid of sounding, like, intimate. You know, some people are afraid of that type of intimacy. They don't want anybody to get that close. You know, that is just as powerful as Adele singing her fucking ass off over the roof. You know what I mean? That's just a different type of power, you know? And also, Billy could sing 6-part harmonies by herself. And you hear it because she does falsetto harmony. Like in fucking Zanny, at the end of Zanny, do you hear like the part where she's like, oh, no.
Yeah.
That's a 3-part harmony in falsetto. What
Damn,
the
dude.
fuck, bro? That's crazy. So then there's that Billy's skill in fucking her voice. And then, of course, visually, Billy is like the perfect vehicle for this sound. She dresses differently and she's not afraid to dress differently. She knows how to fucking dance because she was she like was in ballet and shit growing up. And just like her style, her, you know, all that stuff, it just works, right? And then you take Phineas, who is like probably the most slept on producer right now.
Yeah.
I even sleep on him. You know what I mean? Like he could do anything. He could make a song that sounds like a acoustic folk song. He could fucking make a piano based ballad, and he could do some 808 trap shit. And he does it in a way that doesn't sound contrived.
Yeah.
It all makes sense.
Well balanced.
Yeah. And he does a lot of like audio tricks, mixing tricks that there's no way that like you should be able to do that and it goes number 1.
Yeah.
You know? Like nothing about this says pop album, right? And then also like the mixing team that he works with that helps with that like that fucking distorted sound, especially on Zanny. It's the most prevalent on Zanny.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Using that, which is normally considered like a flaw in mixing, and using it as a tool to build atmosphere is just like it's like that's like the next the only way you could make music sound more cutting edge is to do shit like that, because everything has been done sonically. Now let's make people feel uncomfortable with like sound design techniques, like you were saying, you know? All of that doesn't say teen pop album, number 1 Billboard for X amount of weeks. None of that. And we talk about this a lot, but it's just I can't believe that there's people out there that really, really hates on Billy for that. And saying that Billy O is contrived, it's just like it's edgelord pop music, and it's just like, dude, if you look at all the pop number 1 songs in the history of time, I will put a lot of money on that. Bad Guy is the most unique. You know what I mean? Like even the songs that were coming out in the 60s by like Beatles, Joan Baez, fucking all those songs that were like number 1, even when you go to like Michael Jackson, you go to all that stuff. And then you listen to Bad Guy, that song sounds nothing like these other songs.
Yeah.
And like that, instead of it being like shit on for being like fucking triggered millennial music, that should be revered as like a change. You know what I mean? Like something different. This should be looked at as like it's the first time for something. You know? It's crazy. And like the fact that even just the optics, look at the optics of Billy as a pop star. How do most pop stars get on? by being naked. She puts more clothes on, and that makes her more attractive. And I gotta be very careful about how I talk about her sex appeal, because she's 18 now, so I guess it's
okay.
fine.
Then all
Right, that it's fine.
all bars.
I want to see her titties more because she hides them, but I know they're there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to see her ass more because she hides. So this sounds so awful. I don't want to. Like, I'm not saying I'm saying like the general public.
Yeah. No, I get that.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, as far as like Billy, I think what makes her attractive is her personality. You know, it just seems like she doesn't give a fuck.
Right.
And that she doesn't.
Unless she fuck good. I'm just kidding. I'm just sorry. I'm sorry.
I mean, makes your dad. What was it?
Might seduce your dad type.
Might seduce your dad type. Yeah. But like, I guess like, okay, as far as content wise with Bad Guy, right? Like we've seen risque pop songs.
Mm-hmm.
It's just this one, like you said, it's cutting edge because like, you know, first of all, as an amazing singer, I always appreciate it when people have restraint.
Yeah.
Over their singing style to fit the song more, you know. And if you think about that song, it's a lot of like short, like, dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's like staccato kind of singing,
right?
Instead of like, whoa, yeah, like
facts.
So I feel like I like it when amazing singers aren't just trying to wow you with their skill. They're like, we're gonna make an amazing song,
right?
Yeah, and it is cutting edge because it's putting together like electronic music, pop, and even like hip hop from time to time, and it's like it doesn't feel jarring,
right?
Like, it's just like the next level of pop now is this
exactly.
And I mean, and it's not like exclusively this, but it's like they took it there, you know,
right? And like think about it too, like. She is so great of a singer, and there's songs that really show that, right? Like, my favorite song on this album is Wish You Were Gay, because that one is, like, again, like, I can't even say that this is the most normal-sounding pop song, because, like, the lyrical content is so not, right? And could easily be misinterpreted the wrong way if you don't execute it properly, and they execute it perfectly, right? And she sings her ass off in that song, right? That's not the most popular song. Right? Fucking, what's another song where like Zanny probably she sings like is like a fucking like vocally showing song, which is like a single now. But like the two most popular songs from this album right now is Bad Guy and Bury a Friend, and those are the two songs where she doesn't sing the craziest, right?
Yeah,
like that again just shows that like the songwriting and the overall aesthetic is just so. Much more superior than just like, hey, let's have Whitney Houston sing her ass off, you know, and like that should be celebrated. Like the reason why we love indie pop bands and stuff like that isn't because they're the best singers or the best musicians. It's because they write the best songs. And the fucking best thing, the thing that sucks about number one pop songs is that they don't write the best songs.
It's because usually the top pop is written by a Swedish guy.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, facts. It's not the best song, and it's just a naked girl, and it's a catchy song, and that's why it's good. This is like a reverse naked girl. She's a nun, right? And she's not fucking using any tricks to trick you. It's just an amazing song, and like none of this is supposed to be this popular.
Yeah.
And now I also want to fucking note that the best song that Billy put out last year wasn't even on this album. Fucking Come Out and Play is better than all the songs on that album. And it's also like it's still also like hushed down and stuff like that. There's some parts that are like really hard to sing, but it's just subtle songwriting.
Yeah.
And it's like ASMR music, you know what I mean? And then she put out a single after this album called Everything You Wanted. Better than a lot of songs on this album too. So it's like she's not even slowing down. Like this album is the best album this year, and I'm pretty sure in a couple years I'll say it's probably one of the best albums of the decade, and it's not even her best songs. Like I don't know, man. Like I don't know how else I could slice this. Like there's no reason why Billie should be this big pop star. but she is.
Yeah.
And like instead of everybody like tripping about like how she's a quote unquote industry plant or that she's just like only popular because everyone's edgy these days, you should just be like, yo, can we just like look at objectively what the songs are like and whether or not you like them, you could at least say that it's different, so it can't be that she is popular because of the machine. Because it's just not. It's not.
Yeah, and like again with what you said about her partnership with her brother,
Yeah.
I guess that is the thing. It's like if it's just Billie Eilish, like I'm pretty sure she'll be successful on her own, being a singer.
Yeah.
But it is like what impressed me the most is the audio production.
Yeah.
Making choices like that
Yeah.
they made together, you know,
Right.
and them working together. It's like, yeah, I don't think this album would be as strong with that,
Yeah.
both of their creative inputs, you know.
Right. Right.
And yeah, I feel like you've said it pretty much all of it. Cause like it is like almost genre defining
Yeah.
for me when I listen to this.
Hell yeah.
You know, and like you're saying, it's like she shouldn't be a popular pop star, but she is.
Right.
And I feel like with her content, I feel like it's dark enough. I don't think it's like edgelord thing.
Right.
I feel like it just comes from a place of vulnerability,
Yeah.
and she's not a wimp.
Hell yeah.
You know, she's a badass person. And I think
Fuck
that's
yeah.
why she, you know, she puts on all these baggy clothes and stuff
Yeah.
like that, and she can just kind of swim around different genre styles
Yeah.
easily and making it their own. You know,
Yeah.
like,
Have you ever seen a little white girl this accepted in hip hop that doesn't rap?
yeah.
Or make
Miley tried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy, right? Like I don't know, man. She's so great. I will defend Billy to the death.
Yeah. Oh, one last thing as far as like Bad Guy and like Bury a Friend.
Mm-hmm.
The delivery and the melody of it is what hooks me a lot. You
Yeah.
know, because it goes with the
Right.
instrumentation.
Hell
And
yeah.
it's almost as if when you heard Migos come up with a triplet flow.
Word.
It feels like that. We're like,
yeah. You're like, whoa.
this is not crazy.
Yeah.
It's not, and it's someone's probably done it before, but you're selling it.
Yeah.
You're like this. Dun, dun,
Yeah.
dun, dun,
Word.
dun, dun. Yeah, like
yeah, man. Like it feels so different.
yeah.
And again, it's not like when Migos did a it's like it's not technically difficult.
Yeah.
But it's just like you're the only person I care about doing it, and this feels so crazy to me right now.
Yeah.
You know? There's just an energy around her right now, and I think luckily she's like has her brother that's gonna help her like not succumb to any. But I don't think even Billy as a person would succumb to any like pop norms, because even Everything I Wanted that came out recently, it's like, God, dude, like I can't even imagine what it's gonna look like moving forward, because she's the biggest thing in the world right now, the entire world.
And it feels like they just love doing this shit, you
Yeah,
know? Because I
man.
think there's like pop stars who want the fame, and that's why their music suffers.
Facts.
You know, because like by the end of the day, they have a 360 deal, and they're just relying on their label
Right.
to make them popular. While Billy and her brother are actually making songs they love,
That
you
they
know,
love.
care about.
Yeah. That's a big deal right there, man. I love Billy, bro. I'm a defender till the death.
Till the death. Man. All right.
Number one,
Number
2019,
one.
motherfucker.
So the first time I
think
redid my list was because my number one didn't come out this year.
Wait, really?
Yeah, but the first time I chose the number one, you know what it was?
What?
Year of the Snitch by Death Grips.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Which was my number one last year.
year.
Yeah, so I was just like, after I did my list, I was like so confident about it. I was like, yeah. And then I started thinking about it. It's like, wait a minute. This seems familiar, you know? I was like, and I was like, all right, I had to change it again.
I think I know this one, though.
Which one?
Igor.
Yeah.
I was waiting for this one. Did I undercut your announcement?
No,
Okay,
you didn't. Well, it's like, I guess it just makes sense. Kind of like when I was waiting for Billy to show up on your list.
Yeah.
You were waiting for Igor, because like it's both on our list. It's like objectively they're great albums.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
And Igor, I didn't expect it to be this high.
Hell yeah.
You know, I expected something else to be this high, but I think over time, It is the album I kept going back to.
Right.
It's not. I don't think there's a miss in this album.
I don't think so either.
The only gripe I had at first was I was compared to Scum Flower
Right.
Boy,
Yeah.
which is still, I think, his best that he
Right.
came out with, all around. And I get why this one was lower, because I'm the same way. I was looking for more rap.
Yeah.
But listening to it again, like, I keep going back to Earthquake.
Hell yeah.
Amazing song.
Hey.
Yeah, it's like every time someone sings it, or I sing it from time to time, it's just like so catchy,
Yeah.
like, and he's, since Flower Boy, I feel like he's been writing from such a vulnerable place.
Hell yeah.
That more of his creativity is coming out.
Definitely. Yeah.
I like the textures he used, he kind of like lo-fied them, roughed them up.
1,000%.
1,000%.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
it feels like it's a rap song that kind of came out from like the 70s era.
Hell yeah.
Where it's still a modern songwriting style,
Mm-hmm.
but it's just like the sounds he's getting from them sound like they're running on a machine from
Word.
the 70s.
That last Don't Leave,
Yeah.
even though the drop isn't huge, like a
Yeah.
lot of hip hop drops are like everything gets quiet, then we smack it all back down.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a subtle Don't Leave, and it just you just feel it, man.
And I guess that the other thing I initially had a problem with is it didn't feel as loud, as aggressive. It feels stripped back.
Definitely.
And it's not like stripped back because there's not a lot of layers. It definitely just it's stripped back in a way where like there's a lot of these layers, and from each of these tracks, I feel like he cut a lot of the EQs.
Yeah.
So to make him thinner.
Right.
So at first, that bothered me, but over time, that made the songs better, actually. Like thinning them out so that each of the parts really stick out.
Word.
And it feels a lot more like raw that way.
Yeah.
And some people are saying it felt like he moved back to like his older stuff, which I get why they think that.
Yeah.
Because it sounds more raw.
More like stripped back.
Yeah,
right,
more stripped back. So I just love the album. New Magic Wand.
That's my second favorite song.
Your
now.
second favorite? I think it's my favorite song now.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something about it is just like, I don't know.
Like it's like dark enough,
Yeah.
but also like tongue in cheek enough.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's probably like and I think in the narrative, it's probably the climax of the narrative,
Yeah.
right? Where it's just like, damn, like I can't believe I'm gonna make you fucking disappear, you know what I mean? With this fucking gun.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
but like, it's just like, I guess the thing with Tyler being a producer too is like he has all these small touches.
Yeah.
That elevates everything.
Yeah.
Like the beginning of New Magic Wand. Sometimes you gotta close the door to open the window.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah.
Just like little moments like that just made the album for me.
Hell yeah.
And then couple that with the visuals that were coming out, teasing this thing. It's just
Right.
like all came together as a solid album for me. That's why I think it deserves the number one.
Hell yeah.
Um,
Don't you feel like Igor is what Kanye West wanted to do with Yeezus?
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I definitely think so.
But Tyler is just so much more in control with his creativity than Kanye is.
Yeah.
I feel like Kanye has that much skill, but he just can't control himself because of his mental issues. And Tyler has that much skill, and he is in complete control of everything.
Yeah.
From the visuals to the production to the vocals, like everything about it. Tyler is like in his like flow state. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely think so. I mean, and like maybe he just feels more liberated now that he came out.
Yeah.
And like I said, he's being more vulnerable. That
Hell
like
yeah.
he was the Tyler from before who was seen as problematic to someone who's just become one of the most like decorated artists of his time.
Right. And like similarly to how like there's no way Billy should have been this big.
Yeah.
There's no way Tyler the Creator should be this.
Yeah.
Because if you remember 2011, 2012, everybody's like, yo, fuck this guy. except for like the skater dudes or like people our age that was like, no, he's awesome.
Yeah.
All the older heads were like, no, fuck this guy. But now the old heads love Tyler.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and now from our generation, Tyler's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's crazy. There's
And
no way.
I just like how now you're seeing more of his influences too, and it's definitely with like 60s type of like
He's a weird dude, man.
Yeah.
He's a weird dude. Yeah.
I mean, if you think about it though, a lot of like rappers, a lot of people in the industry, like a lot of the music they're making are what their parents were listening to when they were growing up, you know? Because I remember like with Snoop Dogg during one of his interviews with Nardwar, one of the tapes that he gifted Snoop Dogg was Superfly or Blowfly.
Yeah.
And it's just this it's almost like the Dolomite guy, you know? It's like this
70s
nasty jokes type of thing. And I feel like you see that in a lot of
everything
like,
Snoop did.
Snoop did, yeah.
And like all of the G-Funk stuff. It's because he was raised by people that listened to Bootsy Collins. And shit like that, you know?
So I guess with Tyler, it's like funk and soul mixed together.
Right.
And that's why, like, when I'm seeing his work now, you see more of his taste than his, like, compared to his, like, previous work where it's just like, you know, we're going to rap on this.
Right.
Now it's more like, you know what? I'm putting together all this collage of the things I like and what I grew up on.
Right.
And that's why when I hear his production now, I feel like I could have never come up with that.
Right.
And it makes me jealous.
Hell
you know,
yeah,
like,
man. Definitely. And like someone like to take a concept like this and then be able to execute it without your most widely accepted skill being used the most. Like I said earlier, like I was looking for rapping, but the song quality and like the execution of the concept was done so well that you just don't look for it anymore. You know what I mean? And like the fact that he was able to take a concept this crazy and execute it without rapping really and everyone loving it just shows that he's a superior artist.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine like me like if I decided to make a concept album about Godzilla tomorrow. Also, I'm not gonna rap or sing on it.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna play piano and the didgeridoo. You know what I mean? And make it work. That's like damn near impossible. And Tyler was like, "Yo, I'm gonna do this concept, and I'm gonna rap maybe once, and then all the people that I'm gonna like get to feature on it, I'm gonna make them sound like not them." You know what I mean? And then you're gonna tell me it's this good? That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And like he plays the piano, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I think his
Yeah.
his songs are like
And he's
really
recently
good.
gotten better at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
So yeah, I mean, yeah, that's my number one.
It's well deserved, man. Again, like once I got to like my top 7, it was all splitting hairs at that
Yeah,
point. You
it's
know?
hard.
And, yeah, man, that's awesome. Tyler's the best. Tyler's the best. Billy's the best. They both should do a song together.
They should. They should.
That would be sick. Because I know Tyler tweeted about Billie Eilish, and then Billy fucking posted it saying like, "I could die happy now." They should do a song together.
They should,
They
man.
would do some crazy shit together. Oh man, the possibilities. Anyway, we just gave y'all fucking 4 hours of fucking
It's
content.
4 hours?
Pretty much.
Wow,
4 hours and
dude.
15 minutes.
Damn.
We'll probably have to shave some stuff out.
Yeah.
Like when we talked to Jesse and the commercial.
Oh yeah.
Well, the commercial could probably go, huh? It's funny though.
well, when you listen to it,
Yeah.
think about it. If it's funny, then we could keep it.
Right.
Because with lists, it's easier to add timestamps, anyways.
Oh, that's
So,
true. Maybe we keep it then.
Yeah.
Maybe we keep it. Well, we definitely should take out like the when Jesse's in.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, that's the last episode of the year.
Alright, yeah.
Man, that's awesome.
So before we go, what are you looking forward to most with the new year?
Oh man, I don't even know what's supposed to come out next year. Oh, the only one that I know is coming out is the new tennis album. That's the only thing I know. I'm sure there's others I can't think of right now.
And
But
it doesn't have to be music alone, just anything in the year.
Oh, more all the Disney Plus
All
stuff
the
that's
Disney
coming out.
Plus
I'm
stuff.
very excited for that shit. We'll have to talk about Mandalorian, or not Mandalorian, episode 9 when you see it.
Yeah.
It's probably gonna get back from the Philippines. The thing I'm most excited about, honestly, Wave Gang album, February
I'm excited
20th,
for that.
2020. We're gonna go hard on that shit. Then everybody else on Wave Gang's projects, You know what I mean?
Sweet.
That's it, man. That's it. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, as far as music, I've been waiting for the new Childish Gambino.
Oh,
It's gonna be
yeah.
his last one. I think it's coming out next year. I
And
hope
you
so.
think it's gonna be his last album?
I think he's I don't know. I'm hearing different things. The other thing I'm hearing is gonna be his last album under the name Childish
Yeah,
Gambino.
he's just do Donald Glover.
Yeah, which I don't think it's a good idea, Childish.
Yeah, man, that's your
Yeah.
brand, bro.
Yeah, keep the Childish, man.
Yeah. What if it's just like grown manish Gambino?
Yeah, right. Or maybe he's changing it because like he went back to the Wu-Tang Generator.
And it's got a different one.
Yeah, and it's like old Gambino, you know?
Lucci Mascherano.
Yeah, there you go. I'm looking forward to, of course, Final Fantasy VII.
Oh my God, Final Fantasy VII remake. You're right. I can't believe I didn't say that.
There's a lot of things coming out next year. I honestly,
Resident Evil 3 remake.
Resident Evil 3.
Fuck.
The game Dreams is coming out officially.
That's a beta that you've been playing?
That's a beta,
What
yeah.
the fuck? All right, cool.
They finally came out with a release trailer, and it looks amazing. Like,
Shit.
I feel like they tell you exactly what they want out of this game, which is for people to make real games out of this thing.
Six.
But yeah, honestly, I don't know. I have this feeling about 2020 being one of our biggest years.
Yeah, man.
And not so much like immediately to fame, but I think 2020 is going to be the year we're going to look back at.
Hell yeah.
And we're going to be like, wow, that was like really when the tables turned.
Yeah, man. I feel it too. I feel it too, man. I really do. And I think that, you know, I'm gonna take some time off for the rest of the year just to get the batteries recharged so we can go
dude.
stupid hard on it. You know what I mean? I'm gonna go back to the Philippines and retrace the roots. So I could be like, all right, now I gotta go crazy, you know? Yeah, man. Camera Obscura. They're putting out their first album after Carrie Lander died.
Damn, dude.
So that's another thing. But yeah, man, I do think, like you said, 2020 for Wave Gang, like, this is going to be pretty pivotal. I feel it, man. We've been feeling the energy, and I think we have to manifest it now.
Yes.
Have to, you know?
We're getting more people.
Yeah.
We're getting a manager, pretty much.
Yep.
Project manager.
Yep.
Yeah, things are going to
start taking
go
off.
well.
Man. Yeah.
As for me, I think I just want to really commit this time and follow a structure so that like I basically want to be making a song each week.
Oh, god damn, Frank
That's
Ocean.
my freaking goal. 'Cause
Hell yeah,
I feel
bro.
like a lot of really great artists do that. Like Peggy
Yeah.
probably like made 60 something songs, maybe even more.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's how I want to create now. Just make as much as I can and just pick the best ones.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Carly Rae Jepsen made 200 songs for Emotion.
Yeah, dude. And I get why. I feel like you're almost like trying to like play the slot machines.
Yeah.
And of course, the more you play, the higher the chance.
And then you
get.
hone your craft too. 'Cause,
Yeah.
Like I remember I read something about Ben Gibbard where he would make it so that he would like pack a lunch and he would write songs 8 hours every day, and it wasn't because and like sure like there would be times where you get burnt out, but he just like songwriting is a muscle that once you learn how to like systematically use it, that like now any idea that comes into your head, you have control over it and you could put that idea to life.
Yeah.
Because so many of our ideas just goes away because you can't execute it.
Yeah, I've definitely had so many ideas in my head.
Yeah, me too, man.
And
Me
they're
too.
still there, but like I feel like the longer you sit on it, the more it fades away.
Word.
The initial spark that inspired you to make that song,
Yeah.
to think it in the first place, it's starting to like die out. And for me, I'm getting older. I think it is the time when I need to stop focusing on like, I mean, of course, you always focus on your mental health and well-being, but I feel like I'm giving myself permission to kind of like know that I'm gonna be okay.
Yeah.
And to sometimes I need to like step outside of what I'm feeling to get things done.
Word.
Not really worry about like women and them
God damn
this
those
coming
women.
next year.
I feel you though. No, that's
Yeah,
real.
dude.
Yeah, man. It's
Like,
real.
you know, be able to put up with like shit, loneliness, and like actual hard work.
Yeah.
You know, so I guess that's just how I feel about 2020.
Hell yeah, bro. We all got to be on that type of energy in 2020, bro.
Yeah, dude.
If we really want this shit to pop off. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I'm with it. Let's get it.
Like I told you, success is inevitable.
Yo, that's 2020. Success is inevitable.
Inevitable.
Fuck with us. Where can they find you on IG? God damn.
You guys can find me at the Holographic Children. And where could I find you?
Medium 37 Franc. That's Franc, like French money. You feel me? Follow the rest of the Wave Gang. Links in the description.
Yes, check it out. Thank you, and for supporting us. And
Yeah,
I
man.
hope you keep coming back for more.
Yeah, man. 2019 was our biggest year yet. 2020 is gonna be even bigger, and we couldn't do that shit without y'all. We recently looked at all of our like Spotify like numbers and wrap ups and shit. That shit's super humbling, even though it's not a lot to a lot of people. That's a lot to us. So
Yeah, it's
thank
a
you
big
guys.
step. It's a first step. So.
Yeah, word up. Thank you guys. I'm lucky that we all get to go through 2019 together. In 2020, we got all of us coming through this together. I wouldn't want to do this with anybody else, man. So
Yeah, man.
I'm excited, bro.
Yes.
2020 is going to be crazy
Do
for
it.
us. Everybody have a great Christmas
Yeah,
holiday.
Merry Christmas. Happy New
Fucking
Year's.
Happy New Year's. If you're looking for me on December 31st, you won't find me, cuz my feet going to be in the sand out in the ocean. You feel me? And I'm not trying to see y'all either, but January we'll be back. We'll put out a Billy episode from the archives.
Yes.
Just to keep y'all, just so you can keep hearing our voice through the holidays if you need us. I know we're like there. But no, music coming soon. Holographic Children, anything else, bro?
That's pretty much it. I am planning to release an EP
Bitch.
April 4, 2020.
I'm sorry.
It's all good. But yeah, just keep a lookout. For anyone who's been with us from the beginning, we'll be more than happy to take you on a journey with us.
Ooh.
So, just stay tuned, and you'll be one of those people who'll be saying, "I told you guys."
Exactly.
Yeah.
The way that I be saying about Billy.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, y'all.
All right, guys.
Well, you know what to say on repeat podcast.
Zip it up.
And we go our separate ways. I'm drawn in the sun. Take my second chance. So we go no matter what we pushing, we get pulled in by the waves. Popping pills and bottles and we go our